I am not somebody's void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of the world and the beginning of mine.
Hit hard, hit fast. I only see you for missions now, Kaisa. What happened to best friends forever?
Akali, I know I've been...
No matter what, we fight together.
Never be afraid to listen, this little girl. Harmoniously.
All I feel is joy.
Might have to cut you off, okay, Arrow.
Wacko?
Blocked here and everything used now for Wacko. Face call, but it takes the support away, just flashes out. The AoE enough, almost the depth gun takes it live. Zenbon! The blind man! When it matters, he comes in to count his debut game. They set him up to succeed. Zenbon Sakura, Kageyoshi for the triple.
You can see a little damage was walk in to get some stragglers on the way out.
Hughes goes. Well, this wants to come on in. Good poke down. Leaky about to go Meganar though. Side big shove backwards. Will it kill him in time? No. As they turn for the play outside the pit, forget the Baron. They want to kill them all. As
she gets
drops
one.
on down though. Shun is still free firing. CCG is
They got a three-man.
Mission quiet all game. Then he pops up and hits them with that one. It feels like right now there is an advantage as we get a mid lane 1v1. Gory with his God of ducked out. Look at Minji with flash, ulti available. Even with Bury coming in. Minji dodges away, goes to the side, jumps in and he's dead. In an instant, Subjugate's stolen as well. So Gory's now taking up as the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike turns into a double. What a response here from the mid jungle 2v2. Gory with a triple kill. Clement, the guy might be going Meganar, but there could be a Petra on the cards if High Wing falls.
Damn, Hanabi was actually about 40% extra HP over YSKM, and YSKM still wins this. He starts off with a precision protocol that was already charged up. He gets the true damage portion to go in, and then those fighters close in onto their targets, but Rest has been incredibly fast.
I mean, no one else is here. There's going to be the grand challenge issued. Rest got to play with the vitals nicely here, but he's now exposed forward. One more. He's going to go to Meganar in time.
Power shot?
In time. Yes, it is. Rest plays with it. Then.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Neela does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Neela is an endlessly joyful melee marksman who makes waves with the strength of her allies. She steals power from the demon of joy, Ashlesh, siphoning incomparable magic from his prison. With every step, her water whip slays monsters that would destroy the world. So the legends say. Welcome to the Neela Champion Spotlight.
Joy, unceasing and forever.
Neela's passive, Joy Unending, makes ally heals and shields more powerful on her, increasing their value by a small amount. When a nearby ally casts an ability that heals or shields Neela or themselves, Joy Unending buffs both of them for the bonus value. See, everyone's happier when Neela's around.
Joy protect you!
Though she's quick to crush foes, Neela is a caring friend. When she last hits a minion, she'll whip up some bonus experience and split it with the nearest ally.
Such happiness!
Use Neela's Q, Formless Blade, to attack enemies with her water whip. Roll 3d10. Wait, no, that's not right. Formless Blade strikes in a line, damaging all enemies hit. Hitting an enemy increases Neela's attack range and attack speed for a few seconds, and her basic attacks will splash in a cone, dealing additional damage. Formless Blade has a short cooldown. If you hit it consistently, your sustained AoE will wash enemies away.
My waters cut deep!
With Formless Blade's passive, damage against champions will ignore some of their armor and heal Neela for part of the damage dealt. This effect scales with crit chance and can overheal, granting a shield. Neela's W shrouds her in Jubilant Veil, where she briefly gains bonus move speed and dodges all incoming basic attacks. She also takes reduced magic damage to really rain on her enemy's parade. Touching an allied champion hides them in the Veil as well, but they'll be protected for a shorter period. With her demon hunting responsibilities, Neela must be swift as a coursing river. Her E, Slipstream, lets her dash through a target unit, damaging all enemies she passes through. Neela can hold 2 charges of Slipstream at once, and she'll always move for a set distance, so get ready to go with the flow. Cast Formless Blade during Slipstream to pull a wave in your path, dealing damage and activating your empowered attacks. Neela unleashes a surge of power with her ultimate, Apotheosis, lashing her whip in an area around her. With the final burst, she pulls enemies in toward the center. Apotheosis heals Neela for part of the damage dealt, converting any excess healing into a shield. This effect scales the crit chance and is granted to nearby allies. After all, joy is meant to be shared.
Now you know what you're up against.
In lane, longer range opponents can easily poke Neela out, so rely on Joy Unending to keep you healthy and gain extra experience. Neela's self-healing and armor penetration scale with crit chance, so you'll need a few items before you're really whipped into shape. When you're ready to dive in, managing Neela's mobility is key to giving your enemies whiplash. As a melee marksman, she has to be especially alert to stay out of hot water against tanky frontliners and bruisers. Slipstream has a long cooldown, but it holds 2 charges and targets allies as well as enemies. It's a powerful tool for maneuvering around a teamfight, if you use it wisely. Jubilant Veil can also ensure Nila's survival by blocking basic attacks, and you can even use it to protect your teammates in a pinch. There may be an I in Nila, but there isn't one in Team. She wants to be the star of every fight, but be sure to stick with friends who can keep her alive. Without support, your tail might end up with an H2 oh no!
Remember my name.
Nila's true power lies in mid and late game team fights when your foes are grouped up for cutting down. Activate Formless Blade's passive as often as possible and you'll topple the greatest of giants. Clump up enemies with Apotheosis, then use Formless Blade to empower your attacks and deal tons of damage. Combined with ally heals and shields, you'll slice through the enemy like a whip sword through butter.
Joyous.
With skill, grace, and a water-bending whip sword, the Joy Unbound will slay with a smile. Continue the epic of Nila at the links below.
And how strong are you?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege. I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the Draconic Shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which allows you to exchange experience for health and... well, yes. Visiting a Draconic Shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are Draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything mere mortals could invent. And next time, raise your hand. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. While some dragons roam the lands, others are tied directly to them. Astral, Ragewing, Whispers, Shimmer Scale, Jade, Mirage, Tempest. One dragon for each of the 7 major Dragonlands. Starting off strong, these rather imposing creatures can be convinced to fight on your behalf if you can afford their services. As I'm sure you can imagine, each dragon represents a powerful magic, so you would do well to commit their names to memory. Astral, there really is no place like home. I mean we, are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If the heavens align, you shall receive celestial favor in the form of an astral orb, increasing the chance that an astral unit falls into your shop. Better get wishing. I know. Fire and dragons. Such a cliché. But you're thinking too small and too slow. The dragons of Ragewing don't just feel the burn. They channel it, building their rage meters into a frenzy of fast-hitting power. Do you fear dragons that go bump in the night? Well, you should. After all, the Whispers will steal armor and magic resistance from their enemies. It's always those strong, silent types you have to watch out for. And who said all that glitters isn't gold, The magic of Shimmer Scale can make things downright blinding. What with unique items that scale with your gold? I don't look it, but I am practically green with envy. It is dangerous to go alone, so why not bring an army? That is the Jade strategy, after all. Jade statues protect even while asleep, but attack them, and they are bound to wake up. If that is not enough backup, these statues grow in power the more Jade units you possess. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Mirage is the most mercurial of the Dragonlands, taking shape only when called upon. The only certainty is that Mirage units will change their approach from battle to battle, allowing you to adapt and bring your victory into focus. Now, where have I seen him before? Our final stop on this tour of the Dragonlands is Tempest. For lesser creatures, lightning never strikes twice. But for Tempest, lightning is a constant current, damaging and stunning your opponents. Make them regret trying to weather your storms. So tell me, are you feeling educated, inspired? Because that is it. The lessons are over. What? Did you think I was going to tell you everything about the Dragonlands? Ha! Now, where would the fun be in that?
Waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving. love to go down in the corner, held me low. Feels like I'm lost in the summer. We could be low, we could be high, high in the sky, but down in the mold. We could be gold, baby, I'm lost in the summer. But we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS here for summer. My name is Asterix, and I'm joined by the Honourable Clement Chu, the man, the myth, the legend here in the PCS, sponsored by CWC Bank. Thank you to Right Games, Carry Live, and Garena for the league operation and the full production here in our league. Now, Clement, it has been a while, and by that I mean since Sunday. You and I have been roundhousing PCS a little bit here in the past couple of weeks, and it feels like we're getting towards the tail end of the split, maybe because we are. This is our very last week of the split.
Absolutely. What a great way to just kind of drop me into the fray right here. We are heading on very close to the postseason. All the teams only play 18 games so far. This is the concluding week. And so far, we only have one team that is confirmed out of playoffs. So there's still a lot of position to play for. And we're basically looking at the magic number being 6 wins.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 6 is now deciding, as you said, 7-9 are unfortunately out. Will not be able to catch up. Dewey's team moments away from being in the same boat, right? Every win needs to come from them. And they also need to hope that the stars align too, with Impunity and Metafalcon team, as you said, being able to reach number 6 here today too. As we go through, remember that we also are starting a new week, Mr. Chu, and I've rarely been on here when we do. And I know we get to look at our pretty pog player from last time, as well as we start looking towards our teams. I will say, though, before we go into our POG player, all I can say right now is the fact that we are bridging the gap between that bubble, that J-team bubble that you always talk about with those 3 teams recreated.
Yeah, heading towards the last week, we are still very much in a top 4 type of situation. And we have to remember J-Team has played 3 less games due to the COVID situation that they had last week. So they could realistically leapfrog some of the teams above of them. I think they're still coming in very strong. But, you know, where I'm still most interested in is those Frankie Sports Mega Beyond Gaming spots, because I think these teams are occasionally very competitive against the top of the board. And if they get better standing, you know, it's going to have massive implications later down.
I'm glad you mentioned Frank. You know I like talking about this team, and surely when we get to the Impunity game, second up, we'll bring them up yet again. And you also mentioned J-Team are back. If anyone's wondering, for week number 6 here with our Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, J-Team will be playing 6 individual games. 2, of course, across today as well, but We can talk about that in a little bit as well. Clement, it's time to talk about our top player from our penultimate week. And I think when we talk about our top players in the league, we look at these standy, flashy players. None other than Nesty this time around, who's just been clinical on helping DCG thrive.
Yeah, this has been absolutely massive. His week 5 stats were amazing. He played 3 different champions, only died twice, and gave his teams 3 wins to claim the top of the leaderboard here. And I think the most important thing to recognize is the way he played these games. He was roaming around with his jungler very often. The duo proximity was through the roof, 25%. That's every 4 seconds, there's 1 second he spends with Hana. Basically, is how you break down that stat. And he participated in 33% of the first bloods. So, you know, this is exactly what you expect of Nesty. He is kind of your roaming style of player. He's been around the map a lot. And, you know, he's playing a lot of things like the Galio, like the Talia. I think this is a great meta for him. He's really taking a lot of people off by surprise. And I think most PCS viewers would not assume that DCG would be our top team, judging by their roster. But here they are, and it's due to Nesty.
Especially judging by how DCG played Spring. They were this crazy drafting team that always pulled a rabbit out of the hat. I feel like for DCG, Clement, especially in the CFO game that meant so much for the standings, we got a pretty standard, pretty relevant 12-13 draft.
A very well executed pick sort of composition, really fast rotations, and we also saw just the the power of Nesty against some of our more lane dominant players. Mission is always someone that's been known to kind of hang back, dominate the lane, and Nesty can take advantage of that. So if you extrapolate that and bring it into a lot of different matchups where, you know, we have a lot of these mid lane players, I would say Pretender, I would say Gory are very similar in that style where they do tend to stick around in lane a lot more often than your LPL counterparts, then I feel like Nesty has that way to take advantage.
I think he's on point, and, you know, as you said, Talia 4-0 at the moment with a pick. It's going to be a big one as we see Deep Cross Gaming yet again today. For DCG, not versing any... I'm just looking at their schedule. Beyond Gaming, actually, a decent one as we start looking at what's coming through in our massive 6-game day. I was going to say, oh, not a big day for them. It could be. Beyond Gaming still on the outskirts, still secured in playoffs, but still that team that we have seen, you know, better than the rest, right, Clement? They are kind of the mid-barrier right now, sitting under Frank Esports, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think for today's matches, the most important one is going to be who gets into our playoffs. And that will be decided if Meta Falcon team snags any of these 1 wins here. So if they can beat PSG, if they can beat Taipei J team, that takes them to 6 wins, and they are out of reach from Duish team. And also on the flip side, Duish team need to win every single one of their remaining games here. So I think that's going to be the biggest story today if our playoff is actually solidified.
And then hope that Impunity and Meta Falcon team don't win another game, right? They have to hope that it all fails for Impunity and Meta Falcon team. And of course, one of them could be okay, as Impunity versus MFT is one of the last games on the game day, on the Sunday, Saturday. I'll get there eventually, Clement. But still, it's so hard. Like, explaining this is hard. Imagine how hard it is for Duish team. However, we have to start off because it is the return of J team. And, you know, going up against MFT, Mr. Chu, we have not seen J team for about a week. And Meta Falcon team are going to have, I guess, a little bit of a leg up, considering that they've been the team that's been playing in the PCS the last week and have adjusted to 12-13 on the live patch.
Absolutely. I think for a lot of teams, when they have to play, you know, double games in a day and they haven't played for the previous week, we've seen this a couple times during the COVID situation. Teams typically come in a little bit rusty, not gonna lie. Yeah. So I think MFT, you know, today they're also bringing back Home 2. They ran Wen last time against Sen9. Good results, but in my personal opinion, I think Home 2 is still the decidedly stronger player, better champion pool, more consistent performance. So I like that they're bringing I'm not going to count them out yet. Of course, the biggest hurdle for them is still going to be that early game that we saw so many times before. J team absolutely smashing it in the early game. Meta Falcon team a little bit more sluggish.
Was it bottom lane last time we were criticizing Clement? Like, the early game will whale an issue in their laning phase?
Yeah, it was. I think, unfortunately for this team, they are still very much stuck on kind of a 4-1 style where they give Taco super late game champions and hope he will carry.
Okay, well, look, I'll be looking at that bottom lane, as you said, because J team are coming back on the Rift, and It's names you like, but Rock is going to be starting up in the top lane here. Was playing just before they left as well, and remembering that Rock has played the majority with Driver only 4 individual games, Clement. So they want to stick with Rock here this split, and we know he's been playing things like the GP as well. Makes sense when Uniboy and Kongyue have been the focus of this team for the good majority of the split.
Yeah, and I think Rock is playing a very different style than what he usually does. You know, he's been known to be kind of this boisterous guy that tries to play some fighters at times, but this split overall, I think he's been very quiet in terms of the champion pool. It's mainly about supporting the rest of the team and just getting those initiations off. So I would say Rock is playing a very similar role to what I would assume out of Leaky. And on the other hand, you have Taco, who is basically trying to play the Messiah, as you can tell from his champion pool.
and struggling at it, because we know for Meta Falcon team, they're a team that's only just bridging by. MFT, I think it's been a difficult split to watch because we saw the potential, but the wins have scraped across Clement, like Deutsch team, Sam9. When was their last win against a big team? Impunity, but would you count that as a big win? I'm going back through, and they've never taken a win off of a team that is in that top 4 bubble we talk about. So here for J-Team, a team we are assuming with 6 games left to play in the split, that they will be one of those teams. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift for JT as they sit on the red side. Clement, Meta Falcon team on blue. We are still on 12-13, and what have we learned so far, Mr. Chu? What did you learn last week?
I learned, at least from the last time we saw J-Team, that Twitch Yumi doesn't always work out as a good counter against Zeri. So J-Team, last time we saw them, they actually dropped the game, played a very unorthodox ban pick, and this time around, even against MFT that is not known for their Zeri, they're just going, you know what? Twitch didn't really work out. Let's just first ban the Zeri, play it safe.
And I like Renato's response, right? I think when you and I were casting last week, we saw a lot of Yumi first pick. We saw a lot of Aphelios priority there too. We also got like the Talia, which is banned away. The Lucian actually taken away from Lil V and Enso. A lot of bottom lane bans here so far affecting the duo. Makes me wonder if we're just left with that Aphelios or the Yumi I mentioned before, Clement.
I will say that Lil V actually is an old-time Sivir player here, and the ban so far actually makes Sivir's life quite easy. Lucian, the primary counter we see most of the time, is gone. So is Callista. So I think the Sivir priority is actually through the roof. Let's see if MT take it first.
Maybe that's the reason why they wanted to give themselves that first pick, Sivir. And as they lock it in here, Clement, J-Team, do you just take away things like the Yumi that pair with it, or do you go a completely different direction?
This is really interesting. I actually feel like J-Team can afford to play more aggressive bottom lanes. You know, stuff like the Samira, stuff like the Draven that we've sometimes seen. Little V actually has played those in the past, but, you know, I think I spoke too early. J-Team, it looks like they're dead set on making sure that the playoffs are set, and they're going to play the most standard J-Team comp.
Oh, Clement, such a shame we don't get Twitch Yumi then. I can tell by the tone of your voice you're looking forward to it.
I was looking for something aggressive, but no, we're not going to get it.
Yeah, no, hey, dude, that's fine. As you know, that sarcasm means it's fine. Style's going to be locked in on the other side. Meta Falcon team still getting big power picks in the meta. I kind of wonder about jungle here, Clement. Usually with Wukong, it is a Viego response.
Yeah, we have seen Viegos do quite well here. I will say for MFT, it looks like they're doing a rundown strategy here. They have the On the Hunt and the melee coming in from the mid laner Hong2 and Silas. So I feel like this is going to be a catch reset composition. You call it Viego absolute right here. And this is something that MFT actually plays very well. So I expect J-Team to try and look for a little bit more counter engage. A Zero would be a great option here. Emperor's Divide definitely can slow things down.
Yeah, got a lot of CC coming through as well. Back on your point about Meta Falcon team, I love that you use the word reset. Sivir now, with that ultimate, is reset dependent. So every time you get the autos, and the fact that it keeps on going with kills and assists. Gotta love it here for Meta Falcon team as we start seeing some of the engage taken away, Clement. The Yumi's still not looked at. It starts with the Nautilus here for issue.
Absolutely, and I think we have been taught over the past week that a lot of these teams that are higher on the standings, they tend to draft compositions that are too safe, and the enemy runs them over with the newfound Sivir power. We saw that in the BCG matchups. We saw that with PSG falling down last week as well. So I like that J-Team are taking away a lot of the engages. But I still want to emphasize, I think teams these days, they have to have good, at least one winning lane to contest the Herald, to contest the Drake. I feel like you're putting yourself in too much danger by not having a strong lane. So I actually think Rock is going to shift up tacks here. I don't think Rock is just going to slam a Sejuani or a GP and call it a day. I feel like that would make J-Team's life a little bit too hard.
True. I mean, when you talk about how top side looks like a priority for Taco, that's going to be the support coming in here for Enzo, getting priority when it's a quadruple support ban, by the way, in the second ban phase. So Issue has limited options here, Clement.
Yeah, and looking around at the champion pool, I think the most played champion still not banned is probably going to be something like a Leona, which is still fine in lane, pretty strong for engage here. And I have to say, I think MFT banned quite well here. You know, they're taking away all the defensive options in the Lulu and the Tom Kent. J-Team getting away all the offensive options here. And it is going to be that Leona being taken. MFT, you know, I think Sejuani would work here. They just want engage, power to push through chokes and run at people. So Sejuani would be great. The big question is, does Rock go back to the champions that, you know, he's played a lot in the past? This guy played a lot of Aatrox in the past. You know, he has that fighter streak in him. Or is he going to go with something like the Gnar? I think GP's fine. I'll just say it here. GP would not be my favorite pick here. I think it's a little bit too passive. Gwen, slightly better, but still very, very slow.
True. Slow top lane. Scaling, though, Clement. J-Team just opted for 3 very good scaling lanes. While for Meta Falcon team, you set up the engage there perfectly. There is a lot of setup, a lot of skirmishing potential. Kind of polar opposite by the way we're looking.
Yeah, and I will want to mention that this recon will be played very differently from other recons we've seen. Great engage and a lot of crowd control can also mean great counter engage. So I feel like the way this recon is going to be played is to hang around these objectives and to reset the fight if MFT charges at them. It's not going to be a very proactive recon, judging by the compositions.
Which is kind of a first, right? Walk me through the other lanes, though, because Gwen in the top side, as you said, it's not a massive counterpunch. It's not the old Rock style. It's very much like that GP feeling where you are just trying to get up to the point where you can split push sides and scale up.
Absolutely. What we've seen so far is the Gwen actually having a bit of trouble in the laning phase itself versus the Sejuani. You know, her early game was nerfed after 12.13b. And just looking at this draft, I would say J-Team's playing it incredibly safe. But judging by the past week of games here, I'm a little bit worried for them. You look at this composition, I don't think it's supposed to win mid-game team fights. So there is a chance for MFT to just snowball and stomp them.
Looking for them to snowball and stomp them. That's the checklist here. Because we have the Silas coming through, the Sipha, right? Viego's still seen as a powerful pick. And for MFT, this is what we talked about coming into this game, that J-Team have been away due to COVID for a solid week. And since then, we've moved on to 12-13. Now, of course, you expect this team to be scrimming and keeping up to date, but Meta Falcon team have been in it. They're this team that are still looking towards their playoff win for today. If they find this win against J-Team, not only will they stifle the momentum of J-Team coming back in, but they will be able to lock in their playoff spot as well, keep themselves safe, and look at that summer playoffs picture as well. Welcome back to the PCS here for the final week. It's week number 6. The PCS has 2 spots left remaining with 3 teams holding the potential. Now, Clement, as we're stuck here, I'm going to assume we're not getting into game just yet. That's a little bit too long for my liking. I think J-Team have said, hang on a minute. We wanted something like an Urgot top an Aatrox. We mispicked. Let's go back to draft. We're very sorry.
I would love to see something that aggressive coming out from Rock. I think this split has felt very un-Rock-ish. You know, he's kind of usually been very flamboyant in terms of the way he acts in front of the camera. You know, he kind of throws BM around, kind of laughs at his opponents and stuff like that. But this split, he's been super serious. And, you know, I think there's probably a good reason, because he is contending for that starting spot against Driver, who's also been very successful.
I mean, he's been successful in putting his point across, right? Because Rock so far has played 9 games, including this one. Driver with 4. So at the moment, you know, Rock is someone who we look with high respect with champions like his GPs, you brought up, even the Gragas top. We bring out his first game of the Gwen up in this top side, and before we were lingering there for a little bit, Clement, you were talking a bit about this composition, right? Like, you're not even sure if it wins the mid game. Run me through how J-Team progress in this game when we know they do have a lot of scaling in it.
Absolutely. If you look at their comp, their biggest strengths is just the range that they have and the scaling coming from Aphelios and the Azir. So if this composition gets 35, they get to control terrain and sit on objectives first. I think it's going to be impossible for MFT to dislodge them. The problem I have is if you look at the bottom skirmishes, there's just so much more hard crowd control on MFT. I think they can make skirmishes and catches work so much more, and that just means J-Team has to cede a lot of ground when it comes to these mid-game objectives. There could be a scenario where, you know, late-game scaling carries like the Azir or the Aphelios don't have a safe way to farm, so I definitely think this is one of those riskier compositions. But just going through the lanes again, Azir not really going to have much trouble against the Sylas early on. Top lane's kind of a wash, so I do expect most of the attention to be coming from this bottom side.
Which is already starting off as you'd expect. I mean, this speed patches and patches now. Both looking for the level 2 edge as junglers going the opposite ways, worth mentioning. Kongyue going top, and 665 is heading towards bottom lane Clement, and so far, they do know that Meta Falcon team are pathing this way because Rock put his face into the blue buff, saw that the jungler was there, and now J-Team know.
Yeah, so J-Team definitely going to play defensive in their bottom side here. I do want to point out there is that Glacial Augment on the side of Issue, so they're very clearly looking to accelerate this bottom lane and take over the reins from there. I think this is a pretty good way to draft for MFT. It really reminds me a bit of the way Jewish Team had found their wins, which is, yes, we don't have the strongest bottom lane, but we're going to pick a very, very strong counter combination and gank it nonstop.
I mean, Sylas Viego as well. You think about how that is as a 2v2 duo. Clement, Hong's ultis this game as well. It's worth mentioning right now that Enso is one of the best. Quickness on Sylas is pretty insane. As well, you've got so many utility ultimates there as well. It feels really nice here for a Hong 2 game if he's successful in at that level 6 point, getting out of the lane and start making the skirmishes happen.
I'll say that even just needlework, getting it from Rock could devastate the backline if he needs a little bit of extra damage. So there's so much that Hong 2 could do, and I would say this is also Hong 2's best champion. When he's not on this, he's typically playing something much slower, like the control mages. This is definitely his most dangerous and most banned pick.
We're just waiting for this gank though, aren't we? You can see Uniboy, the way pushing up against him, not much that 665 can do. And I like that little play, skirting around the outside of vision. And 665 was not spotted out, and right now, J-Team are putting down missing pings. They're like, hang on a minute, where is this jungler? Our water's expired, he hasn't walked past it. And 665's going towards the top side. This is a pretty good early game from the Viego.
Yeah, but I do want to point out that Viego decided not to show, and we have Uniboy. Oh, Taco?
Yeah. Go on, Clement, precariously.
It was a little bit close for comfort, but we saw Uniboy able to freeze the wave quite comfortably. And that does mean that this Sylas is going to have to play rather safe, as we see if Taco can get the bait here.
Hello. Okay, is it too late? Well, Ghost is used by Rock, and 665 just spotted, and Leaves taking the summon.
Yeah, nothing happening right here. I think Rock was very well aware of that position. We also saw J-Team just pinging out the Gromp as well. I think it's a Divus?
Well, they have melee damage, but Gwen presses W. Now with an Arctic Assault, 665 holding the line. Ignite down, but it doesn't kill him. Minions trying, he flushes back in. 665 survives Clement, and you know what? That turns into a good play. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. I was very surprised that Rock actually left himself in a position to get hit by the first W right there. He honestly could have just gone behind the tower, and I felt like he would have been rather fine there. But 665 does manage to catch Rock off guard after he knows that the Ghost is already down. Just goes straight for it. Well executed.
And you got to appreciate the energy from 665. He just walks at him. Doesn't step backwards, doesn't like try to be like, I could be bluffing. Rock thought, there's no way he's gonna dive at Gwen. But 665 just kept going, and first blood means Sheen. First blood also means that some of the pressure alleviated is an all-in from issue in the bottom side. This Leona don't take too much. We get ulti for ulti in the mid lane. Soldiers are out, but 665 is just taking names at the moment. 2-0 start.
Yeah, great stuff from him. Just judging by the position here, it does look like Hongtu was able to take the Emperor's Divide for himself and put Uniboy in a very bad position. I believe he also took a tower shot from that. And this is going to be fun because, I'll be honest, in our recent games, we have not seen a fed Viego. You know, the typical Viego build has been just to go for the chainsaw, get that stats coefficient up. But this is a snowballed Viego doing things early, which I think changes a lot of the dynamics. The sort of snowball and stomp is already on its way.
Takes over games. You already talked about the skirmishing and how important these early neutrals will be, Clement. With a fed Viego, it makes life so much easier for Meta Falcon team.
Absolutely. Just the damage that he can do himself on the target is going to be very, very much... it's going to be hard for J-Team, so I feel like J-Team are pushed even further back in their game plan. I expect MFT to be able to handle both the Heralds in this game, and it's just about what J-Team decide to trade back to it. I feel like J-Team, they might be putting more of their eggs into the Little V basket, and my guess from them is that they're going to leave Little V in the bottom lane to just farm it up when MFT do head to that Herald.
Well, they're going for Dragon first because Whale just gets the push. It's Sivir, remember, and it's not 12-14 yet. In LPL Clement, we went to 12-14 the other day. You know, Sivir nerfs on W, which is so fair. I think as well, Kempunk Chainsaw down in gold efficiency, but 12-13, right? Sivir still does annoying stuff even this early in the game, and it means the first Dragon goes to Meta Falcon team. It means that 665 gets to play another lane, and with Uniboy's ulti just about being up, 665 just going to channel himself past this lane and go towards that Herald you mentioned.
And J-Team are not reacting to it whatsoever. You know, the top lane is coming down, but you have to remember Rock is actually down a buy compared to Taco from the other side. Don't expect him to be contesting this one. At most, Kongyo tries to get a steal. He does have his flash up, so he could try for that, but I don't think they're going to do a full-on engage here.
Well, you might be wrong, Clement, because, hey, Rock just says, how you going? Cyclone is coming through. It's a three-man shuffle, but get who splashes over. Hong gets the trade kill as he dies himself as J-Team are now melee range, but look who's still alive. 665 went all in as Taco wants to assault J-Team further. A permafrost for an auto, but Taco eventually getting it. Doesn't mean too much here. Meta Falcon team are forced off the objective for now, but it's top laner for mid laner, and MFT still getting blood.
Yeah, and if I'm MFT, looking at that one, I would say I'm actually somewhat fine with the result. I can just restart that fight once more. I got the flash down from Kongyo here too. Though I will say I didn't expect MFT to pull the trigger just that. They gave Uniboy a 4-man Emperor's Divide, which meant that J-Team was able to stave off that attack right there. I really expected them to wait for this fight to come a little bit further in. They went on Rock, which is very hard to burst down in the initial salvo. Hongtu has to flash over the Emperor's Divide, so you know, I felt like MFT could have actually played this fight quite a bit better, but they're going to get another chance at it anyway.
As you said, you know, start it up again. J-Team have a ward on it, but you pointed out Kongyue's flash. I'll also point out that Rock used the needlework in the last trade as well. Looks like that has another 25 seconds if he wants to join in. Does J-Team head up there? And you can say, actually, 665, Clement, not really interested in it. Wants to go to his bottom side camps first, and it's a Kempunk Chainsword versus only components for 665, so Kongyue confident enough to just go start this himself.
Yeah, big turnaround here for J-Team, and looking at the map, the support is also in position first here. We have both of them hitting level 6, really important for the supports to just leech off of mid-game EXP here, and we are going to get another engage, this time with more ults.
Taco has it available, but Uniboy goes in, slide and glide again. Emperor's Divide means Meta Falcon team is split, but Rock's still dying, and Herald actually going over to Kongyue from the looks of it. His smite secures his Meta Falcon team now zone out. It is once again a kill onto Rock, by the way, as Whale comes in to poke. But J-Team, no, they're not getting anywhere near this eye. Don't do it. Enzo, don't do it. Enzo, no. Okay, it's gone, and J-Team now have to live with the consequence.
Yeah, that's, I will say overall that these developments where you see J-Team being able to hold on to objectives actually does favor them in the grand scheme of things. Yes, the gold lead is going over to MFT, and I think this Gwen pick is going to prove quite problematic with just how far she is behind at this point. But they managed to stop MFT from really taking over a big engage right there. I feel like MFT was slightly out of position, and like you mentioned, you know, I still feel like if they were grouped up and positioned, they had I would say they had almost a 70-30 in that sort of team fight situation.
Yeah.
But J-Team able to get to the spots first, able to get another good Emperor survive from Uniboy, and they just stop MFT in their tracks from, you know, snowballing this game further.
And it's kind of a concern, right? Because for Meta Falcon team, it's the early jungle that's really taken over. Or so we thought. The fact that J-Team were at least able to contest the Herald. And Clement, I think the win there is, as we see a bit of grouping up towards the bottom side, is the fact that Meta Falcon team didn't get the Herald to push this lead further and make this early game blow out of control.
Absolutely here. And I would say that MFT are very much on the cusp of making that happen, but not getting the Herald definitely will slow them down. Again, I don't see J-Team really contesting this next Drake within 20 seconds right here. They would be really pushing their luck if they do decide to go for this one. And MFT also brought Taco here first, so this could be a 5v4 to start things off.
She's going to be spotted out, but the Zenith Blade still connecting here on the Kongyu, who doesn't have flash available, but his Cyclone in the choke's going to do a lot of work. As poke from Lil V with a 3-man ulti. Meanwhile, look at the mid laners battle it out. Hong 2 versus Uniboy. Hong wins it out. And Meta Falcon team now chasing up with 3 set central. This is what we said about the compass. He snipped to death. Rock somehow getting an advantage back. And now with the King Slayer, Chain Slash almost kills him.
Out.
Little V doesn't have Calibrum, so yes, he will escape while Meta Falcon team get their fight that we've been logging for.
Great move from Taco to preemptively get to the fight first, and I have to be honest, I just feel like JT learned the wrong lesson from their previous 2 Herald fights. They were like, oh, we can actually take this, you know, we're just probably better players, and they walked themselves into a death trap. I just feel like JT, no real reason to contest on the second Drake there. Their composition gets chased down easily, and there's also a Fed Diego on the enemy team there. So we're gonna watch Hong2 heroics. You know, Uniboy definitely could have changed this. He took half HP from Hong2 already, but Hong2 with half HP down still manages to get the Emperor's Divide, win the duel, get the flash, and then complete a tower dive. What can this man fail at? This is amazing.
Oh god, meanwhile Rock gets the trade. I mean, I still hate Gwen, but you know, Hong2 getting so many resources off that, Clement. As you said, the flash is traded up, but 3 kills now here for the mid laner. A bounty well placed on his head as 665 also picked up a double in the last trade. We have 7 out of the 8 Meta Falcon team kills on this mid jungle. What a time to be alive when you consider that one item on both these champions is where it only just begins.
We're seeing so many factors work against J-Team. I feel like the rust is coming in. I feel like the hubris is coming in. They honestly just have a 35-minute composition. You know, they didn't really need to contest that one at all. I just feel like it was so risky without much gain, and now the snowball is off. MFT are just gonna lose their silence. Diego can just walk into Kongyu's jungle at this point. He can definitely outduel him, and these Silents are gonna feel the hurt because of that.
And look, I mean, Rock paying respect right now for Meta Falcon team. No enemy vision to spot out where 665 goes next. Uniboy burnt the flash as you highlighted in that last replay. Rocky might have the ulti, but 665 was willing to dive at level 4. What do you think he's willing to do now?
Oh, he's just going to escort Rock out of here.
1v1?
He could probably win the solo for sure. And he flashes the S.
I didn't even know that was an emote. I didn't know the Samira S rank was an emote. That's cool. Right, game's getting more innovative. But hey, first Hour of Blood comes off the back of it as well. We're now close to the 3K margin with Double Dragon for Meta Falcon team. A Herald spawning as well. He might be down in CS in his own jungle, but 665 is going to be on that second item in that next back quite easily.
Yeah, and if you look at the Herald coming up here, it's 40 seconds, and there's a good time separation between that and the Drake. So MFT's next couple of game plans are incredibly easy, and you can see, I think this is the correct move from J-Team. They finally learned that, hey, we're the laking composition. All we need to do on the map is trade away objectives. So they're already setting up for the bot lane here. They're likely going to get this one, and I think MFT, you know, they just stick to the objective game on the other side, the neutral objective game. Excuse me.
Because you're gonna have to fight at one point, right? 2 minutes till that next dragon. As J-Team are sending all 5 members, 4, down to this bottom side red buff. Atako pulls it away and J-Team back off. While you saw on the top side, 665 was waiting for Rock to overstay. Clement, while Kongyo was stealing away camps, 665 was sitting in brush and is still at 88, 92 now as he picked up Scuttle Crab. He might be picking up this Herald, but I have some kind of concern that if Meta Falcon team don't get anything done over the next 10 minutes, the J-Team getting that time, as you talked about, is going to be easier said.
Yeah, I think it's almost impossible that they're not going to get something done. At the very least, they should be able to take down mid tower with that Herald, and they should be able to just take away the next Mountain Drake here. I don't even feel like J-Team is going to contest them all that hard on it. J-Team are pretty much in buckle down, and let's just farm it out mode. The problem here for, I think, J-Team about keeping the map steady is they don't really have anyone to match Silas in lane at this point. Silas is extremely fed, and also they're losing both of their side lane towers, so it's very easy for someone like Sivir to just push mid and then transition to catch people off. So holding on for J-Team really is quite difficult here. I feel like in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we're going to see that bot lane tower go down. We're going to see that Drake objective go over, and that's a good case scenario for J-Team. The worst case scenario for J-Team is they try to, you know, snipe off a Drake and actually get caught red-handed right around this river.
I mean, it's a vision that J-Team have been holding on to for now, but that's getting cleansed out. As soon as Meta Falcon team spot them out, as you said, the pick's so great with Leona, Sejuani, Viego. There's so much follow-up CC on this team as Herald's going to get placed mid with 5 seconds to Dragon, and it's going to force J-Team to back off, it seems, but they're still holding strong, Clement. They want to do this. Okay, wait, Flash, Uniboy misses, Lil B misses, and Rock is like, why am I here? As Issue goes down, it's going to be a bit of a trade as we now get that chase up. Rock close to dying, Permafrost, and that means the 665 a reset, but he goes down on the back end. Lil B flashes out from Hong 2 as Enzo almost dies. Hong 2 now with an ulti of his own. Back to his team, Everfrost, Chain Lash, Hong 2, more like Hong 4 as he takes down the whole squad.
Oh boy, what the best game from Hong 2 we have seen so far. I did not expect that secondary explosion to actually kill Uniboy. I don't think Uniboy saw that either. You know, he was still holding on to his flash, and Hong 2 with a rarely seen smirk coming across his face right there. So, you know, we have to start from the top here, break down that play. I do feel like the Herald was a little bit too early here. It doesn't actually draw away that many members, but J-Team go for an engage before Hong 2 can join. They think they have the 5v4. Unfortunately, they only get one target here, and the most critical thing is that 665 actually survives out of the initial burst. So he is able to turn this around. They're all low HP, and then we get the Home 2 show as he goes in, gets the tower dive, and watch this chain lash. Oh, Uniboy, he overthinks it. He turns around.
Dude, and as well, Clement, he walked back into range and was like, I can clear the wave. Hong 2's given the ult that kills Lil B, and it's so funny that it also kills Uniboy as well, with him getting back into range. But J-Team, it is like dominoes falling with 5,000 gold against them. The third Dragon, Clement, that we talked about them not... You shouldn't contest this, you said. J-Team, wait for Soul, like, give yourself a bit more time. J-Team didn't listen to you. They contested it. Now they're up the creek without a paddle.
the play there was very obvious from J-Team. MFT actually put their Herald in a terrible position. So what you should have done there as J-Team is that you just snipe out the Herald and you let the enemy team take trade. I feel like that's the most reasonable course of action. Instead, J-Team actually dumped a ton of ultimates into 665, and 665 just got out scot-free with his Heartbreaker. And yeah, I think he let J-Team heartbroken. You know, he really just broke their ankles there. And again, I feel like J-Team are playing a little bit too greedy with his composition. They're not really giving MFT the due respect.
As we talked about, you know, Clement, if I looked at this, I'd be like, maybe this is like a 12-10 comp, 12-9. I don't know, like, you know, Gwen, Azir, Aphelios, we're getting kind of flashbacks here while Meta Falcon team having a really good read on 12-13 and having a really good read considering they played in the last week for their playoff lock-in game. Doing well against J-Team as Kongyue is going to be spotted here, but he's going to get stunned up. That's only the clone, but still forced out of his own jungle. While Meta Falcon team are hovering around this Baron, choking out Vision. They've just got to get rid of those couple of wards though that J-Team have behind enemy lines, and then they're gold.
So what I think the game plan for J-Team now, it does have to shift up. I think the way that J-Team prevents a full-scale fight from happening is actually trying to pick off someone first. If they can use Enzo, you know, just take out Issue before the rest of the team arrives, then, you know, they can set the timer back further, give them a little bit more time to scale up. So it's counterintuitive, but a lot of times in these situations, I don't actually advise teams to play completely passive. When you're this far behind, you almost have to look for these, you know, fringe case scenarios, try to skirt around the enemy composition, rather than let MFT just run out the timers until big objective fights.
Because let's be real, like, Sivir as well, you know, there's a lot of scaling potential on this team. And I know we talked about being a 35-minute comp for J-Team.
Yeah.
But it's not like you and I haven't cast on Sunday, in fact, a very big Sivir game. Like, it didn't matter about comp. Oh, Sivir's got 6 items. Oh my god, look at the ricochets. It was insane.
True, and this is why Sivir definitely deserves a nerf in the next patch. We have seen games where, like, just the top lane's going bad, the mid lane's going bad, and then you hit the 35-minute mark and Sivir cleans up your entire backline.
It's, even more late game Sivir than we were before. Like, Ricochet's kind of nuts, and, you know, we said it before, it's a reset. So even if we get to late game, I still worry, as you said, if J-Team just rest on their laurels, okay, we're doing bare minimum. Meta Falcon team still have their pick potential that we talked about and the reset ability that comes with Viego, with Sivir, and all the CC that follows up too. So, yeah, Clement, I think this is a really good game to show that Meta Falcon team are deserving of getting a playoff spot, but I want to see what happens next because Dragon's coming up in a minute 20. We have that Baron that has been completely choked out, and Meta Falcon team right now controlling River with pretty much 100% certain.
Absolutely here, and you can tell a big problem for J-Team is this Gwen pick still isn't online. We have Taco so fed that he's actually just able to push back Rock in his own lane, and that means that they're not going to get a good advantage to come into this fight. MFT also doing a great job at clearing all of the vision here. There are no flank spots for Gwen to come into this one. So at the best, like, Gwen's going to be 6 seconds late. And I do want to talk about kind of the macro kind of sense in this type of game. The reason why I say that J-Team have to play a little bit more risky now is because they played too risky early. They actually played too risky early, got caught off, gave MFT a huge lead. If they just stepped off of the third Drake and not given over 2 towers plus 4 kills, they could, you know, they would be within striking distance kind of to play a slow scaling game. But now because they're this far behind, they actually need to look for opportunities to kind of catch someone out.
Oh, and they're walking in. I mean, this is going to be rough. Into no vision. Rock is already 1 and 5 as we do get the quickness coming through. At least they're going to find Issue on the back line. Kongyue getting a good engage as well, as Hong 2 wasn't here. One of the strongest members not there as Kongyue is fighting fire with fire. But look who's still alive. Can they 2v4 is now the new question as Meta Falcon team had so much that should have given them that fight on a platter.
Absolutely here, and I think the big problem is Hong 2 actually just TP'd in super late. He showed on the top side and still just hanging around as J-Team waltz into the river here. I feel like MFT actually reacted to this quite poorly.
Hong's on a ward. They know he's coming as well. They can turn this around.
They
let him get the Emperor survive, but Lil B flashing away Everfrost anyway. Rock runs on in, and 665 is trying just for the steal. Taco is a frontline stage, but Uniboy gets the easy ultimate, and Meta Falcon team, it's all just gone wrong in a matter of moments.
The boldness I was calling for J-Team comes out right there. They see Hong2 on the top side. They just straight beeline walk into the brush, and honestly, that move just caught MFT completely off guard. They thought they could still deal enough damage as a 4v5, and that was not the case. They get beaten back, and the timer gets reset here. They have to wait another 5 minutes for the chance at that mount.
And we're getting towards that 35 magic number as we look again. Clement, as you said, the TP, and look how far away it is.
Yeah, I just don't think that MFT communicated this very well. What? They likely knew that the 5-man was coming, so honestly, all MFT had to do was walk back a little, wait for the TP to finish, and just take the soul. Yeah. But I feel like they had a split decision here where they wanted to punish the face check, but at the same time also just playing a 4v5. This was still very dicey, but J-Team with great ward coverage across both ramps. They deny Hong2 the potential to get that all-in flank right here. As we can see, 665 also runs out of the W to try and find the snipe. This was pretty hairy. Honestly, Little B not in a great position. Burns both summoners, but it still turns out.
I mean, the fact that he gets caught, Uniboy with a nice shuffle at the end too. The fact that Lil B gets caught, like, Enzo is the support. Like, dude, I just put those 2 wards down just for you.
Yeah.
What the hell? J-Team are back, though. It's 2,500 gold for Meta Falcon team, but as the captain analyst in this broadcast said, we are looking towards this late game scaling team. And look at Lil B, 3 items down the Aphelios. We also have the 3rd building up here for Rock, who has had a really rough game, but is still a Gwen with an ult button in 12-13. So we are looking at J-Team, who, as you said, left the timer on that dragon and now can come out into the map, actually pick up some resources. And I don't know, Clement, I'm a little bit sketchy on what Meta Falcon team do now.
Ooh, the tables definitely have sort of shifted around here. I feel like with the Infinity Edge, you have to say that Aphelios probably does more damage at this point in the game. So it is going to force, I think, Hong2 to actually go into the back line.
Oh, he misses and he flashes away. Good glacial prison from Taco as the range from Whale doesn't mean rush, but look at Rock. Needlework, he's still behind as they run into a Moonlight Vigil. It's over before it's even begun. Rock's going to help clean this one up as Taco slows him down, but in he rolls once again. Needlework, Moonlight Vigil, Emperor's Divide. I think Meta Falcon team were just asking to die.
Yeah, MFT really headstrong in that fight. They just kept going into a choke, into a fed of Aphelios, and I don't think they realized that how close the gold actually is. Now J-Team has the Baron plus the gold lead. What I was just talking about right before the fight was right now J-Team actually does more backline damage. So MFT, they have to go for the backline themselves, and that means you have to pay attention to terrain. You cannot force yourself through chokes against this team. That is absolute suicide here. You know, Little B does a good job at baiting the enemy team in. Look at how bad the positioning is. MFT, keep on going in. No, you can't go in that situation. What are you doing? No.
They're like, hey, we got the Sivir, it's okay. But, I mean, again, what we saw in the last fight, Clement, is that for MFT, there's always one member who's disconnected or not with the fight. Even if we saw a full 5-on-5, maybe Whale gets his W's, maybe the Sivir actually gets the spreading right as we're looking to start it again. And you can see Meta Falcon team are just looking desperately at finding a pick, but it's J-Team now with the gold lead. It's J-Team who have a minute 10 to prep for this next dragon. And even though we saw all those ults come down, you look on the other side with summoners like Hong2, with Taco's TP, with Issue burning Ignite. At least he's still got the flash, but I'm worried the fact that J-Team will have their ults yet again for this next upcoming fight.
True, and I think MFT, they had this game in the bag. I'll be completely honest. From the early game, they really had this one in the bag, but the last couple of fights, I don't think they were too aware of their situation. This is no longer a situation where you can run at the enemy team and just think you're going to win, because the enemy team actually out-damages you right now. So what MFT have to look for are those instant snipe offs. they need Hongtu in the backline at the start of the fight to close this down. So I'm not sure if MFT do have the deftness to pull this off. They haven't shown it so far in this game, if I'm being completely honest. Let's see if Hongtu gets the flank of his life.
Think about all the tools to be used as they are pursuing this dragon angle. Enzo's up top while Lil V and Uniboy through mid, and Rock going to take a boomerang play, but it starts off Kongyue's angle. Absolutely fantastic. Gets back in the Cyclone, and Whale's just dead as Uniboy sends them packing. Meta Falcon team have a train to catch. It's not towards playoffs, it's towards the fountain.
Yeah, and Duish team have got to be cheering this. What a big turnaround from J-Team. I think they're just so much better in their teamfight coordination. They hit the go button from the side. They get the first target onto Whale, get double summoners. Everyone goes in, finishes off the main damage dealer on J-Team. And, you know, at the end of the day, I had a lot of questions about their draft. I felt like this was too safe, too passive. And J-Team just say, you know what? We can play this type of a draft because we're just better players. Because our coordination is just on point. We can survive the blow.
We'll be right. Denying playoffs from Meta Falcon team. J-Team take us in a 31-minute fiesta. Let's be real.
A big turnaround.
A turnaround. There you go. Played well from the later portion, but early game was all Meta Falcon teams, as you said. And it's disappointing because we were talking about Hong2 having his best game of the split. 665 linking up so nicely. And then MFT just throw it all to the wayside, and that hurts. That really hurts when you know they're probably going to be a playoff team, but not securing it today is always a worrisome trend when, as you said, Duish team is still fighting for their angle.
The last 3 team fights from MFT really didn't have to go the way that they did. I think that's what we're sort of lamenting in this game. And I just feel like, you know, to break it down, to start from the first big one that went wrong, they just played a little bit greedy here. They wanted to get the face check punish against the Gwen while also being 4v5 and Hongtu having a bad teleport timing. They get completely blasted. I might be getting ahead of myself, but coming back into this draft, I actually really like MFT's draft. I think the setup for Sivir was incredibly smart here. I think they had a good reset composition. This is a comp that dominates objective fights earlier on.
Yep.
And for the most part, they did execute on the promises here. J-Team, this honestly feels like the draft from a previous patch, as you mentioned. I hope they're not going to draft like this entire week, because this is not going to work against most of our other teams.
And I don't feel like J-Team's a team I'd call, like, you know, all too boring drafting, right? We've had Kongyue play things like Vi, Kiana. We've had things like the Lysandra, Talia, the Swain come from Uniboy as well, even the Ari to make it exciting. Like, the Twitch Yumi, I know we didn't like it, but still, they're not a stock standard, hey, let's just, let's play Azir, Corki all the time and live out our 35-minute fantasy. Clement, this was a J-Team trying to get back and get into the swing of things. Looked a little bit out of touch, but still the J-Team that people expect, right? As you said, better players on the Rift against Meta Falcon team, I think is going to be enough for them today, especially since they are going to play Duish team later on. So, quick feel to the meta before today's done.
If I'm J-Team, I'm not terribly happy with the way that this game went. I see that they gave the enemy team way too many unnecessary opportunities early, contesting objectives that they had no business actually fighting. So, what I'm getting from this game is that J-Team still try to force the issue when they have a passive mid jungle. That's the lesson I'm getting right here. And I hope for their sake that they actually try to shift this strategy up. In my eyes, they have the best mid jungle duo in the entire league. So I would actually rather just have them play more aggressive mid jungle and try to control the reins of the game, take the reins of the game in their own hands, starting from those two positions.
I mean, the amount of times we've talked about Uniboy and Kongyue through this split is just incredible. I mean, Uniboy also had a really good game. I think Kongyue had later portion as well. A really good recovery from the early game. Driver had a rough time up the top lane. Of course, Rock, used to just seeing Driver on Gwen, but Rock got absolutely blasted in the early game. Clement was like 1-5.
Yep.
But also came back into the game as well. As we look for the MVP, I don't know. Is it going to be Lil V? No, it's Kongyue, surprisingly. Here on the Wukong for the last couple of engages. It's pretty fair.
Yeah, the last team fight, he definitely showed up, got directly on top of Whale, bursted all of his summoners. And I would say for the rest of the game, I think Uniboy actually deserves my vote because he was able to disengage so many times. I think the first Herald should have gone a lot worse for J-Team, but because of that Emperor's Divide, he was able to keep them in the game here. I will still stick to my guns and say I would much rather see Kongre and Uniboy playing the aggressive side of the matchup. I feel like that's something they're more comfortable with.
Dude,
they have more
I mean, Uniboy's champion pool and like the fact that Kongre is this old school poppy player. I think there's so much between the mid jungle duo that we could look forward to. Hopefully for their makeup game against Jewish Team, for game number 3 of tonight, we do see something a little bit better than that. J-Team get through more or less unscathed. They were already locked into playoffs, but moving up towards that top 3 bubble at the moment. Well, we look towards our next game, and we got to see if Frank Esports can deny Impunity too, right? Because Impunity are also looking for their opportunity like Meta Falcon team, but Frank Esports have been on a tear recently. We'll find out how it goes, though, right after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
But it's never enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Every time, come on over. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. To the end of time.
Chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debate, no conversation, no invade this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it.
Risking all, so tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin, so tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. I feel like giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
know it's close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. The stars to fly, the stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high. I will let it simmer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS Summer. My name is Cyrix. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu. We are also on Mars, just in different bases. PCS sponsored by CDBC Bank and organized by Riot Games Carry Live Garena. Thank you so much for their league operation and full production. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a box. Imagine a box, right? Put into it your hopes and dreams. Put into it everything you know about all these experienced players about Impunity. Then throw it away. Because honestly, Clement, I don't understand Impunity whatsoever. That analogy was about as good as what I've seen from them in this split, because Impunity might be on a win streak, but they started on like a 6-loss streak. This team was filled with great names. But now going up against Frank Esports, I'm like, man, I think I favor Frank Esports quite handedly.
Oh, I thought I was at least going to get a box, but then you told me to throw it away. I actually like boxes. But, you know, getting back...
I'll put you in one if you want.
Getting back to the broadcast here, for Impunity, I will say for them, at least they're running with the same roster. I think that's a huge leg up for them. And in my personal opinion, this is, in fact, probably their best roster and their postseason roster here. So a couple big things to note about the rotations that are happening here. Jackpot has pretty much been solidified as the top laner over ICU. He's been playing more of a 1-4 style. Very interesting to see how he's going to go up against YSKM. The other part is Husky now taking over mid lane. This is very different from, I would say, Apex's champion pool. Husky is pretty much a melee specialist. He has that Silas, he has that Yone. Those two are, in fact, his most played. And then you have LZ, who is playing more of the sort of backup hyper carry, the Aphelios, and then Yushin, who, I'll be honest, we haven't seen a lot from Yushin just because the laning phase has not been going too well, and you know, the team fight's been very wacky. But I've said this a lot of times. If you're importing 2 Koreans, you're going through all that trouble, you're most likely going to want to play.
Yeah, of course. I mean, coming back to the point of like using the same roster, though, I am glad that for Impunity now finally committing, when the whole split just seemed like a development tactic to like, all right, are we going to use Apex? Are we going to use Annex down the bottom lane? Is Nature better with LZ or is Houston like, do we start running winning as we did for about 7 games? Like, it has been a bit of a mess for Impunity, a roster that we were very excited to watch, but hasn't played out well. For Frank Esports, let's be real, with YSKM in, this roster has played out more than any expectations could build up.
A huge win last week when we saw Frank Esports take down PSG with a triple win lane strategy. Super fun to watch. We saw the Camille just, you know, honestly kick Hanabi's teeth in. And then we had that reset composition from Pretendra with the Ahri. I think Frank Esports coming into the 12.13 patch, they've actually got a lot of valuable experience on how to play tempo compositions, how to actually get successful engages off. And they're looking very, very sharp. You know, despite not being in the top 4, I would say this is currently the most dangerous team heading into postseason just because of the high skill ceiling that they have and the fact that they're now playing 2 different types of styles.
And the fact that their top laner, right, has all these big pocket picks that we're starting to see, like, getting prioritized early in the draft. Even if it's red side, we've seen blind Camille's, blind Fiora's, blind Jax's so far from YSKM. And most of the time, it's been fine. So you can never go past this top laner. While for Jackpot, things look a little bit more standard here. 17 solo kills to 2, Clement. You tell me who's going to be looking for blood in this lane.
Oh, I feel like this matchup is so important for so many different reasons. First off, we're going to see if Jackpot can fill the role on Impunity as the main carry. Is this going to be a successful strategy if honestly, you're not cracking through the top 3 top laners in the PCS. And another thing is, I feel like it has a lot of implications in terms of talent acquisition, because this is basically LDL new blood versus a Korean vet coming into the mix right here. So, you know, if I'm a manager here, I might be looking at this matchup and going, yeah, honestly, the right side might even have a cheaper salary, so it might influence my ideas on how to build a team.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know who I'd prefer, but hey, look, Jackpot can prove himself here today. Red side once again is Frank Esports sitting on 9 wins. Yes, they're already secure into playoffs, but Impunity aren't. Another matchup that means quite a lot here as we start off with some of the solo lane bans. And against Husky, Clement, you already mentioned things like the Silas. You talked about the Yone. Galio also when he's pulled out. I wonder what path we go to for Frank Esports to continue banning away.
I would say Husky is very similar to sort of like a Nesty-esque player, not known for a laning phase, likes to roam around a lot. So what I think the most important thing for Impunity is they have to have a prio jungle, and they have to have something that can help, you know, just shut the wave out because the jungle position is so strong. A lot of the times, if you get a bad wave condition with Husky's champion pool, then he's just a non-factor. So a priority for Impunity is definitely going to be that jungle position. I feel like that is one that they rely on quite heavily, especially with this composition.
But they don't have much available. Alex's most played in the Wukong is down, and the Aphelios comes through as the first pick, most played here for LZ. While we look at the Fiora ban on the other side, on blue side against Frank Esports. Now, do we just go the usual trend? Is it going to be a blind pick top laner again like the Jacks? They've done this so many times before, I would not be surprised.
I would not mind it, actually, because this is actually a takeaway from Jackpot as well. He is also a blind Jax picker. So if you just slam the Jax right here, then suddenly, you know, Jackpot has to go on the Gwen if he wants to play a 4-1. So you win that matchup too.
True. I mean, YSKM, again, solo kills highest in the league for a reason. Is for Frank Esports, trying to get another solo lane. We normally look at jungles here, Clement. We normally look at 80 carries. Frank Esports like, nah, we don't care. Pretender also kicking ass at the moment. He's most played in that RE going to be locked into.
And you have to think about the Viego that might be coming up next right here. Frank Esports, I think they have a great read against Impunity. Impunity, honestly, is... They're a little bit single track. They tend to play just hypercarry bot lane and play for topside. So if Frank Esports, they just play the strongest laning champions, the duelists, and then they throw in something like a Viego with crowd control and snowball potential, life becomes so hard for Impunity because I haven't seen Impunity play through their bottom side. I think that's the point I'm trying to make here.
Yeah. I mean, LZ and Houston still working on that coming together, right? As we get a Lissandra, and we can talk about this in a second because often was a response in the past couple of patches to the Ahri, but I'm more curious about if we get this Sivir down for M&M, which they want to get in before it gets banned away in this next phase.
I will say so far that Impunity do actually have some good answers to Frank's composition. Frank are clearly showing that they're not running with any tankiness whatsoever. So Impunity, whoever they catch, they can just go for a frontline target, instantly burst and kill, and then get a numbers advantage off of that. So I do think Impunity, they're not going the way the draft I think they want to. Lissandra is not really a strong pick for Husky, and I would say Vi is actually much more of a post-6 champion than she is pre-6 on the side for Alex. So the setup here for Impunity is a bit janky, but I think they have a good win condition around objectives, which is you just pick a target and you kill them first. So that's going to be the snowball plan. I like that they're taking away the Viego here as well. And I think they most likely have to consider dealing with something like a Trundle.
Yeah, Trundle could be banned away. I'll actually get the Yuumi. I was going to say Xin Zhao as well, something Hollow could play, Clement, because we don't really have much engaged so far.
That is a really good call here. You know, Trundle is probably a little bit more passive. Xin Zhao going to be able to accelerate more.
That'd be cool.
I'd
love the Hecarim.
Really,
maybe not as strong, Clement. I don't know against this comp, probably not. But dude, this comp would like to run in your face. And still with the Xin Zhaos we talked about, gonna do the same thing and add a bit of the engage that was missing.
Also a bit of tankiness as well. You know, this is a champion that's a lot harder to kill after he pops the Crescent Guard. Impunity are going to go for, you know, front to back, catch, front line. And this is the big pick here for Jackpot.
Hoping something good.
I think he's probably going to go for Gwen here. It's not my favorite pick. I think Kennen's probably a little bit too AP heavy. He's thinking about it. I would not advise against it. I would not advise this.
You would not advise it. He didn't hear you. There's something about not hearing Castles Clement. You can tell me why that tilts you in a little bit. Why that is not the jackpot, as so it would say. And it's also funny that he plays Jacks because, you know, one time in the future we can start saying Jackspot. As for Frank Esports, now we got piece of the engage. Yumi's not available. Carries, are you going to make it interesting? I guess supplementary engage and follow-up, that all-in is added in by that support too.
Yeah, so the reason I'm not a huge fan of the Kennen here is there's actually not all that much AoE to work with on this composition. You know, Vi is single target, and Lissandra pretty much a single target as well. So usually when you want to run something like a Kennen comp, you want to go a little bit more wombo combo-esque and get a little bit more of those death circles, you know, stacking on top of each other, making sure you get full charges here. But Impunity is actually running pretty much a single target cash comp. Like, you burst one target down and then you just kind of wait. So I feel like the Kennen doesn't fit all that much. It is a strong matchup into the Jacks, I will say that. The matchup into the Jacks is you can play incredibly safe, and it usually is decided by jungle priority rather than the matchup itself. Because the way that Jax has to trade against Kennen is you have to jump on him 24/7, and you can't do that if you know that the enemy might be around the corner. So typically Kennen does win if jungle priority is given to him. So it's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick so far in lane, and that's why I mentioned the Kennen was most likely going to come in here, but I think it does skew the composition a little bit too AP heavy in the early game. I don't think Aphelios is going to have lane priority, so he's going to be kind of slow in these fights. So, you know, that Hex Drinker early on is going to be honestly just devastating. Yeah, and I don't think it's great in terms of the AoE aspects there as well. I don't feel like the combo actually is going to work out that much.
Well, I mean, it feels devastating if it does, but look, you know, for Impunity throwing themselves against this early Jax, early Ari, we know for Frank Esports, they don't draft like anyone else in the league. Frank Esports right now are in playoffs and looking good and one of the most exciting teams because this team plays with their solo laners. YSCam with 17 solo kills, Clement. And I'm looking at how many games they have. Frank Esports have only played 15 games. He's got 17 solo kills. Like, that is just an absurd amount, dude. The Shy would be looking at that being like, oh, I used to be like that. I used to be that good. Like, it's just a massive number.
You know, the funny thing is, they actually come from the same organization. So I don't know what they do, but there's probably something in the water at the IG base or something, but it makes you hyper aggressive, and also you have a love for just throwing down.
Yeah, like, you know, IG Young, LDL, if anyone's not too sure. Remember that we've had so many good players come through from IG Young as well. Shun, who's now on IG main roster, going through as well. I think at some point we had ZDZ was on that roster, who's now in LPL. 705, who is a great top laner who hopefully comes back, as YSKM is going to poke his little head out here. And Clement, we also have the grasp on this Jax. You know, I think last time you were talking about it versus the Gnar. Good little trades here against a range matchup.
Yeah, it allows you to get good short trades down. Of course, the problem with Conquerors is most of these trades you're not really going to be able to stack it. And for the attack speed thing as well, it's hard to stick on to these range champions for too long. As we say that, we can tell Jackpot doing a really good job at kiting this back. He's actually getting a lot of CS here as YSCam only gets one proc.
Yep, but just runs at him. I mean, this is kind of the player we know. We talked so much about him already, and look at where Hollow's going. It's a topside start, Clement, straight to Krugs. I wonder if we just get jungle intervention at level 2, level 3. Hang on, look at the bottom lane. Level 2 actually hit first here by LZ and Houston. Kerry's dodging away here as Eminem gets the trade back, but that is a benefit here from Impunity forcing the pot out of Kerry's.
Yeah, you know, good level 2 fight there. YSKM is starting to make this situation really dicey. And I have to say, earlier on, Xin Zhao much stronger than the Vi, though he's a lower HP though. And we'll see how this one actually acts out. If Alex backs off too early, this could be bad. Ooh.
Tender even doing his own stuff in the lane. Spotted on a ward though, so Hollow is going to have to back off. And I just love the commitment. Hollow was doing his Krugs. He left the 13 gold Krug, Clement. He literally left it just to go straight to top lane. Again, priorities from Frank Esports being towards this man, as things were looking dicey a little bit before, but it seems to have stabled out with Biscuit delivery now for YSKM, healing him back up, and it looks like the Cannon able to do the same with no pots left. As Alex goes to the top side, Clement, what do you think?
Well, pretty big win here for Impunity earlier on. They burn a lot of YSKM's pots and stuff, and if you look at the jungle pathing, you have to say that Alex actually got the better path out here. He's, bottom lane to the front side, to the top side, gets his scuttle. While Holo had to do Red Raptors, Krugs, and then walk back. So I feel like the pathing so far has been a little bit smoother.
As I'm not sure if he spotted out, but Vision was pinged down there as Counter-Strike comes through. Alex trying to force him off the turret. YSKM does have the TP, but look at that wave crashing, and look at the CS already built up by Jackpot.
Big win here for Impunity. I feel like Frank Esports actually devoted a lot to that topside clear into a potential gank, and it did not work out for them whatsoever. We even have YSKM, I think most importantly, missing, I believe, at least 3 frontline minions on the EXP right there. So, this is going to give Jackpot an earlier level 6. It means that there's a lot fewer windows for this Jax to kind of go off and get collected solo kills.
And it's a nice game plan from Impunity, right? You talked a little bit about how this comp operates, but more so in how top could be stifled a little bit here in the early game through jungle attention. Impunity came into it with this game plan. They set up Deep Vision, they set up Topside Scuttle. Jackpot is now ahead with this wave pushing pretty heavily against him. And YSKM is just getting poked down, but now that the turret's just going to bounce back.
Yeah, and it's quite easy for Jackpot, to even walk up and tank some of these towers. So I think this is actually going to be a sticky wave here, which means there's going to be no gank potential for Frank Esports coming into the top side. You can tell YSKM senses that as well, and he just goes for a straight recall.
I mean, the ward also spotting. Impunity dropped a ward while they were there, and Alex knows that Hollow's there, while Yusin goes for an invade, knowing that the jungle's nowhere to be seen. So right now, Impunity playing the early game really well, Clement, and playing that vision game while supports just sit and brush, knowing each other is there. The control ward they're using. Okay, but he wants to contest this one. No, get away. We're just going to watch this.
I don't think
he's going to get it. Go into brush. Oh, he doesn't go into brush. Okay, Frank Esports winning control ward battle.
Is that really a win? I feel
that
like
is.
That's
30 gold.
It's a win, but Impunity kind of forfeited that one. I don't think there was a contest. I think that's the better way to put it here. And we do have the Xin Zhao coming down once the ward was cleared up. So if Impunity try to get a trade, as Yushin has been very aggressive in doing, it's going to be quite bad for them.
Well, Dragon's going to be started at the very least, as Alex is topside for the time being. Not spotted down a ward until about now. That control ward and Tri-Brush placed down by YSKM is going to get him. But that puts the pressure on. Frank Esports now know they're trading sides of the map, and for the first time in a while, YSKM is going to be gapped in this lane, Clement. He's going to be very far behind.
Yeah, he's 20 CS down already. That's about 3.5 waves that he's missed. And yeah, Jackpot also able to hit level 6 here first. So I feel like the dynamics has now changed where you kind of have to go to top lane to make this Jax work. Jax not a great champion if he's always behind, and you have to kind of drag his useless corpse into these mid-game objective fights.
I just watched him miss 5 minions, Clement. Like, it's not looking good whatsoever. At least getting the XP this time, but you're right, like, 20 CS below Jax versus... When you talked about individual pick, run me through Impunity's comp a little bit deeper, because you did talk about pick potential. You talked about, one target getting locked down. I might not need to ask you now, because Husky has to get away really well timed on the Glacial Path. Means he doesn't get knocked up by the Grand Entrance from Carries, and he gets out alive. But, Clement, my question still stands.
Yep.
Go deeper on Impunity for me.
So, Impunity, they have a a hostile, a target-rich environment. That's the way I would put it. You look across from Frank Esports, none of them are going to survive just a straight burst from Alex, followed up by Husky, followed up by Jackpot. So the ultimates, they just layer down, they kill one target, and sure, these are very, very big, long cooldown ultimates, but when you're getting into these early objective fights, you actually have a lot of time because people are usually not coming in as a group just yet this earlier on. I think there's a lot of chances for Impunity to just snag off one kill and to dissuade Frank Esports from continuing to contest. That's the way they want to play it. But of course, there are still ways that I think Frank Esports could outplay that, and those situations would be if Impunity overinvest in some of those targets. If they layer the crowd control too early, they give Holo a good reset, then you could see potential chances for YSKM to start picking off people, for Pretender to start getting resets around the peripheries here.
As we start the Herald, I mean, I'll be paying close attention to that because once you're in for Impunity, hard to get out. I read that loud and clear as Frank Esports move over the Herald, but they're split targets for the time being. And remember, YSKM has just gone back to the top side. He's not as relevant as someone like Jackpot right now, who has Flash and ulti. Is over the wall. That angle from Husky is going to be huge. Glacier Path taken. It's a big route down with the prison too, but Alex comes in late. Hollow as well, but Jackpot! There you go! They're rolling sixes in the top lane for Impunity Esports, and his name comes to safe for Impunity in this game.
Oh, the Maelstrom onto 4 players here against Frank Esports. The initial start of the fight, a little bit delayed right here. We saw Alex being knocked back. Took a while for him to find his target, but Jackpot doesn't miss. He goes in, he gets the top prize right there. All 4 stuns onto Frank Esports on these low range targets, and they get decimated.
4-0 start, 3,000 gold, 9 minutes into the game. We'll look again because it looked like it was a disjointed start, as we're saying, from Impunity.
Yeah, you take a look at this one. Husky actually doesn't get a good follow-up from his team until much later. But I think the big issue here is that the Crescent Guard was used way too early. They needed it for that cannon. Alex used it on the Vi, and that just meant everyone was locked in CC City, while LZ finishes off this beautiful snipe.
Oh my god. Love Aphelios. The range comes in handy, 2-0 and 2, and actually the biggest benefactor after Jackpot's insane ulti. Props to Houston as well, Clement. That 4-man pulverize is what set him up, so it's that bursting gold we see in the bottom of our screen. The gold difference now almost 4,000 at 10 minutes into the game. And you were just telling me about this comp, you know? You're telling me a little bit about Impunity ability to go in. Well, when you're so far ahead, when you have that burst, it doesn't matter about getting out because they're going to be dead by the time you start.
That's a very good point, a very keen observation. Dead people typically do not fight back, so that's going to be a big problem for Frank Esports, and I would say that this is one of those compositions is if you fall behind a little bit, it's very easy to fall behind even more because as we talked about, it makes Impunity's kill thresholds that much easier to reach, and I feel Frank Esports, they need to be much more aware about how they use this for on and how they use this ins out.
Okay, we're not going to Spirit Rush. That could be a massive mistake. Denied! Spirit Rush comes out too late as Frank Esports want to take the 2v2, but against LZ, that's my question right now as Houston gets him away. 2-man Graviton keeps him in place, but Boomerang Blade helps out. A shutdown, a trade from Frank Esports after Pretender greeted in the mid lane.
Still a massive win here for Impunity because they get the full mid tower, and that means that you're looking at the Sivir and Jax lane that still need to farm up, and Lissandra and Vi could just start the game squad right now. They are going to be paying these side lanes a lot of visits. I feel like Frank Esports are, with the dropping the mid lane tower, they're put in such a rough spot. You can tell YSKM, you know, kind of scratching his head at this point. Not sure how he's going to get out of this one.
He has ult, he has flash. YSKM has to pop the ult. He's like, he's going to do it. Oh, God. When is he going to do it? When am I going to get electrocuted? Now is the time. Good leap strike away. The burst. Under turret, YSKM actually survived.
Ooh, Ari's
Jackpot
there.
has to get out of there.
Yeah, let's see if we can see a pick here from Pretender. He is going to be using that flash to get over.
Doesn't have Spirit Rush, doesn't have Flash here, so has to wait a bit of time as YSKM tries to zone him out, but Jackpot still has so much burst. Counter-Strike puts him in place in the nick of time. No, he still dies. Jackpot gets a trade kill, at least Pretender's on the board, but YSKM is finally getting punished.
That was a great quick finger reaction right there from Jackpot. Good steal from Alex. He manages to get the W off just in time before the charm does land to find the kill onto YSKM here. And look at how scrambled this map actually is. The side lanes can't hold themselves.
Good flash.
Goodbye.
Holo trying to live, but Alex has the cease and desist. Pulverize again. Houston has been great on this Alistar. And Impunity have been great in this early game. It continues to roll with Thunder here. As Frank Esports now heavily down 5,000 gold. They might have double dragon, but are they going to live to see number 3 or even number 4? Oh no. Oh no. YSKM. Hey, there's a claw. I wonder what's going to happen. He walks into lane, but he will not be walking out safely. Everfrost and Leap Strike. Actually, the saving grace is Carries. YSKM survives as Boomerang and Ricochet. Siva is still ridiculous. As Impunity are just going to back off towards the turret, but at least Frank Esports survives. Carry flashes under turret, but the minions are all dead, and LZ just takes him down. Impunity still walk away with a kill.
Yeah, and that was a good demonstration of how I think Frank Esports is going to have to come back if they are going to come back at all. Carries have to have these great ultimates, kind of stop the engagements in their tracks. Someone has to be, keep attention of this Kennen, who's really fed at this point, keep him out of the fight. So, 5,000 gold lead right now for Impunity. Mid lane wide open. I feel like even this play was not as successful as they might have hoped, they can just run it over and over again. These are very low cooldown ultimates, especially with Vi after the season systems changed. Currently has that search warrant in her back pocket, just waiting to knock on your door behind your tower. You've got nowhere to hide from the police here.
I don't want that visit. 3-0 and 3's got a Kempunk Chainsword, and against all that healing on the side of Frank Esports, the value is huge. Even look at the gold difference in jungle. Bot lane's big as well. Like, even though it's 140 to 141, it's the kills making a difference. It's the global gold as Alex actually vault break it here. Gonna get back over, but that's a huge mistake. Alex, what are you doing? A great punish by Eminem nonetheless.
There was a little slight mess up there for Frank Esports. After Pretender used the flash, no assists given to the mid laner. I think Pretender was quite desperate for that one. It's okay. They still got the find right there. And yeah, that's definitely a mistake from Impunity there. Just want to remind everyone, still plenty of chances to come back after that play.
So I wanted to ask you is maybe now's not the time because the turret goes down. You look at Husky versus Pretender, but I'm looking at topside because YSKM wants this AD carry. Flush away is LZ who sends out the ulti in return. Calibrum damage burning him down, but thank God for the takedown as well. With Everfrost on Husky, flash onto YSKM, and he's dead too. But Frank Esports, Clement, have been given a scattered fight, and look at who keeps getting the kills. Eminem and Pretender are back in the game. Impunity had such a big lead. Now it's only 4,000. It's going to be less than that with this turret going down. And Eminem has 3 kills.
I just don't know what Impunity were thinking about right there. The tower was already down, and they just lost their jungler. But they still set up for a play in the top side, and they get resolutely punished right here. Okay, so the tower wasn't down, but I definitely think they greeted here. I think a big thing was Lissandra actually... yeah, that was not a good bob from Yushin. Lissandra got cut off here by Pretender in the brush. It was just a couple seconds of off there, but the bot lane was essentially left to their own devices. We saw some bad coordination between the Alistar and LZ's character model there. And this is getting kind of dicey. We can see that if Impunity, they get a clear engage, they get to start things off first, they most likely will win, but they should try to slow things down a little bit. Try to group up before you make plays. If you lose Alex, it's not a huge deal, but at least wait for him to reset, come back on the map before you make that risky tower play.
Because if you lose LZ because you've pulled the trigger too fast, that Aphelios, who was so far ahead, is going to continue falling behind against Siva. Like, we are now almost matching items for Eminem and LZ. You look at Pretender mid, who was called out multiple times, matching here against Husky. And in that top lane, that's the only big matchup right now that Impunity are holding strong against. YSKM does not have his first item, while you can see that Jackpot is onto his second, just about, with the Void Staff coming through, Clement. So still good news for Impunity as they pick up the Dragon, but you're right, sketchy definitely the word here. We start doubting Impunity's ability to bring it all together.
Absolutely. I still think they're still massively in the favor here, but they need to play this just a little bit cleaner. Just wait there for everyone to group up. Frank Esports, they still cannot have anyone engage. So the way that Impunity want to do this is they just want to send Alex in first. He's incredibly tanky at this point, and once he goes in first, you wait until the quickness comes in, you wait until the Crescent card comes in, and then you send Kennen in. That's the kind of 1-2 punch from Impunity. Very easy to execute at this point. You can see that I haven't even mentioned the engage from Lissandra and Alistar just yet. So I think they have the tools, they have the comp to make this work. It's just about, going in together at this point and making sure you actually have the side lanes to do this. This might be the most critical point for them, and one of those situations where they will have to split up from the rest of the team.
Yeah, because the last couple of times we saw Impunity, like, Alex picked off, and then, one by one, the Ants go marching in, and Frank Esports there to take them off. But as Impunity now start grouping up, this is a better response as that ward is not spotted. So Impunity walk right past. They know that Alex and Houston are in this angle, clearing out mid-wave before this Baron spawns, but Frank Esports playing with safety right now as they've actually got some pretty decent wards from it. Control up here, control up in the river too. They'll spot Impunity going deep here on their red side.
This is such a strong fight timing for Impunity here. They have double Zanyas versus nothing on the other side from the solo lane, so incredibly hard to pick off any of the targets. They can go in willy-nilly at this point, so the way you want to play it is you want to be super aggressive with your position. You want to be in their face against Frank Esports and dare them to start things.
As you said, Husky Houston engage is huge. Frank Esports holding on to the top lane turret in the meanwhile, though, and Impunity actually going to stick around for another wave, though. And Clement, this means that Frank Esports, as Hollow gets engaged upon, can actually turn it, but it depends here as TP comes in through it first from Frank as Kiri says to flash away. But look at the dive, and Jackpot, given the slicing Maelstrom, Pretender survives, though. How did Pretender do that? As YSCam has joined on in, Hollow flashes in, Jackpot has no tools. Clement, you said once they go in, it looks so scary to get out. Now into YSCam, a double stun. Frank Esports are giving the kills to M&M. And LZ, the last one alive. Run for your life. Woohoo! He's gone, he's gone. Clement, call the police.
That was not how a no-knock raid is supposed to operate there. I feel like Impunity, their targets were so split. So there was two prongs of that attack. One of them was into the bottom side, where Husky went off by his own, was not supported because everyone else was focusing the Rakan. They lose the bottom side, and then the tower dive doesn't go correctly for them either. So we'll watch this again. I feel like Husky was kind of, caught in a bad place because Jax and a Pretender were able to cut off the backline here. And this is just not how you want to start the fight here. They get K2 first with 2 ultimates down, and that's just the go button for Frank Esports. They know that the coast is clear to go in here. I just feel like they should have full committed to the fight on the bottom side. If they just did that, I feel like they would have won this fight hands down, easily. But they split their focus. They went for the tower dive unsuccessfully, only picking off one target in terms of the support on the other team. And by that time, Karis already used all of his cooldowns as well. That was just... I just feel like Impunity just jumped the gun right there. They target selection was off, and they did not need to burst down Rakan.
As we start up the Baron, I mean, Impunity were thinking about it. They've got the right of Felios guns as LZ starts building up the chakrams. Frank Esports are aware of this, though, and they want to bring Frank Esports back on in. But Clement, as we just saw that last fight, Frank able to catch up in a bit of gold. And while we have a chance to mention it, M&M almost 3 items. Eminem's positioning in that last fight was insane. He is now ahead of LZ, and his CS numbers are 233 at 22 minutes into the game. So I don't know how I feel anymore, Clement. I was going to ask you as what you expect of this next fight, considering we've seen Frank catch up quite a bit.
I don't really see them bursting through this Sivir right here. So I feel like the way Impunity have to play it, like if I'm Impunity, I'm actually happy to just pop Lissandra ult onto K2 and just kill him right there, and then back off and see what happens afterwards. But this is really dangerous.
Oh, hang on, Hollow going forward though. You can see Carey stunning the gun as well as Yusuf with the Unbreakable will flash away from Eminem. They're getting onto the back line. Glacial Path as well. Eminem has now survived, and that's the all-in. Alex is going to be first to go. Mr. Chu, under your breath, I said, that's too far, and I couldn't agree more. Stunned up as YSCam wants revenge, and the Slicing Maelstrom comes out for half a tick, and then he's gone. Frank Esports bring it back from the brink of despair because they know how to play a bloody game.
Yeah, Impunity put themselves in such a bad position going up the ramp right there. There was also a Mountain Soul map, so that meant the trajectory up the ramp was very easy to predict right there. Frank Esports hit them from the blind side. They forced Impunity to counter engage. And I just feel like Alex went way too far in. If you look at that team fight, look at how long it takes for LZ to actually find the target on Sivir. It took an eternity for him. Yushin also, I don't think should have went in right there. He cleansed the cooldown, walk back, get out of there. Look at LZ. He doesn't find a single auto attack on Eminem before the front line is already down.
Only gets Infernum at the last bit as well. You know, not the right guns either. Like, Impunity, I don't know what it is so far with today, Clement, but both games now, the teams that have dominated and looked so clean in the early game are throwing away their lead. Frank Esports, because of their early Dragon collection as well, are now on sole point with a Mountain Dragon to deny and slow down that all-in that we've seen. And now that the game's looking a little bit more even, I know you didn't like Impunity's comp. They found themselves ahead early. That mitigated your worries. But now that it's even again, I think we're going to start talking about that specific point.
Yeah, like I said earlier on the draft, this is very much a single target pick type of composition, and that's why I favored the Gwen a little bit more, even though it had a worse matchup against the Jax. I think the problem that Impunity now have is they can't really finish off a single target. There's always a threshold with this type of composition. Once you pass that threshold and the enemy carry can survive your initial burst, then you have a very dicey situation. And I feel like Impunity, they sort of overinvested into the big ultimate single target takedown. And now that Sivir Eminem is kind of immune to that, it's kind of difficult to see how they, kind of get over the hump, So, and you're also having these items come out, the Wit's End from the Jax. He's probably going to get a Force of Nature, I would assume, somewhere down the line.
True. So
it's going to be hard to deal with these targets, and it's just kind of the one-shot punch that gets outscaled later on.
With the Civet that's already 3 items, right? Infinity Edge, Rapid Fire, the range now available. We have a Banshee's Veil for Pretender. Well, Carey's going to get out of there before Jackpot gets in. I was also going to point out, Clement, that, for Frank Esports in this game, you know what it's shown? It's shown that when YSKM is not the person in control, you look at Pretender, you look at Eminem, and Husky's going to be spotted out. He knew he was there. He has charm, quickness. Husky thinks he's the one who's going to get the great pick, but as TP comes through, Impunity now have to get the hell out of Dodge as YSCam joins in the fray. TP burned by Jackpot as well. All 5 members up in this top lane, and Impunity like, all right, let's try and do the Baron.
Oh boy, well, they better catch him on the ramp. I think Jackpot is way too far back for this to work. He's losing so much HP.
And Ricochet from Sivir with the rapid fire cannon is so rough to deal with. Jackpot is going to be on a ward in a second as well. But not yet. If he holds the Sinkive Cave, he will be fine as Eminem's walking on up. Charm doesn't connect, but YSCam's going to come through as Jackpot gets the Dream engaged. But Charm again is quick thinking as YSCam hits the back line. And look at Eminem, untouched once again. I'm feeling like some chocolate after this game, Clement, as YSKM deals the dirty work on the other side. Here's the counter-strike as Jackpot just pressed his Q. But all I feel like right now is that chocolatey goodness in the bottom lane from Frank Esports. Okay, so after that fight, we have to, tone it down a little. I feel like the Baron play was not a great idea. the walk around time for Jackpot to get that angle
And, you know, like, to be fair, he actually got past Vision, so kudos to him. But that was such a risky play, such a hard play to hold off. Look at how much HP, low HP bars are already there on the side. And honestly, like, if this fight YSKM was in the front, I think it would be for the side. So, to me, this was a way too risky play. I feel like this is Impunity saying that, you know what? We actually understand that our one punch isn't working out, so we have to accelerate things. And to be fair, Impunity do get 2, honestly, completely unnecessary comeback kills gifted over from Frank Esports. So it's not the end of the world for them. Still kind of sus, and a lot of summoners down.
I was waiting for that, but still kind of sus going to do it for me is Impunity now trying to gear up to deny this Dragon Soul. Clement, Jackpot doesn't have flash. Can't make the same play as YSKM does. And ulti in the back line as this Jax is now relevant. Now on a 3k Dragon, 2k Hollow wants Steel going in for it as he's denied. It goes to Impunity, but yeah, that's a bigger question as the charm comes through for the quickness. Frank Esports has the damage for now as Pretender is darting between, and look at this Sivir ricocheting between the fight. We got a double kill. That knock up Clement. We don't get a triple. YSKM, it's not your game. Pretender steals it away as well. This is Eminem's time to shine, and I'm offended that they won't give him that due process quadrupender.
Yeah, I am too. Impunity, again, I just feel like they put themselves in such a bad position. The way they actually want to play these fights is they need to go in first. They cannot let Frank Esports get flanks on them and spread out. So the problem there we saw once again was that I think YSKM can actually survive this. He's going to be fine here. The problem there was that, you know, without Impunity going in first, Jackpot's ult is too easy to deal with. We have the rapid fire cannon on the Sivir. She was not touched by the Maelstrom whatsoever. And then we saw Pretender actually just using Jackpot as an additional dash charge. You know, he didn't get a single stun off in the entire team fight. So I just feel like Impunity put themselves in a pretty bad position. They were over-reliant on Jackpot to hold everyone back at bay. And the way I wanted to see them play that is they had to charge at one of the flanks. That, I think, was the correct way to do. Instead, they let Frank Esports attack them from 3 angles and cancel out most of their AoE.
In a game that they shouldn't be in. Let's be real. That's the biggest issue here is like Meta Falcon team last game, this is the reason why, you know, Dewish team are still cheering at the sidelines. Yeah, dude, let's go. We can still do it. But I think the bigger problem is the fact that, like, this 7th and 8th right now hold no candles towards our top teams. As Impunity and Meta Falcon team have only really found, like, 1 upset win, but everything else has been due process, as, of course, it was against each other. As we look at this game, though, you know, Frank Esports looking at their 10th win on the table. Now it looks absolutely certain, as with a 5k gold lead, with a Dragon Soul coming up in 2 minutes 40 with map control, Clement, and YSKM, importantly, back in this game. Frank Esports are knocking on the door of the base, and Impunity not going to be able to get out without their hands torn off.
Yeah, and I really want to see Impunity try to play this team fight correctly. I still think if they can pull it off, they could get the initial burst on one target and then just kind of wait out the Baron buff coming in from Frank Esports. But they have to layer it correctly. Alex should be the one going in first, 100%. Alex, he's basically unkillable. He's a tank there. And then you leave Jackpot to save the rest of the targets as they focus down on Alex. So I just want to see them layer it once correctly, and I still think that if they do so, they will have a chance.
Well, optimistic, but I still like the hope here from Impunity as Inhibitor turret goes down from those 2 Baroned up minions. And as Alex tries to clear away cannon through mid, YSKM just challenges him. Yeah, at least picking the right window here as Frank Esports very persistent with the last 30 seconds of Baron of getting its full use.
Yeah, they want to take this tower down, and frankly, in this choke, they have a very good chance of doing so. If Holo just holds his position correctly, it should be safe for them to at least bolster up this cannon.
Yep.
You get it?
The second time a Caterpillar just gets the inhibitor turret, so Yeah, Frank Esports now from a almost 4,000 Baron power play. Had this game even more in the palm of their hands. We have a Magi's out of Pretender, who's been having a brilliant game as well. We have full build out of Eminem in the bottom lane. And look at LZ, 3 and a bit items. There was a time when he was the one ahead. He was the one who was 2 items before Eminem. I just can't believe how the tides have turned in this game, and I can't believe that we're looking down a Frank Esports win when the early game was just so solid. I'm disappointed, Clement, because Alex played really well to the top side. We saw the lanes of roaming the skirmishes being really on point. I think Impunity had a good idea of what their comp did in the early game.
We have to point out that Impunity basically threw 3 times in a row for
almost
this
4.
to happen.
Yep.
Yeah, almost 4. The Baron was, I'll call that a draw, not necessarily a throw, but the first 3 times were definitely kind of rough for them. And now we have to look at Frank Esports itemization. I think it's so smart. They're building a ton of GAs. Impunity is super ultimate reliant. So once those big ult cooldowns go down, they don't actually have the sustained damage to take anyone off the table anymore. So Sivir with the GA, we got YSKM with the GA. I don't see how Impunity kill these guys twice.
As YSKM is going to be spotted crossing this pathway. Frank Esports start up the Dragons. Impunity are fighting for their lives while YSKM now gets spotted into vision. Eminem as well with the Ricochet and full item build as they go on to Pretender, but he has that stopwatch. He buys time as look at this frontal engage. Pretender flashes out, there's the jackpot ulti. It's good, Clement, but the problem is Eminem is still alive. Look at this Sivir. That's all that matters is Ricochet galore, boomerang blade, and I get my boomerang back every time. He shouts as he picks up yet another. Eminem is so good on this Sivir, and Impunity have thrown away yet another chance. Frank Esports take it from their dying grip as they're going to run it down mid.
Did you just see YSKM burst down LZ from about 40% HP? Just one leaf strike into the empowered strike, and he was dead. So, Impunity, this one is definitely going to be one that they remember, and I hope they take lessons away from this one. You know, this is honestly a game they should have won. Frank Esports, kudos to them. Better team fight coordination, better ideas on how to play the flank, and they outlast their opponents.
Better players win, Clement. You said it last game. I think it's relevant here as well. J-Team got a win against Meta Falcon team when they really shouldn't have. Frank Esports the same here. And Impunity are denied getting playoffs today. They're still looking for one of the final positions. And although it still looks like it's going to be within their reach, Impunity also don't have that easy of a schedule. PSG, J-Team, Meta Falcon team. You know, it'd be a shame if Jewish team were just set up to lose and get out of playoffs before. But hey, we're going to talk about this game because in this final fight, Frank Esports just always with a better counterpunch.
Yeah, you can see the fight here. Alex goes on to Pretender, but look at how many ults he's able to cancel out. Alex's ult doesn't get anything there. Oh, watch this. Bye-bye, LZ. Goodbye.
In the GA, like, oh my god.
He doesn't care.
Oh, that's great. YSKM had such a rough game. Jungle focus was around him. You know, Clement, I like talking about this guy. You know by now. I know you do too.
Yeah, of course.
But YSKM, who in the laning phase for the first time was punished out well by Alex, got the time to get back into this game. We saw Frank Esports constantly force the issue no matter how far behind they were. And Impunity's decision-making means they get a perfect avenue into the game. And I still can't believe it because Impunity's early game, if it was like the rest, it would have been over in 20-something minutes. But I don't know, Mr. Chu. I don't know. Where do you want to start?
Just kind of curious on how the coordination is going to improve here on Impunity.
Yeah.
I think Jackpot should have a decent grasp of Mandarin. He did play on Team Afro all the way back from LMS, so I think he should probably be able to communicate. Not so sure about Yushin. And I just hope that the team actually has a strong shot calling person to step forward here. If it is going to have to be Jackpot, then I think so be it. It's obviously probably the one with the highest probability of speaking both languages fluently. But so far it just doesn't look like they can coordinate and engage. That's the biggest problem here. They've honestly, this draft, I think at the end of the day it was fine. Am I nitpicking with the Gwen? Yes, I'm nitpicking because honestly, the Kennen got them into a great position at the start of the fight here. But, this type of a composition is inherently very risky and probably too difficult for Impunity to run right now. The problem with this type of comp is that, one, it's super ultimate for line. Second, it's basically completely based on burst damage in a post-durability patch world. So once you let those timers run out, you're in for a world of hurt. And I'm not convinced that Impunity can actually play clean enough to make most of these compositions like this work.
Yeah. Especially at this point, like, they've only just put their team together. We talked about all the moving parts from Impunity over this split. The fact that they look like a pretty exciting roster. And yes, Impunity, do they look better than last split? Oh, that's a hard one. Clement, does Impunity look better this split or not?
I think they seem to have a higher ceiling. I will say Impunity in the last split had 6 wins. So the success of failure eventually will be judged on that number. If they can
probably end up being the
same. If they end up the same, then I think it's a little bit of a loss because Impunity actually had the biggest roster change of any of the teams here in the PCS. So if they stay stagnant at 6 while changing everyone on the team and moving a Singaporean team off a Singaporean organization, it's kind of a feel bad.
But look, I think that's a feel bad just for Impunity's gameplay for this game itself. Like, Frank Esports going to be happy with the win, remember, because they'll move above J-Team for the J-Team have a lot to play, and Frank Esports now only have, what are we at? We're at 16. So 2 more games, Men of Falcon Team and DCG. They can realistically end on 12 if they're able to cause the upset against DCG. And if they're able to do that, then a top 4 position looking very likely. So this was an important win that maybe they shouldn't have had, but they still have nonetheless. Look at the Sivir damage, Clement. Dude, late game Sivir is a monster, and I'm so glad she's back. Those ricochets are just silly.
I also want to point out, it's really scary to think about when Frank Esports actually start to draft like normal people do and give a counter pick to YSKM. So far, YSKM has been kicking people in with blind picks. Imagine what he can do if he actually gets counter picks and Frank Esports does more of a, I would say, a much more conventional draft style.
Yeah, like, the blind pick jacks. I mean, I gotta say the guts from Frank Esports to just put that as top tier is always great. As we look at MVP, it will not be the man in the top lane. Of course, it is bottom lane. 41% of his team's damage. Deathless in the end. Eminem has amazing tattoos, but he also has great gameplay when, the rest of the map was kind of burning. Eminem played it cool.
Yeah, I loved his itemization as well. Going for the rapid fire cannon into the GA was really smart in countering out what the enemy composition was about to do. He got fed, he farmed super hard, and he made life difficult for the side of Impunity, because in all these team fights, Impunity had to charge so far into the backline to make things work. And then on the flip side, LZ was standing there with his 5 guns going like, hey guys, can you wait for me?
And you know what's crazy about Sivir now as well? Like, because that spell shield gives health, Clement.
Yeah.
We're not talking mana anymore. Like, you use a big engage, you spell shields, you get that burst of HP back, and with the cleanse as well, the ability to kite back. I think we saw it with Lysandra ulti at some point in this game. So it was such a big deal to see Eminem popping off here as game 2 is out of the way. Impunity upsetting, but Frank Esports keep the momentum alive as we're going to go to a break because J-Team are back on the Rift so soon, ready to face off against Jewish Team who are fighting for their lives.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Ooh, girl, you look so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we could meet up after you finish working. You got the 5-star service. You got the 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your Abe Shacker. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no, I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. Tell me what's this feeling? Tell me why I lost my self-control. Why's my heart still beating? For you, for you, for you. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve it. I don't deserve the hell when you leave me hurting. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve this. Don't deserve you.
Oh my.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS here for summer, sponsored by CDBC Bank. A quick reminder as you join in, thanking Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for the league operation full production. This is Clement Chu, also known as Big Brain Bear. Now, sir, that's because you're a warm, friendly man who's going to take us into this third game, but second game for J Team of the night as they've got to play a lot of catching up to do here against USC.
And I want to say that this is just too perfect of a storm. This feels way too scripted right here. We just had 2 games where MFT and both Impunity were in the lead, but they failed to eliminate Duish Team. I feel like Duish Team might be very, very motivated in this next game just because of how the night has went.
Again, we said the Duish Team can still make it. 2-13. Duish Team getting a win, move to 3. Then, of course, they have to beat Deep Cross, but it's still all possible. Their dream ends when one of Impunity or Metafalcon Team get a win, but that will not be tonight. Well, depending on PSG actually later with the way the night's gone. But still, at the very least, you'd have to think maybe they're safe for now, as J-Team have been on a bit of a tear. And Clement, we should also say, just quickly talking about playoff implications, if J-Team win, then Duish Team will not be able to reach 5, and we will have our top 8 for playoffs locked in.
It does seem almost impossible, but I will say, Duish Team still got a shot. I feel like fate is aligning for them. Taipei J-Team, the most important thing is obviously what they learned from Game 1. I feel like they came with a little bit of a slower strategy, coming in with the Azir here. And I think the interesting thing is Duish Team has actually been doing the same thing. After winning 2 out of 3 games playing the Samira, they kind of called it quits and just went back to Azir and Victor in the mid lane. I'm very surprised at why they shifted away from something that worked, but I hope that they can look at the games that happened today, look at the games that happened last week, and understand the power of a lot of these tempo team comps.
Because there's been a lot of diversity, as you're saying, tempo teams like the Elise you mentioned, that was such a good game from WSL. Kiana came through, had a good early game, the Nidalee as well. Maybe not the same result, but still the versatility in Duish Team's drafts when we don't know which direction we're going to get could work today against J-Team when we talked about J-Team a little bit earlier being stock standard. And as we look at supports here as well, kind of interesting comparison here, Clement, because I feel like when we talk about Duish Team at the moment, we're talking about WSL, we're talking about Xiao too, and how not really on the agenda as much. And even for Enso, right? Enso has been a supporting cast when Kongyue and Uniboy have been the focus too.
Yeah, and I feel like these 2 players here have really stepped up in their respective roles. For Enso, the engage is huge. The laning factor is absolutely massive. And for NL, we've actually seen some good Braum games come out on his part. This is, I think, a pocket pick of his that is a lot of times underrated on the side of Duish Team because it allows them to get so much skirmishing power on really these unorthodox carries that could be coming from the jungle. You have a Braum there, and then you suddenly see these double AD comps coming out with the potential of a Kindred, with the potential of the Graves, just for faster stuns.
True, those crazy picks that, as we now get into the draft, we can start looking out for, right? Samira banned against Duish Team to start off, so that's always a nice little blessing here. Is we get the Poppy, Yumi, Silas, pretty standard elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that we have seen so far is just the power of Sivir in these drafts. Sure, MFP didn't win with the first pick Sivir, but they were damn close. So I think a lot of the times what teams are looking forward to is I'm actually willing to just pick Sivir even without the Yumi, to be completely honest.
Zeri's another one.
Yeah, Zeri is another one here too. I feel like the draft priority has shifted basically to those 2.
So, give over Zeri, Siv's going to be the other response. Lucian, something we've seen still linger in there, though. So, Luffy and Enso want to return to the Lucian Nami lane, Clement, which, has been played a couple of times. It's 50-50.
I hope we get a Draven Not lane in response. Bang2 is actually one of your Draven players in our league. But nah, they're going to go with something a little bit safer if they do block this in. Getting my hopes up.
Okay. All right, Clement. We've got another pick to do it. But when they hover a fellow, they're like, we're just going to do it anyway. WSL returning to the Lee Sin. Lulu this early on. Well, Nami's going to be coming through. I guess you don't care, Clement. Maybe you care.
Interesting here. I want to point out that Lulu's been one of those picks that we have seen being flexed on Duish Team before, just because they have played double 80 carry comps quite a bit.
Right.
So there's a potential for you to run double 80, double double support, which is something that Seb9 did this split already, and I think Jewish Team has done in the past as well. So it does leave a lot of interesting choices open for them. I will say, though, I don't see Xiao2 being able to carry the game on something like Lulu. I still feel like he is a big part of their damage and their aggressiveness.
Well, especially if you're going up against something like the the Ahri, the mid lane, right? I guess your option's going to be quite limited here as Jewish Team. Are they going to round out the bottom lane? The Aphelios was looked at before. It's such a strong pick, and I know you like the Draven, something volatile, Clement, but safety for Jewish Team seems to be the response.
Yeah, it does seem like Jewish Team are going to go for what is a protect the carry type of composition, and this is definitely a comp that has been known to outscale what J-Team have. J-Team so far have not drafted any range under composition. So if it goes to late game, then Aphelios is definitely going to dominate a lot of these team fights. The question now is, how do you survive the early game? I like the Lee Sin in there to kind of make sure they have a good priority lane, but they also need, I think, the two other picks to work out here. I feel like this is a good shell to play, but you need picks that can actually contest early lane. I've always said this, but I think you need at least mid jungle to be winning for this Jewish Team draft to work.
Well, Xiao2 is someone who plays, with mid jungle, right? We've seen Zoe, Silas. Right now, Silas is banned, but Zoe's still available if you want to take it against the Ahri. What else, Clement? LeBlanc?
No, please, no. Yes, yes, there we go. Hey.
LeBlanc, Clement, okay.
We called it. All right, Xiao2 and me are actually on the same wavelength, brothers from another mother. Great stuff right there. I think this is exactly what I wanted to see. Strong mid jungle, you can move bot lane and protect bot even if it gets off to a bad start, and it gives you just more avenues of work. If you just snowball mid jungle, then hey, you can start playing through that as well. And we have to remember, LeBlanc actually a strong matchup into Ahri.
Yeah. And Sam for Xiao2 picked up one of his game wins on it as well, so filling me with a bit of hope here for Jewish Team as counterpick for Lacune. He's been a Gwen player, he's been a Gragas player, GP. He's also played the Shyvana up in the top lane. And against Gnar, that's been seen as a pretty good matchup, but Jax with Grasp has just been seen worldwide. That's a good response as well, Clement. So we are going to get ourselves a Bounce House Jax top for Jewish Team.
If we look at this composition overall, I think J-Team absolutely needs their bottom 3-man game to work. If it doesn't, they're gone. Because this is a team with very short range and almost no engage. This is an incredibly difficult team to play for J-Team. I like how J-Team are doing 180s just between these two games. Going from super passive to this type of composition.
Yeah.
On the other hand, for Jewish Team, I like their comp a lot as well. I feel like this is well-rounded. They can play 1-3-1. They can play 4-1. They have hyper carry potential. Later, it's just about the way that these early skirmishes develop. If it's a mid-jungle 2v2 from the side of Jewish Team, I give it to Jewish Team. But if J-Team are able to link up all 4 people in the bottom side, then J-Team should win out on those skirmishes. So it's about how the fights develop and the amount of people that are participating.
So getting the bottom 3 ahead early for J-Team. As you said, a 180, you're right. J-Team had the most passive, one of the most, let's call it boring comps, right? That didn't suit what we've been seeing on the patch at all. And then suddenly we're like, okay, let's go back to Lucian Nami. Let's make sure the Ahri gets ahead as well. Clement, I want to see if J-Team can play the early lane because so far, we also know, as you pointed out, that Jewish Team have drafted that Lee Sin, a good interim champion, a good champion to get them to that point. And I feel like for Jewish Team, when everything's on the line, this is the kind of draft you can be quietly confident in.
Yeah.
Against J-Team, against the rest of the PCS, this is it. If you lose this, you're done. You're out. And Impunity and Meta Falcon Team will be sitting on the bench after their, let's be real, very disappointing games today and get away with it scot-free. Jewish Team, give us a little bit more.
That's why I'm rooting for Jewish Team and the script writers right here. I feel like it's been a little bit too convenient how our first 2 games have gone. Jewish Team, you might not have Karsa and Maple, but you still have Xiao2 and WSL playing the Lee connection coming in here. Yeah. For my next magic trick, I'm gonna take Jewish team to playoffs.
Oh wow! You're gonna be telling me next that is that Jackie Love bottom lane? Like, who else we got on this team, Clement? Because that's gonna help it out quite a lot.
We're going on a bit of a stretch here, but I honestly really like this draft. I feel like this is a strong draft throughout. The early jungle is always super important when you run this because you need a bit of a lead on Lee Sin and LeBlanc, especially after a lot of these patches to stay ahead here. LeBlanc has fallen off a cliff in terms of relevancy for good reason. So we have to pay close attention to for the red buff ganks, and you can tell J Team know that this is in the trick as well, as they already have an early ward down to spot if WSL does go for a cheeky level 2.
Straight into that pixel brush. The opposite side starts as well. Worth mentioning as Lacune is going to be jumping on Rock and, you know, seeing a Jax go for the level 1. Nothing real new today. Instant grasp as well as he started Leap Strike, guys, so doesn't get that auto off for the second grasp, but still a really good start as Kongyue walks past that ward. He's spotted out by Bang2 and Enhao.
Yeah, they should be completely comfortable here. And I will say the level 2 has been J-Team's kind of go-to play. We have seen a lot of Kongyue pathings just go here. The question is WSL going to face check? Oh no, he's not going to walk into the jungle per se, but he is down a lot of HP and Kongyue wins this hands down.
Oh yeah, I mean lethal tempo as well. WSL can't risk to stick around as he's just looking for a steal. Pings are coming down, Enso and Lil V are coming to help out, but so is Enhao and Bang2. But you look at Illusion Nami here as even without the smite, Kongyue trying to build it up. He's not level 2, but Enhao has to flash over anyway. Electrocute and a summoner down, and that is the start for J-Team. See what it sees, Kongyue's just not even leaving.
I'm kind of surprised that Jewish Team trying to force this even harder.
He's got smite again. Level 3 now, he's got a pillar, and there's no flash on Lulu. Enhao's dead, WSL flashes as well, and Bang2 has to heal. This is an absolute nightmare for Jewish Team.
Not sure where the communication is on the side of Jewish Team, but that was a no-win situation. There was no chance that they were actually going to win that 3v3, and they went back in after burning a flash. I just don't understand it. That's a very peculiar move to me. J-Team obviously with a massive lead.
Clement, if that Sonic Mode connected, maybe there was something different, but as Xiaotu goes all in, we might be flipping the coin a bit here as Uniboy. No, he's not going to have a charm available, so Kongyue just helps him push out the mid lane turret. Bottom side completely belongs as Kongyue is not even worrying about blue buff. It still sits there as WSL at level 2 is now going to try and get this top side map as his own.
Yeah, and it's always kind of rough when you're level 2 around 4 minutes.
Oh my god, no. It's even though it's a small thing, it's just already showing that Jewish Team's early game is out of this world. It's a tragedy. It's a 1k gold lead, by the way, and as WSL whittles away at this blue buff, look who's coming up.
It's okay. It's okay. If there's one thing I know about WSL is that he's super resilient. He probably has single-handedly had all of the worst starts that we have seen in the PCS this split. So I feel like he will rebound for this, but obviously the biggest thing is that with Lee Sin being this far behind, it's very difficult to then give priority and make LeBlanc as a pick work out. That is where the real repercussions are going to come in, which means that, you know, J-Team can likely roam Uniboy and Kongyue into that bot lane before Jewish Team even has a say.
That bot lane that's already set up, I mean, Enhao still has a flash timer. Half the cooldown now gone as they know that WSL's on top side. You see Kongyue still clearing faster as cameraman. We're going top side. That's because Lacune is just taking away the poke 1, 2, and 3. And yeah, Rock is just having such a fun time too. And look, it don't even need to be level 6, Clement. Kongyue, as he spots out this ward, he's just going to move into bully WSL. He has no fear as he puts a pillar down. And Kongyue just starts bopping away. Good kite away from Xiaotu as WSL's Wolf resets, and look who's here to join in the fun.
Yeah, they didn't find the early 2v2. You really want to get that in before Ari hits level 6. The reason why I liked the LeBlanc Lee Sin 2v2 is because they can get damage on you so quickly. You know, you stun one down with a root, and then Lee Sin flies in. Jewish team trying to get this 3v3 again.
And
not
how?
Why?
He's got no flash. And how? Why are you anywhere near here?
No.
Thank you so much. Well, that's why I was wondering, why are we hovering the supports, Clement? There is improvement, but oh boy, oh boy.
I don't get it. I really don't. That again, not a fight that Jewish team had any business winning. Good find here by Xiaotu. At least he's gonna get some damage on, but look, even J Team is peeing the question mark. They're like, what? Why? How are we getting these kills on this Lulu? Like, what's happening here?
It's just so odd. Like, J Team is so obvious to the fact that you don't have flash. They saw you burn it.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Chu, but hey, Kongyue ain't complaining. He's a Trundle now with a kill too. A double longsword he picked up as WSL is going to try something.
I don't see how they make this work. I feel like this is more of a defensive play. You know, the minion wave is going against them, and even our observers know that nothing's going to happen.
Yep.
Kongyue even gets lucky with this Scuttle Steal here. Okay, so that's a reasonable play. Push the lane out, cover them, and go for Drake.
Set yourselves up, okay. Well, it means that it's going to be taken before anyone else can get nearby. I'm just kind of wondering about the response play, because Kongyue sits mid. Enso's going to try and make this pretty difficult at 500. Smite comes through, but look, here's the boys again. Ignite down, Acro Prison doesn't connect, but Uniboy has Spirit Rush. Kongyue flashes, and his pillars are just being great. The Jax is in 2 with a great counter-strike, and it means that Kongyue will actually go down, but Uniboy with a reset, and now Lil B with the movement speed. He's got flash, Acro Prison doesn't connect, and Lil B lucky to be alive. Xiaotu flashes as well. This LeBlanc gets the combo, and Xiaotu now on the board. A good counterpunch from Jewish team, finally in this game.
Yeah, great stuff from Lacunai, coming all the way from the top lane to make sure that they have a way back into the game. You know, this is one of those veteran top lane tricks, is sometimes you just gotta leave your lane to make something happen in the bottom side. I actually feel like that's the correct call here. Lacunai was spotted along the way, and J-Team still went for it. You know, Spirit Rush was already used right there. And I think this does give Jewish team actually a 1-kill lead here. It stops some of the bleeding from the bot side. I feel like it was a worthwhile roam on the side of the Jax, especially with Xiaotu on the board as well.
There's only one piece of plating taken from Rock in the top lane. CS not even that far down as well as Lacunai moves back to his top lane. As you said, Xiaotu getting the kill when this LeBlanc and Lee Sin haven't been able to sync up early. It's nice here for Jewish team when the early game was going pretty awry. And Clement, you know what I know about today? Who cares about early games, dude? You can be 6,000 gold behind, but you can still win the game.
I actually feel that's a terrible lesson to take away from our first 2 games.
I mean, you don't take it seriously. It was just, you know, Meta Falcon team and Impunity kind of dropped the ball. It is a very different situation, right? I mean, J-Team right now, unlike their last game, they're getting the comp ahead. As you said, this comp does need to ramp up, and even though it was a better trade for Jewish team, Herald's still going to go down. There is still a big lead through mid, through bot. I feel like we need to see Jewish team stop that imminent Herald, Clement, and I don't know if you can, because it's gone top.
Yeah, I feel like Jewish team, they have to kind of go for one side at this point. Rock is very far ahead, and Lacunai had to walk back into lane. So he's in a very weak position, and the best that Jewish team can look for is just the trade down here. All in all, I don't think it's too terrible of a trade. Sure, Nar might get ahead, but you have to remember that there is a timer on J-Team's bottom side too. If you deny farm from Lucian, Nami, and their kill threat goes down, it's very hard for them to then get back on the head.
Don't like they're that far ahead at the moment either, though. As Herald gets top side, he does a bit of damage down. J-Team now looking for the escape. Xiaotu over the wall, but he's going to be by himself for the time being, as Lacunai about to join in, but Rock has Meganar, and you do not mess with the Rock when he's flexing the 8-pack. So Jewish team just back off, Clement, and it's still a J-Team gold trade. We're close towards 3,000. Actually 2.5 at the moment. And I guess we wait until that next dragon coming up in a minute 45 before we see what they want to do. Is Tidal Wave makes Bang 2 flash away, not trusting Enhao, and Enhao didn't have ult, so fair enough.
Yeah, actually a fairly decent flash away right there. If he got hit by both proc controls, that was the culling going down. He would have been low health and still needed to flash out. I think that was actually the correct call here for Bane 2. Of course, would have been better if he Didn't put himself so close to the wall, but, you know, you can't avoid everything.
That's right. No one's perfect, all right? You know, you expect everyone to be as good as you as League of Legends, right?
Nah, I'm actually terrible at the game.
Yeah, that's because you don't play it. You play too much TFT. You gotta get away from that, dude.
Fun game. Oh, okay. You're right.
You went from defending your argument to giving up within half a second. Like, yeah, you feel so strongly about TFT, I can tell. You know, it's because we're not playing together. I understand, dude.
It's because I'm an old man. I'm a boomer with like arthritis hands, and
so
you know, League of Legends is so
Faker will be playing
fast-paced.
till 45. Doesn't matter. We'll play till 50.
There's no way he's going. Zero chance.
I'm just telling you, times are changing as Kongyue peeked in the mid lane. We're going to get a bit of an electrocute trade as he's trying to set up for this dragon coming in 30 seconds. Clement, give me a quick run through your boomer man with what we're looking forward to for this next fight, because I do notice we have a couple of completed items from J-Team versus none on Duish Team so far.
Yeah, so the next big fight here definitely still in favor of J-Team. I feel like they have a lot of burst damage coming in this. And Duish Team honestly can only try to pick people off on the sides right here. Shiatsu going to take a lot of damage here.
Oh, yeah. He's already used the distortion away as well, as Enhao's going to help him out. Flash from Kongyue. And that means we get a wild growth from Enhao down before the fight. Clement, it didn't matter if J-Team were ahead or not. I mean, Duish Team have now obviously forfeited this one.
Yeah, and this is kind of the dynamic I was talking about. If Duish Team could find a 2v2, preferably pre-6, they could potentially put Uniboy behind. That didn't happen, and look at the way Duish Team is grouping. They have the far superior 4-man here. They can run at you with Kongyue, and he's pretty much unburstable. If he slows one target, it's almost an insta-kill from the rest of the combo scope.
Kunai coming out of the brush. Rock is about to go Mega Gnar. There's Counter-Strike. There's Flash available for both these top laners. As this 1v1 is going to battle out, but look who's coming to save the day. WSL, as Rock has gone pretty deep, and the Kunai's already popped the ulti. The Sonic Wave to connect as Counter-Strike burst. Rock's ulti against the wall. The kick away. Sonic Wave stunned up. Rock flashes. WSL wants it, and he gets it. That's class here as Uniboy wants the trade. Now, with Flash Spirit Rush available, does he think he's dead? He absolutely does. And a 1-for-1 in the end, but WSL gets a star points in my book.
Yeah, he drags the game out a little bit further and, you know, gets a kill on the Gnar that was very accelerated from the early tower take. Also gives Xiaotu some time to just farm up plates right here. It is still 14 minutes. So I would call all in all that a pretty big win for Duish Team. They take the goal lead from 3K to now just down to about 2K. So, you know, about a net 1,000 gold advantage going over them.
And even though Xiaotu's behind by about 15 CS, like, those two turrets as Subjugate's going to be used. He's just going to chase down Xiaotu. Pillar will be up and available soon as Kongyue, there was blood, and he sensed it, and he was like, I have to go for it.
Yeah, that was not advisable from Kongyue. Definitely didn't need to use the ultimate chasing into LeBlanc. I just think that Kongyue is one of those players that does you can get on his nerves. Like, you can force him to kind of throw down the gauntlet at times, and I'm not saying that's a strength. It's entertaining, but probably not the best thing for your players.
He's a passionate player. I'll say, like, SOFM's like that, Clement.
Yeah.
He'll have games where he's just out for blood, and then other games where he just wants to PvE. Look at where WSL is. Down the bottom side, he's going to be spotted on this ward. And that means Lil V can just back up against the turret. You also see that Kongyue is down on this bottom side angle. They have no idea in Duish Team, as Uniboy also has the push, Clement.
A lot of people coming in for them, and they have the wards down. WSL spotted a long time ago.
Bang2 has no flash. Bang2 has no flash. That pillar could be a death sentence itself. Everfrost for zoning as the charm next. Wild Growth saves the day as J-Team are running away, but Bang2 still dead. A good tidal wave now with Imperial Mandate is slowed down by the chomp from Kongyue. The culling just out of reach for Uniboy for the flash charm. Duish Team have dropped 2 as Xiaotu comes in. That mid 2v2 bangs hard, but Kongyue wants to kill Lulu again. WSL runs into him, and the Trundle gets hard as Spirit Rush, Orbit Deception, and how up next, a triple over to Uniboy. And Xiaotu will not deal with this thunderous man, as Rock, meanwhile, is sitting here laughing with his PvE experience.
J-Team win a 4v5 in the bottom side. Jewish team get picked off, the cavalry arrive, but don't manage to find the comeback kills. That ends up being a massive disaster. They go up 3,000 gold just with that one play, cleaning up the bottom side of Jewish team.
God, every single time. You know, these flashes the punish so well, Clement. Bang 2 so deep without that summoner.
Yeah, he gets caught off for sure right here. You know, he does survive for a fairly long time, but unfortunately the electrocute kills him at the very end, coming in from Enzo. And then Lacuna, I don't think he needed to go in that deep, you know? The Jax got maybe 2 auto attacks before falling down here, and that is what really enables the 4v5 to happen. Kongyu actually, I think correctly, understands that he can't really impact the LeBlanc Lee Sin, so he just chases down Enzo instead.
He's just, again, a man on a mission, like, ignoring everything else, and how just so scared from this Grundle, who has really had the number of WSL. There's been a couple of good response plays, but we go back to that blue side invade. As Clement, I can hear the robot setting in on my stream. All I'll say to you is this, look at that 4 Adamari mid.
Oh boy, we got the Magi Soul Stealer already. That's 10 stacks, granting the extra movement speed. I don't know how Jewish team are going to survive. We have talked about their late game, the way they're running this comp. It's a bit of a compromised comp in terms of that the power spikes are meant to cover each other. Bane 2 now, getting stuck underneath tower, has to burn both summoners.
Again, the flush is now down again, and Enzo gets it. This Nami seeking out pressure as well. Kongyu flashing over a wall, as look who he's going for. And how has no flash, and Kongyu knows it. As J-Team, it's such a vast difference from our starting game. But J-Team playing this early game so much better, and Clement finally being proactive here.
Oh man, Enzo's so good with the Aqua Prisons this game. You know, this feels like he's Fuku sashimi. Like he definitely kills you if you go too close. Little V, can he get out?
Away, Gale Force against the wall. He's dead. And that's a good window from Jewish team, seeing Kongyu back.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting those picks down one by one. We have to remember J-Team are running with a lot of very low health members, so this is definitely a play that can happen over and over again. But the problem here is that there's no way for Bane to actually get to the fight right now.
Yeah, BP, Uniboy in melee range, Everfrost, and the jungle's just dead. The Kunai is going to be up next as Uniboy has one more Spirit Rush. Gets over the wall, another double for Uniboy as Xiaotu is late to the show. Uniboy with his reset, the charm not connecting, the flash from Rock, and he's close to picking up a kill of his own. He auto connects, and Xiaotu's dead as well. Clement, they don't even need their AD carry because Uniboy is stealing the show.
Yeah, way too optimistic from Jewish team. Sure, they pick off Little V, but that was not a fight that they could take just as a 4v4.
He's the weakest member. Clement, the Nami's stronger than him. Like,
wait, that's true.
Oh, God. As you said, a fight that can't be taken. Walk me through this.
Well, there's not a whole lot to say right here. You know, Uniboy goes in and pretty much just kills WSL by his own. And, you know, Enhao gets another meeting with Kongyu, just chomping him down on the left side. Zania's on the right side. He doesn't fall down here. And Rock also joins from the top. He didn't continue to push here. So I just feel like Jewish team were way too optimistic on that take. That was a good take, but what they really needed to do was use that to see if they could bait J-Team to extend a little bit further and try to find a couple more picks.
Did you see who Kongyu killed? Kongyu just ran down Enhao again. He literally just aims for this Lulu every single fight.
That's all I'm gonna say. It's like, I like the taste of purple. It just keeps on chopping down on the Yordles.
It's like, no, I'm so sick of Lulu, you know. Personal support experience. Kongyu again targeting him as flash available this time as running up to the turret. Pillar great on Bang 2 without his summoners. WSL now comes in for the angle. Xiaotu's here as well, but they know he's there. The ping's on to Enzo as he's going to be bursting out. Sonic Wave is going to connect and they get around him, but no, wait! That Aqua Prison was inhuman! Enzo gets MVP right now. The rest of this fight is done. That was just insane, Enzo! What the hell?
I'm at a complete loss for words. Enzo on the support is actually the real carry of the team. Aqua Prison to stop Q2. I haven't seen that.
It's such a small win. Like, Aqua Prison.
It's so telegraphed.
It's so clean. Like, oh my god. Enzo's getting MVP. If it's not the case, Clement, we'll be having a word. Because J-Team, that last fight, clean because of it. 10k gold lead. Let's look again.
Oh, we need slow-mo on this. We need slow-mo
Yeah.
on this. All right. Observers are giving it to us. You know, burst goes down, and Aqua Prison.
Just so clean as we come back, and this one's in the bin. I mean, it's a shame Jewish team shut out early, Clement, in a game that mattered so much for their summer split. They might have more games to play, but at this rate, with the way the game is, and Baron now not going to be contested by WSL, who's dead, Jewish team are looking at getting eliminated here in the final week. And Impunity Meta Falcon team will lock themselves in if J-Team can continue on this win.
I can't believe the gatekeeper was the mermaid at the end. I really thought we were going to see some more from Uniboy and Kongre. You know, the narrative was like that. But Enzo, man, this split has been so amazing from this guy. Just winning the lane 2v2s. This shows you why that, you know, J-Team is the team that picks Lucian Nami the most out of all the teams here. As we take a look at how WSL fell during the replay. So he actually chased this against Kongre. It's not a 1v1 he was going to win, but he had some help onto Xiaotu. Unfortunately, Uniboy gets there first and manages to snipe him out.
Everfrost doesn't connect as well, but you're right. When Uniboy is there, even if it's a 2v2, you look at Uniboy in comparison. 25 stacks of the Magi's. He's got his Zonyas fully completed. Needlessly large rod. Right now, Xiaotu is dealing with bits and pieces. He's looking for coupons, while Uniboy, he's shopping at the best supermarket around. He's not only buying fresh vegetables, Clement. He's literally buying, you know,
full organic.
Yeah, dude. You know, the chicken had its own butler before he, you know, purchased it. And Cullen comes through.
Goodbye.
Rock didn't even need to ult because Lil B just goals. And double kill now for Lucian that has been talked about as kick onto Kongyue. They're using a lot, but he's still not dead. J-Team can't do any wrong in this game as Jewish team are just out of options, Clement, with the Baron buff, with the top laner dead, with Enhao dead again, which seems kind of personal at this point. J-Team are going to knock out Jewish team from the PCS summer split. It would have been a hard task, but as they lay here with their backs bare, it's Jewish team who had no options. Bang 2 is going to be pillared and killed immediately. Xiaotu poked out as WSL the same. Enhao is back up and available, but this Baron minion is doing work. J-Team are going to make this a slow burn, Clement.
They still have the cannon minions in, and they're not going to go anywhere. Xiaotu trying to look for an angle on Little B, and so he's
done.
Get it.
Lacuna is going to start spinning with wild growth as well. I mean, J-Team are playing this out as the flashing from Xiaotu might keep the game going, but Uniboy is the one who is still got a spirit rush. Lacuna jumps in, and yet again it's the same response. We're going to bury Jewish team here in this game, and J-Team are going to conduct the ceremony. After they're back here, a 2-0 day, 10-4, a great return for J-Team in the PCS.
And we have to sing our goodbyes to Jewish team. This split was a lot of name changes. It was a lot of highlight moments. I felt like they actually had a lot of good games compared to their previous splits. I don't think that the end results were indicative of their growth. Unfortunately, still not enough to get them into the playoffs. I just felt like Jewish team got on the right track way too late. They didn't find their 2 wins until the very back end of week 3, and I believe the start of week 4. So, they had a track that made them successful. They had some very good drafting. I actually feel like Jewish team drafts have been some of the best out of any of the teams, and they've always given themselves a win condition, regardless of the relative player strength to the rest of the league. Unfortunately, I still think the player strength issue is huge. This game, particularly in their draft phases, the Lee Sin LeBlanc didn't work out. Like, it didn't find a 2v2. And I have to say, a lot of it did still come down to the fact that Enhao and Bangtu are just not great in the 2v2 lane. It was a very weird start of the game where we saw Enhao's first 2 deaths were pretty obvious. Like, I don't know how he thought he was gonna get out of those situations. You look at it, it's like, oh, he's dead. So, and he died.
I think you're right. The problem in the 2v2, all round, like WSL and Xiaotu have kind of shown that they can be not reliable. That's definitely not the word. They can be, you know, great class PCS players, but the biggest problem right now, as you said, is the name difference across everyone in the league. Like Jewish team, their wins, Clement, one came from Beyond Gaming, didn't it? Or was it Deep Cross? It was a huge upset.
Jewish team beat Deep Cross Gaming. They beat Deep Cross Gaming.
But you know, they lost to Sem9. They, you know, lost to Meta Falcon team. Jewish team beat Frank Esports. They had very surprising wins throughout the split, and you could see where they could correct their wrongs. But I mean, at the very least, Clement, I think the biggest thing to take away from this is that for Jewish team, good building blocks. Draft, as you said, they've been so much fun to watch. Their drafts have been a little bit different, but there's always been a really strong thematic, which feels like that's what a lower team needs. Like, draft strategy to be on point, and to be fair, it still was.
Yeah, I actually felt like this draft was fine. The execution, however, definitely a little bit off here.
Yeah.
And I feel like Jewish team, the problem with them is that the games where they have won their lanes have actually come from the bot lane. They've come from a massive investment into bot lane and to aggressive snowball picks like the Samira to give them the lead there. Once they've moved on to any other pick, it hasn't been so successful. And also, think that points to, you know, the problem with WSL and Shao too, is that yes, they have highlight plays, they clearly have very high mechanical ceilings, but unfortunately, they rarely get a good early start in their own lanes themselves.
Boy MVP though. There you go. J team have got their mid laner back in action. Just looking at MVPs now and trying to find out who actually had the top when we last left. It was Enzo, Kongyue, and Lil V actually. Uniboy also tied there with the rest of them. So now going to be tied up with Enzo, and that was just such a good Ari game. And it's so funny because I feel like Kongyue really started off on his trundle.
Yeah, whenever Enhao was around the corner, he was just chopping him down. I still feel like Enzo deserves the MVP. He's definitely the biggest.
Oh, actually, yeah, Clement. Wait, why am I not more upset? I'm like,
I know, I'm surprised too.
What? Hang on. Oh,
did they not see that bubble?
I don't know.
That bubble's enough for like player of the week. So
maybe it's like me. Maybe it's like me where I'm just like, you know, oh yeah, the Ari looks so good, the kill score good. I should not be forgetting about the Ari.
Enzo is the biggest story beyond the rise of J-Team, 100%. Because J-Team's biggest change is they're winning bot lane consistently. And that comes out of the change between Witty and Enzo.
It's just such an insane game. I mean, Lil V was quiet. Enzo was not. But for J-Team, another win on the board. They'll move up to 10 here and get closer towards that bubble. Goodbye to Jewish team. Hello to our top 8. As we'll talk about it when we get back from a break, especially with Meta Falcon team. This is PSG.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Nobody each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
Are you bitter? There's something about the way you sound, just like you do. Devil, sinner, to everyone, oh, what you because the bit of time until they get you. Honey, just another reason that you won't be with me. Anything you take, yeah, you take, it's gonna break. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. Are you bored? You're acting like there's something else you're looking for. So do you miss my love? Just a bit of time until they get you. Honey, just another reason that you won't be with me. Anything you take, yeah, you take, it's gonna break. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I'm chasing all my demons away and tell you that I'm not gonna stay. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands.
my pain away. Nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
Show me love, show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine high above, high above. We go off in the night. We leave in the red lights.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS here for the Summer Split. My name is Hysterics. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu, sponsored by CBC Bank is the PCS. Big thank you out to Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for the operation and full production of the league as we run into our next game. Game number 4, and Clement, it is PSG versus Meta Falcon team. Meta Falcon team can sit back and breathe easy for the time being. They are locked into playoffs, but with what we saw a little bit earlier against J-Team, I don't know how comfortable you want to be, especially against PSG, who are currently second place.
I think coming into this matchup, actually the bigger question is what PSG going to play, because in their last game, they did drop to Frank Esports, and they tried something rather unorthodox for the team. In the previous games, it's always been, hey, if Azir is open, let's just lock it for Gory. But PSG went, no, we got to practice the Talia. They actually took the Talia blind first, and it didn't really work out. So I'm very curious to see if PSG are going to double down on more tempo-oriented team compositions like what we've seen from DCG, or are they still going to stick with, Senna Azir or these Aphelios Azir competitions?
Yeah, slower we know PSG are not the fastest team in the league, but we also know that the meta is gearing up towards speeding up, Clement, especially in 12-14. We're not there yet, but, I assume we will be. And 12-14 is going to be a faster patch with Dragons having more value.
Yeah.
With people talking about Caitlyn Lux, like, you cannot get away with playing these slower games when the games usually end at 25, 30 minutes in. So I'm really curious to see how PSG adapt, and especially when you talk about this roster, they've adapted with Bury and Gory coming in. We've talked about it a lot on many different broadcasts. Bury and Gory have been, playing well. I think Gory especially, right, has kind of been a focus throughout the last couple of weeks.
Absolutely. I feel like his Azir and Sylas are still the best that we've seen out of the entire league. There's a lot of Sylas players. I think Gory's definitely there. He's probably our best playmaker overall. And Bury actually, interestingly enough, showed us a very good Lee Sin in one of the earlier games. So PSG have the ability to switch it up, but will they invest in it is the question.
Well, for Meta Falcon team, second time seeing them today due to the fact J-Team weren't able to play last week. So it means that Meta Falcon team flipped the coin and are playing 2 games themselves. Now, what we saw a little bit earlier on today, Clement, we saw, Hong 2 in such a great position, 665 as well on his Viego. They threw it all away, and it was such a shame after what a great early game they had. And as we look at junglers in this one, I mean, Bury is going to be, a more passive version of Kongyue?
I feel like it's kind of hard to call him a more passive version of a Kongyue. First of all, I want to commend Bury on first blood participation rate super high, actually through the roof here. Of course, it does have to do with each team's tempo. If you play a little bit slower, then the jungle participation might be a little bit higher there for sure.
Yeah.
But he's definitely done a great job in team fights. He's much more about keeping away. I think Xin Zhao is still the go-to pick because it's a great duelist, and in team fights you can just knock people away from your backline. On the other hand, 665, his most play has, interestingly enough, been the Poppy. I don't think it's fit him super well, but I would say his Viego has always been rather successful when we've seen it happen. So I do think MFT are going to stick to a very similar strategy that we saw in the J-Team game, which is playing a rundown composition. They've always been known to favor these wombo combo-ish, sort of charge at you brawler-esque comps, and I think that's what they're going to stick with.
Well, I hope so, because we get into one element already taken away. Sylas banned by MFT, Talia as well. Get some of those targeted mid bans, yeah. I was going to say, Clement, I mean, in this series, we know there's going to be a lot of mid lane bans as well, especially with how Hongzhu played in the last game, but more so the fact that Gory has what I would say is a limited champion pool. Sylas is one of his most played. He's played Corki before, but people have walked away from that. Azir is something else that teams are just not willing to give to Gory as well, after his pretty good game up the other week.
I think the interesting thing is, I wouldn't say he has a limited champion pool, but he hasn't been required to get out of his comfort zone. Like, he realistically is someone who I think is so good on his core champions that he could just play 4 champions throughout the split and be perfectly fine. Like, the only dud I would say is probably the Yone that we saw earlier on. So PSG are taking away a lot from 665, a lot of the counter options from 665. So I see PSG as still going for a rather aggressive composition here. Like, if you take away the Wukong and the Poppy, it makes charging people down with the Sivir quite easy.
As we get a Viego final ban. I mean, for 665, we were just complimenting how weird that champion suits him so well. Yeah, you limit options even more in PSG. What, do you just first pick Xin Zhao now, Clement? Like, or do you pick the champion we're just talking about and just get Azir?
I'm a little bit heartbroken if they go down this path. I totally understand it. Not my cup of tea. I feel like PSG, it's happened this split where they kind of dip their toes in the water. They find like the temperature's a little bit too low and they just hop on out of the pool. I feel like they need to actually get in the water and just stay there and make sure they can ride the waves, so to speak, with some of these other compositions. But they're going for a comfort comp for sure. And this is spicy from MFT. One of the old school Azir counters being flashed, and then never mind Aphelios.
Well, let's just say, I mean, Hoppers always show us a bit of an insight into what's being talked about, right? Aphelios, Renata's actually open as well. Are we actually going to get Azir Corki? You would have to be joking, Clement, especially from Hong 2. We know he's a more controlled player, but things like Sylas Vega, Seraphine have come out. I don't want to see Corky again. Oh, God. Save.
Well, it looks like MFD are going to try to fight
slower.
Yeah, it's not fire for sure. It's it's
Water
going to be
with
two
water.
glacial powers just butting heads here.
Oh, I like that.
Both of them gearing up for rather slow fights here. I think the Sivir is kind of the go-to answer. If MFD are going to play slow, they're even going to give you Sivir. You just take that one away. There's no Lucian that can counter you at this point. Have at it.
Okay. What support, Clement? There's not no Yumi available. We've seen, I don't know if we've seen Renata's paired with this. Like, what works for you? Or do you just go jungle?
A lot of things actually work for me. I actually like Lulu here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it gives you the attack speed buffs to both champions. You know, helps you run down and tank exactly. Like if you have a Xin Zhao with a Lulu next to it, it's actually a very strong combination. I'm a little bit curious though because I don't see Kaiwing as a big Lulu player. He has played it a couple times, but usually with the Aphelios. So we'll see if it's on the cards for him.
Yeah, Kaiwing is someone who you think about the Nautilus, the Tahm Kench. Even Renata's been played by him as well, so I wonder about the direction here as Lulu is just given over to Meta Falcon team. There are so many Aphelioses that would like that as a partnership. Skarner instead is the left turn into right turn into left turn into we're back where we came from into what neighborhood are we in, Clement? Because there's a bloody Skarner here.
Interesting. I mean, Skarner has pretty good gang patterns against the Sivir. It's very easy to close distance with her. And you have so many abilities that you're not really that worried about the spell shield. You're constantly spamming the Crystal Slash anyway. I could see it being a good answer. It's also like a tanky champion in the later phases of the game with guaranteed engage. So if it gets ahead, you can force people to play the Skarner attacks, and you can also just snowball off of it. We just haven't seen it though. Like I feel like this is definitely a fringe pick. Maybe we're gonna get some surprises. But 665 has better know this champion inside and out to make it work.
It's crazy because we only saw it. I actually casted a game the other week versus Poppy. And it was Tarzan on LNG who took it versus Poppy pick. Clement, fun fact by the way, I saw Skarner impale and Poppy hammered him away at the same time.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
I
they
saw
both
the
went
replay.
flying. It was so good. But yeah, only once in the LPL, and LPL, again, 7 days a week, when you have best of threes, you think, oh, picks like this will come out more often. You said it's a fringe pick, couldn't agree with you more, as we start getting rid of some of the champions to, I guess, mitigate part of Skarner, GP, Nah, there on the side of Meta Falcon team, set up topside as a safety net. How do you run with Skarner now? Like, how do you bridge this comp, Clement?
I feel like if you want to play the Skarner, you really want one lane that has a guaranteed crowd control that can help you just constantly get those kills. You want to repeat gank very frequently. You don't want to fight big skirmishes because Skarner is pretty much a single target tank champion. So you actually want him more in those kind of skirmish-esque situations. Maybe MFD are looking at this two-man game in the top side as their best bet. However, I'm not so sold on the idea. I feel like the champions that he has on the board are actually quite slow. I don't feel like a lot of these are, snowball-esque lanes that you necessarily want to run with.
And you talk about having CC in lanes. So far, none. Gravitum, conditional. You get a slow from Gwen, thanks to Needlework, okay. I guess we need some kind of CC support here as PSG have gone the complete other direction. No single target CC from them. They're AoE engaged, Clement. If this gets locked in, oh my god, is this a front to back?
Yeah, and we have to remember that Corky was also nerfed on this patch, losing a lot of damage on those level 5 rockets. Not level 5, level 3 rockets. So, I'm not sure about the MFT comp. This feels like a game where they know that their chances of winning are rather slim, and they're just going all in.
Huh. Trundle support. Run Hailer Blades. There's your CC, Clement. What adds into Impale? A pillar. A pillar? Impale? Okay. Do you like it now? Not really, but can you learn to like it?
just not sure what this comp actually does. I really don't know. Wait, are they switching up the positions too?
Let's see.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Because my biggest curiosity, right, is it is going to be a Trundle support. You know, it has to be a Trundle support. I wonder if it's Taylor Blade's Guardian, but anyway. Clement, does it pick? Does it? It has scaling. It doesn't outscale, though, because there's Ornn on the other side. Yeah, you're the color caster. Why am I trying to help you? You do it.
Okay.
Help me.
This is a kill bot lane over and over again. Basically, that's the composition that they're running for. The Trundle's actually a decent pick into something like a Leona. You can steal her defenses. You can be tankier than she is and chop her down that way. Also very good against Sivir because she's low range. You can actually just flash and trade flashes. So the Trundle pick itself is not terrible per se, but it does have limited uses. You basically have to it's a pick that does have to snowball quite a bit to make it work. And I will mention that, you know, Trundle actually was first picked professionally as a support in the LMS, so this is a pick that we have a bit of a long tradition with. Started with Dreamer really early on. It has surprisingly strong trades in lane. I think level 6 you can definitely gank with it, and it's going to be hard for Sivir and Leona to get away from the pillar. They don't actually have skills to get away, move across the pillar.
And remember as well, you get it dead in center, and that knock up as well still sends you flying. I will say, Clement, this is a pick I spent a lot of time on when I was playing in China in solo queue. Hail Ablaze is what I took. As you said, strong trades, auto Q, auto in an instant, and half health they go. What is it? Oh, it's Guardian. Disappointing, but hey, he's still got Ignite, and as you said, should be an easier lane for him to play through, as we actually got Phase Rush on 665 as well in the Skarner.
Yeah, so, you know, gank-oriented choice here. I definitely see MFT as just setting up as let's kill Unified over and over again and hopefully win that. This is pretty much an anti-Sivir comp. That's the way I would read it. I'm not sure how the rest of the pieces tie together. Maybe they don't need to tie together. Like, they deal enough damage late game where they can feel happy for this. But overall, PSG definitely with the stronger front-to-back composition. They have the Ornn, they have the Zinzel Leona. So this front line is insane. And if they can just push through, they've got great damage options later as well. So I think MFT's composition is trickier. They have a semi-pick, semi-poke composition where I feel like for most of their plays to work, it has to start off with the Impale just taking someone right up.
True. Impale or Pillar, one or the other, leading into another. As Red Buff's going to be started here. 65 is on a ward, so Furry just walked on in, dropped one down, and it means they're going to know exactly what this Skarner is. The top side clear, pathing towards the bottom side as Hanabi starts off in a very good way, Clement. We haven't seen too much Ornn in the East this year. Actually, year is correct, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, Hanabi is the first person I think of as, like, tank frontline player. In the PCS, in LPL, like, I'd put him first.
Yeah, in terms of, like, a pure tank player, Hanabi's definitely there. I played a lot of the Ornn, despite everyone just kind of glossing over it after the nerfs. You know, the damage numbers are down, the HP numbers are down. It really doesn't feel like the same champion as before. Definitely not an instant lock. So it's kind of interesting to see him favor this one as much as he does. But coming back into this game, taking a look at the lanes here, things are progressing as the way we would imagine. The Trundle bot lane, very, very strong. Basically means that Leona cannot go aggressive for the most part. So they do get lane push. In the meantime, Gory, as always, against Corki. Corki has super weak early game, even with the Gatling gun buffs. So he's just going to have to stay there and kind of take the poke.
I mean, he's just walking in every time to the Azir's ultra range. Gory with Comet as well. You know, you can see he's focused on the laning phases. Clement, we also forgot to mention, not much a Skarner can really do, especially to an Azir, as Hong 2, flash away. Is he going to get solo killed? He is. It's a trade, but, I mean, Hong 2 kind of deserved that.
Yeah, he did. He walked in a little too many times, and I like the calculations right here. You know, the kill does go over, in fact, to A 2-6-6-5. So that's actually even worse for Hong Koo. He preferably would have wanted to get that kill, but of course, 6-6-5 getting the assist does give a little bit more overall gold. Still the right play there. And I do want to note that 6-6-5 actually burned his flash for that, so he's now running on the X-Flash.
X-Flash Scatter, okay. I'm not sure I have seen the likes of before, Clement, but then again, we don't really see Scanner that much. To be fair, when we're seeing it so much on Poppy with the engages, I feel like that's going to be a nice touch. At the very least, with that kill onto Scanner, sorry, I get really distracted because every time, does no one tell Taco his camera's too close? As Hong, welcome back to the lane. Okay, walk back in for a phosphorus bomb. Not really worth it. He just burnt TP. Forget my point about the camera. Forget my point about the Scanner. It doesn't matter because Hong 2 is just losing lane so hard now, Clement.
Yeah, the second consecutive back here. The lane positioning is terrible. And this is great stuff from Gory, just transferring a small lead into a big lead. On the other hand, I will say that Taco actually has a really good trade against Hanabi. And I think it's time to remind everyone that Taco actually 1v2'd Gory and Hanabi on his Jax game. Some amazing play coming out from Taco. Definitely my player to watch coming into this one as well. And that's why he's so close to the monitor. It actually gives him an advantage.
Oh. Okay, well now I know. That's why I can't get out of gold, Clement. That's my problem, man. I gotta get closer to the monitor. Hey, Hong 2 is a level behind Gory now, just worth mentioning. CS as it crashes in, we are once again going to see this poke just rain down. Double Amp Tome versus Tier is Issue now making the roam, but a good ward placed by PSG means that Gory can just play back and should be fine.
And I love how PSG has actually played against this kill lane from MFD. They've just held the tower right in front of them for most of this time. Went back, Noon Quiver. They're even up 12 CS at this point. It was super well done by Unified guys.
Bury's here. The Fraction not connecting. I mean, 65 just stands there for a bit. Still the engage from PSG as they want to kill Issue. This Trundle flashes out as Ghost is also popped. It's flashed down and, well, there you go. Summon a trade, but not for the better as Gory he come back and he's still bullying Hong 2. This early game from Meta Falcon team, Clement, not looking good.
No, not at all. What we saw from the bot lane was actually the pillar a bit misplaced.
Oh, no. Not for the Spires. Okay, Issue and Whale are coming in. Bury's running. Bury. Okay, he's dead. But Whale should be too, right? Yeah, Issue as well as Spectator Bug with the flash and 665 without an impale. Taco's now come down with the TP though as they need to work into a 1v3. 665 can't contribute too much, but at least he's taken out Gory and Unified now the next target when all she needs is that 6 and apparently relevant enough to take over a game.
Taco gonna give some PSG fans PTSD here as he charges in with the TP. No response from Manabi on the other side. He actually just stayed in lane for that one. A bit of a weird start from Bury. I feel like he could have accomplished the same without, you know...
1v3?
Yeah, I feel like that was kind of a weird play. He also held on to his flash. I'm not sure what happened. That almost looked like the DC to me, but... yeah, we'll get confirmation later on. MFD definitely with a big win here, so we'll watch that again. Bury goes in, and it looks like he's just trying to keep everyone here, so... yeah, target's on Whale, and to be fair, Whale does die a little bit too easily there, as Unified also flashes across, and a great play from Taco. You rarely think about these early teleports anymore. Goes to his own tower, and then goes into the fray to cut down both carries here, so massive play from Taco.
Cleans up, no one able to do any damage to him. With that double kill up in the top side, things might get a little bit harder for Hanabi, and you know, we come back from the play, Gory is still ahead, but Clement, I feel like that did a lot for Meta Falcon team to stem the bleeding. That was not only coming through mid, but that just felt like it was coming through the fact that the jungler, pre-6, wasn't able to do much.
Exactly, and this is huge because it gives them a solid solo lane to push through. And we all know, like, once you're stuck underneath the tower, it's time to impale. It's very hard to get away from the Skarner that can stun lock you, just drag you out of range, and then do whatever he wants with you. So I feel like this gives MFD a solid way to play through. However, their 5v5 team fight is still quite difficult with Home 2 behind and just with the lack of general AoE coming from the top.
Impale is available, as you said, but PSG were on this objective first while 665 was clearing out his topside camps. So Herald goes down while Whale at least staying down. A good call from the bottom lane. Where's the perfect guns to just take down some free plating as a response.
That's gonna get one right there. And we should be starting to see those impales come through. I'm really wondering where 665 is going to travel. Again, I think bot lane's probably the best place to go for it. This Leona not running Aftershock, actually very prone to just getting focused down by Trundle and 665 right here. So I expect them to go into the bot side. Just because of the lane matchup, they can shove out this bot lane when they want to here as well. So I feel like that's the most, probably the easiest place for them to find some action with this Skarner.
As well, takes a big trade. I mean, Bury with the Herald in hand as well. Looking pretty adamantly here at this bottom side as 665, as he clears away his blue buff. Bury's probably going to be spotted as he takes away the Crystal Spire. Yes, he does. Just transferring the blue buff in the meantime and heading up towards his top side. So Herald held on to for the time being. Maybe Clement, the blue buff, will help Hongsu.
Yeah, it should help him push this wave out a little bit more. He's been shoved in this entire time. Don't think PSG are going to commit too much to this tower shove. Just try to see if they can get some damage off here. That should be all. And yep, PSG just going back to standard setups. They have a lot of vision around the bottom side. That is, I think, the most important thing about their map control so far. PSG, they've seen it all. They know exactly what the MFD comp wants to do.
Yep.
And they're making it very difficult to execute.
As you said, slower game favoring PSG, especially with the front to back. 665 is now looking for those picks with the Impale. Has yet to use his ultimate as we've been at this 6-7 point for quite a while now. Still hovering around mid as well, Clement. And that's just such a hard lane to gank. Like, Flash, Shifting Sands available. Azir is not the easiest target.
I'm definitely going to require a flash in most instances to nail down here. Meanwhile, PSG might be going for a bait themselves.
As ulti comes through, okay, the
Flash
ulti
in.
response and the flash, the ignite down. Gory helps Kywin get the kill as now with the Impale, Gory is going to be coming over here as he's suppressed for a while, but Chilling Smite, the flash away. Gory is now building the spaces. Issue commit.
Can he get the jump?
In range, no, Gory goes back in. The shield from Shifting Sands. You love to see it.
Yeah, really cool play right there. Ballsy play from Gory, knowing that he's not going to fall down after the shield is there. And I think you can tell the problem with that combo. It just felt like the Skarner or Corki is definitely not a combo in itself. It took so long for Skarner to even deal damage to the Azir. In the meantime, Hong 2 was already dead. So it's kind of that's the thing about this combo I didn't like all that much. I feel like the Skarner setup is very hard to create.
Yep, as you said, where's the CC? We'll watch again because problem starts where Hong 2 just gets bursted out the half moment as we
He's trying to bait. He wanted that Azir right there. What he didn't think of is Skywing was also waiting in the other brush. And watch this, 665 hits Gory. It's so late, and honestly, Issue's pillars have not been that great. I think he tends to drop the pillars a little too early. In the bot lane gank, we saw that as well. He actually had to flash away from his own pillar, and Gory with that sweet turnaround cleanup.
And Bury with the slow and wind becomes lightning as well. Otherwise Issue probably gets a second auto. So Issue not getting the trade kill, dying under turret. Gory gets a kill now with Ludens as well. Pure damage out of this Azir. Well, I mean, what else would we expect? But still, penetration against a comp that doesn't really have a hard front line at the moment, considering that there is a chem tank, yes, but Clement, we know it's going to be about this lane continuing on. Hey, Hong 2, look at the item differential and how much will Hexdrinker help him.
Some nice moves here by Gory as he gets the poke. Just point blank. Yeah, kind of mispronounced that. Some nice moves.
Dude, hooves is that? It's a bird. I know birds don't have hooves.
They have talons.
They do have talons.
Just like PSG talons.
Okay, all right. You linked it some way. That's what matters, dude. Don't worry about it. Hey, I
Okay.
prefer hooves anyway. I'll come back to your point because as we just keep seeing turret plating going down, as we see PSG's laning phase really dominating MFT in all but top lane. You know, you talked a little bit before about Hong 2 on this Corki, and we are seeing Corki's change build. We're going back to the AD build, Clement, and already got a Caulfield's Warhammer, so expecting that here again.
Yeah, it does seem like the Mirror Mana is going to come in very, very soon here. And just looking at it, I'm trying to think how MFD want to play this out. Hanabi is behind for sure, but he's really not that far behind. Like, it's not been possible for Taco to actually take down these turret platings. So I feel like MFD's best chance is actually to come to these fights proactively. Oh,
we've got the pick onto Gory. Everyone's here this time, but the Emperor's divided and he's still alive. The pillar gives him more space as the Moonlight Vigil doesn't kill him. Oh, Meta Falcon team, not enough damage yet.
Yeah, I feel like 665 was way too far ahead of the pack for that one to work out. It took him 3 or 5 seconds, like, not 3 seconds, but it took him 2 seconds at the very least for the rest of MFT members to even be able to deal damage to Corey. And at that point, he's able to get out scot-free.
This turret safe top side. Meta Falcon team now almost behind 2,000 gold. That play just showing some of the issues we highlighted here. And Clement, remember the Taco not with them too.
Yeah.
You know, the most fed member on the team right now outside of 665.
So we'll see how MFT do. I feel like they need to have Taco at the start of the fight. That's the most important thing. He's the most fed member. He's got the needlework to chase people down. We'll watch this again, but just look at how long it takes for 665 to actually catch up, use the ultimate, and then drag him back. It took an eternity. He gets a 4-man divide, Emperor's Divide, survives afterwards, and PSG are able to use that opportunity to continue to shove down towers, take objective.
And they've also picked up one of those dragons. When PSG are the front-to-back team fighting team, Clement, I have a lot of faith that delaying this dragon stack, especially when it's a Hex Tech Soul, you know, this team might not have CC, but imagine them with a Hex Tech Soul. Meta Falcon team might have more tools then. Still, it's going to be delayed out as well as we look towards the top side. Kaiwing moving into 665, who has the Impale yet again, but that Fracture, the stun doesn't come through. They spotted out Bury over the wall with the lens, but PSG have numbers advantage for now, and is going to be dropping down. Looking for maybe an inner, Clement.
Yep, they're going to drop this one for sure. And coming into the inner, I don't see how MFT play this. Corki's still so very far away. No TP here, so they know he's not coming. And PSG are just willing to charge down.
Solo player used. That's a bit of a miss. Hanabi's ulti, though, good on the backline as Gory just killed 665. Meta Falcon team stayed too long. A flash was burning.
Yeah.
That was just so much easier than I expected it.
I feel like if you're showing Hongtu in the bot lane like this, you can't really hope to defend a 5v4 with an Ornn up top and a Herald. Like, the enemy is just going to take the tower too fast. MFT, if they were trying to feed the Corki, then they needed to back off. You know, they can always play one side of the map at a time. They didn't really respect PSG, and they got duly punished.
But look at Hanabi's purchase. Swiftness just picked up. He's like, I hate Gwen, I hate Skarner Eastlow. Like, what else have we got? Trundle Pillar. I kind of respect
weird
it.
Buy.
It's weird, but do you really care with what we've seen in this game when PSG are probably laughing at the comp they're versing against? Do you care that much?
I read it a little bit differently. I think it's not, you know, crowd control. It's more like I want to escape in a very long side lane against Gwen. That's the general idea here. But yeah, still a weird purchase. Definitely not everyday ordinary purchase. We'll see how this one works out for him in the side lane. Meanwhile, I think MFT are actually committed to having someone split at all times. It seems like they're aiming for super late game on this one and just hoping that Corki is going to buy them through. They're not grouping up as 5, even though a Taco group could in some cases give them a win. Instead, they're content at always splitting.
But they've taken package. That's the other thing that kind of perplexes me, Clement, because why did Hong 2 take package if they weren't going to contest with this?
Because he can burn down Gromp, you know? You're coming from the LPL. You know that Bullfrog is very popular menu item there.
It's true.
Yeah,
you and I did have it, and I don't remember liking it too much, but I definitely tried it. As staying under turret, well, Gory's now here with a flash, and good timing from Whale, but Hong 2's just going to die. Unified runs up as 665 is getting bullied by a Sun Goddess. Call the Fort God knocks him up, and 665 lucky to get the trade kill on Gory, but it's a beneficial one for PSG as Taco's ulti hurts, but we end at that point, ladies and gentlemen. PSG are just making this look pretty secure right now, even only with the 2K gold lead.
Yeah, once again, I feel like MFD just get caught wandering around objectives that they can't defend. MFD, once again, they're splitting up super far, but when the enemy groups, they don't actually have the ability to defend their towers anymore. Gory's reach is immense. He goes straight into the back line, and I feel like I actually feel like MFD kind of wasted the strength of that Taco 2-kill lead. Look at this here. The members are scattered across the map. They're still trying to hold on to this one. It ends up costing them both flashes on their carries, and Home 2 still dies here. And the return kill, if you look at it, it is super cool. Skarner has to come in. He has to burn a flash. Use his ultimate. You take down what's like 300 HP on a Nazir. That's not particularly worth it.
The shutdown, but yeah, I mean, not worth it, because especially 665 the one picking it up, and right now we've seen Meta Falcon team aren't doing that much damage, as Taco even in the side lane, Gory is willing to challenge him. Thank God for Hex Gates, he says, as he goes right past PSG's member on the way out, but we had a second Dragon taken in the replay. PSG now up here, as they've started off this Soul. And we've got Baron up on the map as well, but we know PSG right now. As you said, Clement, with this comp, front to back, nothing to force. You talked about ultra late game for Meta Falcon team, but PSG just in a similar position where they're comfortable letting this play out slowly.
Absolutely. I think they know how to play objectives a lot better, which means that they can find those front attacks much easier. And so far, MFD have not been catching PSG off guard. It's been the other way around. Gory has been catching MFD off guard. I just think it's an issue with how difficult 4-1 compositions are actually to play for these newer teams. There's a lot of coordination that goes into it, and PSG are just picking times when MFT are split to punish them. You can see that their defensive members are not alert enough to walk away from potential just 5-man engages from PSG.
It's been so many times where it's like, okay, Hong 2 showing on the wave. You're talking about before with the topside play. You know, Taco as well in a side lane, but
and they still
even
die.
Like the package taken as well just kind of hurts to see where, well, Hong 2 had a package and they didn't want to commit to the neutral anyway, so they're not going to have that for the next Dragon because Corki package time is now no longer synced with Dragon. It's going to be rough here, but I also wanted to point out, while we see Taco taking away a bit of a Hex Gate, that we have a AP Corki again. It's interesting to see, Clement, because Corki has been nerfed, as you were talking about with the Rockets. People are building AD now, but I guess Hong 2 still wants that AP threat.
Yeah, the ratios have changed a little bit, but I feel like this is kind of an interesting build, more long-range poke-oriented than we usually get on the other side. I will say for MFT, they do have a win con in just Taco getting really dead. Obviously, the pros of being very split all the time is, well, one of your carries is going to be picking a lot more farm, while PSG has to play the 5v4. So over time, you do that a couple times, then someone is going to be winning out massively on the side lane. That player looks like it's Taco. But I still feel like there are just one or two like big team fight losses away from letting PSG kind of run away with it. The game score is very much, the game goal is very close, but we have to remember most of it is tied down to Taco. So what that means is how the team fights are going to go is basically solely dependent on how Taco can get in the fights themselves.
He's got Void Staff now. Those ultis are still going to hurt, so maybe a bit of optimism here for MFT, 30 seconds out from the Dragon. But another piece of optimism for PSG is that Hanabi's close to 14, which means the start of those upgraded items, which means that gold value is going to be less and less indicative of what we see on our screens. 65 shown on the top side while Hong 2 pushes out, and it could be that MFT just want to give up this next Dragon and try and get some more gold on the map.
Yeah, I don't think they can contest if they're close enough, and what it looks like is they want that Flame Horizon and Taco before they really commit to any big fights. See PSG already in this position already, and Gory just holding the top lane. I don't think they're going to play too aggressive up there, so it should just be a straight up objective take.
Doesn't mean we got Soul coming up next, though. 5 minutes until it comes through. And I talked about it before for Meta Falcon team, Clement, for the, lapses that we talked about with some of the parts in the draft. But PSG to have Hextech Soul on a Sivir and an Azir, like, using that range we've already seen, that is going to be a nightmare.
Probably the best Soul you could run with this comp. You love that attack speed. You love to chase people down and keep them in range. So, yeah, it looks really hard for MFT here. I'm a little bit surprised that they're not trying to do more with the Skyner Taco combo. Sure, it's against Hanabi, but I'm pretty confident that Taco is packing the damage right now to cut down the Ornn.
I mean, look, he's got swiftness. Maybe they're scared. Maybe they saw that and like, we can't get that ulti against him. What's it going to do? But you have, alongside Impale, I mean, Skarner has double stun. Fracture as well when you auto. On that E, you get stunned. Impale as well, we know, is a suppression. So for Hanabi, he can only press a breath on the E. However, with Force of Nature now as well, he's got a bit more survivability. As we look at PSG gearing to the top side here, Clement, and Gory's just clearing out the wave, but Hong2 giving a bit of respect while 665 shadows for the time being.
The biggest difference here is that Unified is very far ahead. He's already gotten his triple crit items, one full item ahead of the Aphelios. So you actually have to see MFT try to snipe AD carry somehow.
As 665, I mean, he has flash. They don't want a 50-50. His TP is going to be burned. That's what they want. 665 has teleported in. They're going to try and take the Baron if he's still there. Golden locks him down. And Taco's ulti is huge. Kaiwing Golden in the nick of time, though, as great as Unified gets out of the play. Hong2 now joining in as Gory is going for this Skarner jungle. As he pokes him out, Baron still stands, but a good attempt from Meta Falcon team, despite being behind, to try and stop that neutral.
Yeah, they put a lot of damage onto Bury. Taco over the wall lands 2 Needleworks onto the Xin Zhao, forces him back, and PSG call it quits. They don't want to give MFT a Baron over, so they're not going to risk it. And I feel like MFT played it very well because it was Taco alone into the pit, and then the rest of the members could poke while still standing atop of the ramp. So PSG took a lot of damage trying to reestablish position right there, ultimately forcing them off.
And for PSG, I mean, this could be worrying. For Meta Falcon team, we know that pick is in their nature. The range has started to come through as well. Like, Hong2 for some reason has a bounty, as we might just be doing this dance yet again. As PSG started up with only the Aphelios, Hong2's going to have to TP in for this Clement, and here we go once more. 6,
Bury
5,
keeping much healthier
4,
this time.
X-Flash 3. They're going to flip it this time. Solar Flare down. They're still doing the Baron, but 665 is just dead as Taco still has the needlework. Package used, but PSG get the Baron. As Bury drops Taco's final needlework. Not coming up. Well jumps in, but Gory now separates as he's by himself. It's so scattered from PSG. Team fighting in their name, but this one ain't looking as clean as Unified gets the auto, but Taco still with the chase down. Whale with the flash available. He needs to get that Infernum Q. Honda only one, but it's enough. Call the Forge God, used out, and Hanabi just to threaten as they run away with only 2 Baron buffs.
The key there definitely was Hong2. As he split the fight up, he basically took away Sivir's Ricochet ability. I don't think Ricochet did much in that fight at all. Everyone was so far away from each other. The Ricochets were not dealing damage to 2 carries at the same time. And we saw Whale, after coming from the right side, able to just snipe people down. So at the start of it, of course, the Baron does go over to EFG. Very early smite forced out by 665 just to stay alive here. But Taco does a great job, and so does Hong2 at cutting up the map right here. You can see that it takes a while for PSG to decide where they want to go, and they split up in 2 different directions. Unified goes towards the top side, leaving Gory open, and yeah, they're able to clean up on that side, with Whale eventually coming back into the fray for that flash and the snipe onto the, I believe it was several, the Infernum snipe.
Infernum, yeah. God, Clement. Loading weapons.
Too many guns, I'm sorry.
It's alright, dude.
I feel ashamed as an American. I should know all the weapons there is.
Oh my god. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, it's too real. Okay, well, Taco is the person we looked at in the last fight. Clement, don't worry. You've got guns of your own. As you flex your biceps, we're going to have to try and see if Meta Falcon can do the same, because Taco's angle here is spotted out, but still such a threat as PSG trying to set up the Soul. We've got a stare off here, and Kaiwing now with the flank and Call the Forge God used in a 5v5, Clement. PSG is just going to have their easy fight. The Raid Boss is down. A two-man Solar Flare. Meta Falcon team without package, without the conversion of the pick. Clement, front to back. How easy does it look?
That was so smart from Hanabi. They had 665 in trouble, and they held onto their crowd control. Taco flew in to save his jungler, and then they released all of their CC, instantly killing the Gwen. They basically read Taco's mind right there. The most fed member off the table. The rest is just Sivir bait.
In our 22 kill game, that's Sivir now with upgraded Kraken Slayer as well, worth mentioning, because PSG just took that gold lead and took it to hell. PSG are going to get themselves a Hextech Soul, excuse me, in the meantime as well. And that feels like it could be the nail for Meta Falcon team in this very strange game, Clement, as that Baron buff actually had an insane play in the end as we look at this team fight again.
Yeah, so at the start of it, 665 gets caught, and look, everyone waits for their critical crowd control. They use it on Taco. Once he gets down, everyone pounces. They take the most fed member off, and the rest they can chase down with ease. Nothing Whale can do right there as he just gets pinned against the wall. They get all of the stragglers there too. So, yeah, just great teamfight execution. Love the ability for PSG to split-second flex on the target aggro.
It's PSG in a team fight. The last one didn't look too great, but hey, you got to give it to PSG. When they get towards this point in the game, we know how this team works as a 5-man unit. It's a very PSG-style composition as well. Hanabi frontline. You know, new members like Gory, sure, it's a new PSG, but Gory is still facilitating. God, why is English so hard? That role. And Unified doing the same thing here on the Sivir. Now 4 items, more on Malmortius. But look at Gory. 8, 4, and 5 on this Azir. Now has himself the Eye of Luden as well. And a Rabadon's Death Cap. Gory is huge.
Monstrous for sure. Taco, in the meantime, heading towards his Flame Horizon, but I think it's a little bit too late. He hasn't been able to get any alone time with these side lane towers before PSG just straight up opens on the rest of the teams. And I think if you look at MFT and their 4-man defensive comp right now, it's primarily relying on 665's Impale to stop people from just engaging.
Yeah.
I feel like PSG can still walk in and do it regardless. If Taco isn't there, instant scoop into the backline and they can start killing.
And look how hard it'll get, right? Banshee's Veil, Stopwatch. You know, a lot of things to pay for. I'm even looking at the lack of respect from PSG on the other side, though, because there's no QSS. No one has played the Scarred attacks, and to be fair, Clement, with how far ahead they are and with all the tools, I guess you don't have to care about it when 665 has ulted, what, twice or 3 times in this game?
I've seen it twice.
Yeah.
And not in the team fights. So I think that shows you all you need to know. In the previous 2 team fights, it was basically instant kill. So that's a problem with the Skarnar. You know, I feel like his damage profile is very single target. He's very much about pick. He doesn't really serve as a frontline tank all that much. And we see the weakness of this champion. You know, if he gets ahead, he's very annoying. If he gets behind, it kind of feels like a super mini.
It was a fun attempt from MFT. It's 5k gold lead, but look, as this ward goes down, package is there. He's got a GA, but Hongtu steps up and almost dies from Unified and Gory in one fell swoop. He has to back away with that package as Baron now respawns, and TP is going to be how Hongtu tries to flip this game.
Yep, he is going to have a TP position to come back into this one, and 665 does have his flash as well, so yeah, I feel like PSG need to bait into the river and then do the turnaround.
I mean, waiting for Hongtu's package to come through in this choke. Hanabi is the one standing front line, and Taco going to come over the wall, but he's aiming at the tanks. Look at the damage. They're the ones off on the right wing, Clement, as PSG with a Hextech Soul and a Wormfall and Sacrifice. Unified makes that sacrifice complete with a Whale. as Hong 2 is running for his life. The GA comes to you. Gory is one-shotting. You decided to give this mid laner Azir, and you will pay the price.
I'm not so sure about that charge in by MFT. I don't think anyone thought about how Whale was supposed to play that team fight. So you have Taco and Hong2 going in into the brush where they have no vision. Very easy for PSG to kind of just fan out, cut away the back line from MFT, and then just deal with the targets that have run
Issue
through
next.
their competition.
Issue next, and Issue's dead. Oh my god, Gory. Nexus exposed. Meta Falcon team, you had a bit of fun with the draft, but when you're looking at PSG on so much comfort, this is the result. Whale goes golden. That Azir was re-hitting at the end of that game. That was disgusting.
He truly was the Emperor. 13 kills for Gory in that one. Found massive engages. This, I just feel like this was a weird composition for MFT to go for. I don't really see the synergy of where Skarner was supposed to gank over and over again. Yes, Trundle is great against the champions that are there, but he doesn't really facilitate ganks all that much. We're going to watch the last team fight. I feel like MFT did overstep their bounds right here. PSG did the smart thing. They walked back, waited for MFT to engage, give themselves a much better choke to kind of hold over, with Bury trying to bait with the honey fruit. Probably baiting a little bit too much. You see Taco going into the backline, but the problem here is Unified isn't really so they're trying to take down Bury, which is the tank here, and Hanabi, also the tankiest member, and then Whale still can't get into the fight. So I just feel like PSG outsmarted MFT with the setup in this team fight. They baited their opposition into this choke where they had all the advantages, the positioning advantages, the tanks versus their carries, and the mages versus their ADs. The positioning was beautiful, and MFT just ran straight into that one.
Smart team fighting. I mean, what more do you expect here at this point from PSG Talon? Still trying to recover up from their loss against Frank Esports, where they lost that top tier position. Now tied up with Deep Cross Gaming. Excuse me. And PSG Club, you know, we saw this draft and we're like, well, okay, Azir first pick. Classic Gory, right? He's now 5-0 on the pick. 6-0 on the pick. And has like an over 12, 13, 14 KDA. And I think for PSG, we know strong DPS, put Hanabi on a front line, whether it's Nara or Ornn, and give Kaiwing something that can make plays. And boy, did that Leona in the early game make plays alongside Bury on that Xin Zhao.
Absolutely. They just kept on catching MFT off guard here. I feel like MFT, throughout this split, they mainly have been relying on Taco to go into the late game, give them a chance in team fights, but the defensive side for them is not very well hashed out. Whenever they split up, they just open themselves up to 5v4 tower dives, and PSG were able to find, I think at least 2 instances of just straight up tower dive kills onto the carries, with Gory spearheading the initiations there as well.
Yeah.
So kind of a weird comp for MFT. I expected a little bit more two-man game from Taco, but they were not able to switch up their game plan in correlation to the tempo. I feel like Tahoe gave themselves great chances with the early 2 kills. They could have played 5v5 team fight from that point on and just try to snowball it. Didn't really happen. Instead, they went full split mode. They didn't contest any of the objectives. They got caught defensively, and that just gave PSG too much of a lead.
And you know, it is a shame because you're right. Like, Taco has been old reliable for Meta Falcon team. I feel like more so than less. And for 665, with that Skarner locked in, as you said all game long, shame we didn't get any CC in the lanes, Clement. There was no hard CC. And what lane do you play towards?
That's a no-pick Skarner. It feels really bad when you have Skarner and no-pick potential.
Agreed. I don't... Yeah. God, I feel like... I don't know. I never want to pull down picks like that, Clement, but yeah, it's hard to talk about as... Oh my god. Gory did damage. The end.
Mm-hmm. He did more damage than about the 3 carries on the other side did combined, and 10 times the damage coming in from the jungler on the other side. So smooth sailing for PSG. I wanted to see if they could play something different. It looks like what they're doing is just going to incorporate Sivir into their existing compositions, which still looks like a very strong blend.
Yeah, it does. Are you ready? You know what I care about.
All right,
ready?
MVP.
Oh, we know it's gory. It's just about the percentage. 52. 52%, Clement.
Oh, boy.
Round it up. He deserves it. He definitely deserves it. Gory, what's in his hand, Clement? That's all I want to know.
In his palm, there's one word written.
Oh, yeah.
And that's Azir.
Oh, is it?
I think MFT, they've fallen for the trap. They were like, hey, PSG, you know, last time they lost, they didn't first pick Azir when it was open. Maybe we get to play Azir. And Gory just looks at his palm and says, no, I will first pick the Azir. Gorgie has called me to first pick this one. So it's interesting to see if this Azir is still going to work in 12.4. That's what I'm really worried about, because I feel like PSG are our top team that is most entrenched in the slow durability patch meta.
Sure.
They're very good at it, but 12.14 is a completely new world. And I'm not really convinced that they play anything else.
I mean, we've apparently had things like, you know, Pantheon Talia actually played in the LPL tonight, Clement. So it is going to speed up. That's a crazy thing. I don't know if we're going to 12-14 for playoffs, but at the very least, there's going to be a bit of a break between this week and then playoffs. So yeah, it should be, right? Should be. And there's a lot of adaptations to be made. And for PSG, they've got 3 more games within this meta, but 3 more games to work out where they can go next. It's a big win for them. They're on track to being the first team, but they've, of course, got to fight up against Deep Cross Gaming, who have the easier schedule. But that's enough about PSG. A win is a win there, as they'll pick it up against Meta Falcon team, keep them down at 5 wins. And next up, we're going to see if CFO can keep their momentum moving as well, as they try to take down Sem9 for a potentially easy win. We'll find out.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And love you till the end of time. You always get what you want. That I won't stop fighting till you understand. That I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want. That I won't stop fighting till you understand. That I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time.
was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it.
I'm waiting for your call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
know it's close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. The stars to fly, the stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high.
Back here in the PCS here for the penultimate game. Remember, 6 tonight, not 7 otherwise. Or Clement, 7
Don't
hours
scare
is a
me.
bit rough. Yeah, you're okay. PSG just came away with a win over Meta Falcon team. Now we're on to, as I said, our second last game here in the PCS, sponsored by CDBC Bank. Quick reminder that we want to thank Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for the League Operation full production. We're on to CFO versus M9, Clement. CFO right now looking to catch up to the top dogs, being one win away from PSG and Deep Cross, who are now tied first.
Yep, CFO currently sitting at 11 wins here. They're not in a very comfortable position because they also have J-Team that has 2 more games to play to catch up to them. So it's very possible that J-Team could still leapfrog them. And also they're coming off a loss of DSG in the previous week. So I feel like CFO are definitely going to feel pressured. Probably not against Sem9, but to pick up all of the remaining wins right here.
Yeah.
I would say that CFO, in my eyes, has been the team to have the least coherent identity out of our top teams here. You know what DCG is going to do. They're going to play run at you, fast mobility comps. J-Team is going to play through bottom side, but you're not really sure about CFO.
Well, we know that their solo lanes are still strong, right? We know that Rest will take any side of any matchup. It's probably going to be an R pick. Let's be real. At least we know, Clement, their identity might be shifting and it might be changing each game, but we just know the individual strength of our players on CDBC Flying Oyster are still top quality.
It's definitely the curse of having too many avenues to play through. Sometimes I do feel like they get a little bit confused in draft, and that's the department where I would say they're definitely the weakest in compared to the rest of the teams. However, your points are definitely true there, and to mention this, they are going to be running with Shun again. Very strong bot laner. Last game, though, against DCG, we did see Shun and Koala kind of throw their game plan out of the window with some very early gambits that didn't work out in their favor. They were 2v2 killed in lane. So we'll see this time around if CTBC decide to stick towards a more top-centric strategy, or are they going to throw all of their resources into the bot lane once more?
Hunnaby's 5-0 on the nod, just saying, we'll see.
Yep.
Sem9, though, on the other side, look at the roster. I am glad it's not a Shin. Even though this team's out, I have to say, Clement, it is better that he stays towards a coaching role, considering that we just saw so many lane swaps, crazy stuff. And actually, to be fair, I don't know why I'm saying I'm glad a Shin's not in. They still played the double 80 carry solo lane. We got Vayne top, and the comp just didn't work at all. So I don't know if it is better or worse with him playing or not.
I will say it really depends on how much they can develop Lazar. I think that's the biggest question on everyone's mind here. Shedudu played mid for a while, but now he's back in AD carry, and mid lane is Lazar. For the top lane, interesting stuff. You talked about the 100% win rate, Gnar. What I want to see is the close to 100% ban rate Darius come out. It's the almost the last game for them. They're eliminated. Please, CFO, please give them the Darius. I want to see how it actually works out.
Oh god, it's been so long since we've even seen a ban against it, I think, Clement. Like, if we just go through that top lane, Singed last game, remember? So that was fun. We've had Nasus, we've had Vladimir, we've had Zeri top, excuse me, not Vayne top. God, what are we going to get today? What a great question. Sem9 on red side as well. Counterpick Nasus could be coming in again.
I want to say, I feel like Sivir actually enables Juggernaut compositions so well. And that's exactly what No Name plays. No Name plays, like you mentioned, the Mordekaiser, the Darius, the Nasus, all of these are classified as Juggernauts. They have no gap closer, but if you throw Sivir in there, you might not need a gap closer to chase on, to kind of, keep targets locked down for you. And, the Yuumi composition like that would work out very well. So I want to see Sem9 go into that direction. As we've been talking about, No Name is some sort of a solo queue Darius god. So I just want to see it once, please.
Yeah, especially when Na's going to be first pick every time, right? We know that PSG will first pick Gory's Azir. We know that for CFO, I guess we're not going to be doing that because Silas is pretty OP and still open, but we know that Rest is going to be putting his hands on the Na if you don't take it away yourself.
Yeah, for sure here. And they're kind of throwing that question over towards Sem9. Oh, we get the Sivir.
Okay.
That's a good sign of things to come. Maybe Yuumi even better.
Sivir?
Yeah.
Yeah, a duo we rarely get together, by the way, and Wukong even pairing with it, so do you take away Sivir here? Is it that big of an ask?
I think CFO can just snag it. I feel like Sivir going over to the enemy team is a little bit too strong. It really depends on whether CFO want to play further back, want to play 1-3-1, or do they just throw down the gauntlet and run headfirst into what Sem9 is doing. Sem9, this is their probably most favorite composition. They do run a lot of these just rundown comps as well. So if the Sivir is passed to them, I have almost no doubt that they're going to take it.
Well, maybe Poppy. Actually, Poppy's been banned a lot today, Clement.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is a pick that might have just slid through when you've double mid banned against Mission, which is completely fair, right? For CFO, Gemini getting Poppy, that's a bit of success, especially with this comp, Clement. Like, the all-in looks pretty great.
Absolutely, and I would say that CFO, they have a lot of interesting ways to play this. They can just knock the Wukong away, and that would almost give them a 5 versus 3 scenario because the Yuumi is most likely to be taken there as well. And then you can just kind of engage afterwards with the Silas. So this can be a very defensive composition for CFO, and it can be played very aggressively as well. On the other hand, Sem9, this is the comp I love from them. This is the dream draft from Sem9 is coming true. They've got lots of speed buffs. They run at you, and they can enable No Name to play Darius.
Oh, okay. So you're building it up. I get that, Clement. Remember that Sem9's ban of Zeri could actually be for solo lane. Remember, even though you got Na there and Silas, Sem9 are like, dude, what if they play that bot? What if they're like us, I'm going to cut the BS for the time being. We got double bottom lane ban. Sean is getting targeted pretty heavily here with 3 bans against him. Not many 80 carries left apart from that Aphelios, which
should still be there.
Yeah, Lucian, Nami, Clement. Does that work for you?
It would work for me, for sure. I feel like Lucian's still a very strong champion against the Sivir here, but it doesn't look like CFO would bother about it. CFO's composition, I'm not sure really flows that well with the Lucian. I think it's most likely still an Aphelios composition. And yes, my dream come true.
God.
Everything I want is in this comp.
I can't believe the day you talk about it again, because last time we didn't talk about it at all. And Darius is banned 47% of the time against Sem9. And finally we get it out. Like, it has been waiting 6 weeks for this.
Oh, my dream come true with this composition. Everything I wanted. Engage, run down. No Name finally on his most fan champion, and CFO are going to go for Lucian. I feel like this is more aggressive take than we usually see for them. They could very well have gone for the Aphelios and just play keep away.
Yep.
But they're playing with something a little bit more aggressive here, and I'm not so sure about that. I actually feel like what CFO are thinking is that, hey, Nar's actually pretty good against Darius in the early game. We're going to win bot lane, and Mission's the best laner there is in the PCS. So why not we just do a 3-lane press and just finish this off early? That's my read from that.
Oh, but Zoe, hang on a minute. How easy is the 3-lane press when you actually have competitive lanes?
Yeah, it's not that easy anymore, definitely with the Zoe. Can punish him early game. I will say CFO probably feeling still very confident in terms of the IDs here, but Sem9 have a comp, I think, that can punish a lot of these short-range champions on CFO's side. You don't want to stay close to No Name Darius as he starts taking names and dunking on you.
All right, Clever, you're so geared up for it. As you said, you know, there's a lot of charge, a lot of pick. There's going to be a lot of lane presence coming out of both of these teams. Is it simply just win lane, win game for both? Like, because Darius behind, pretty useless. Zoe behind, Zoe needs snowball. Silas, okay, more or less. Lucian Nami. There are so many lanes that need to get ahead of this thing.
So, the thing that I'm looking at here is some early ganks just coming in from Marashi. If Marashi can get 1 or 2 ganks in these lanes, and ganks are the great stabilizer. A lot of lanes, if you look across, none of these lanes are particularly strong for 7-9. But if he gets a gank in there early on, a level 2 gank, something like that, then the lane's not as lopsided as it should be. Like, the bot lane should be very lopsided for CFO. We have seen Shun and Golub be targets of ganks early on. So if that gank goes through, then maybe they can stabilize the bot lane. And then Darius team fight with On the Hunt, with a Zumi.
Oh, yeah. Sounds good.
Imagine that. Think about that. Just everyone getting into that decimate range. Everyone's bleeding all over. Every orifice is bleeding. They got the passive going through the hemorrhage on, and he just starts jumping up in the air.
Well, I'm looking forward to it at the very least. But
you seem very laid back about this prospect.
I mean, I am, but the only problem is, On the Hunt now doesn't give
the initial. Yeah, that's true. But they still have the Zumi for him.
Oh, you are right, though. You are right. The Zumi hit on Darius. That's one element. And you know why? Because I'm a little bit suspect. As you said, you've told me before, the Gnar lane can be pretty hard. The ability to space out. The fact that Hyper as well is such a pain on this HP stacker. I'm a little bit suspect, but hey, at the very least, when 7-9 are the first team out and are guaranteed not to be going to playoffs as the bottom tier team at the moment, throwing everything against the wall to see what sticks against CFO is a good result, considering that we talked about the lack of identity with CDBC Flying Oyster in comparison to our top teams. Right now, this is going to show if CDBC Flying Oyster can just win, a 20-25-minute game with what's set out for them?
I think it will be about the snowball from bot lane. Like, obviously, Shun has done really good in the previous games, but the last game for him did show a bit of weakness where they were just ganked and they stopped back to get a good trade. He died 2v2, and it turned into kind of a disaster for them against DCG. So I feel like this game for CFO is, yes, they are expected to win, but how cleanly can they take it across the finish line? Can they maintain a lead throughout all of their lanes all at the same time while pushing up against 7-9 that has nothing?
Yeah, or will it just be a Darius game through and through? No Name, we've been waiting a while for this. It's the very last week of the PCS, and getting the Darius when we've already gotten Singed, Zeri top, Vladimir, and Nasus out of this guy. I don't know. No Name is starting to press, and he is the primary damage dealer. I think No Name has been one of the best performing members outside is Lazar. It's hard to talk about this team in best performing members because they've had struggle streaks throughout multiple lanes.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say probably No Name, Caspiel, and Narashi are probably saying too many players. Yeah. Throwing up too many players. I think No Name is a fair bet to say that's probably the best 2 players between him and Arashi.
Okay. Well,
I really want to give Caspiel some love because he did so well on the support role. As well. But the big question here, I think, is still the development of Lazar, because he has to prove that he's a better mid laner than Shedudu is at mid. So the equations here are a little bit scrambled, but I'll just lay the current pros of this lineup up. Is that you get Shedudu in the bot lane, and you get Lazar, who's naturally a mid laner, in the mid lane. However, if you look at the other side, you get Ashing, who's this super creative wild guy, and he's also your coach, in the lineup, and you get Shedudu playing mid. Now, you might think that the first one is decidedly better than the other one.
Yeah.
However, I'm telling you, I'm not exactly that sure. Lazar, for me, Lazar just is not a very strong laner overall. I know he's new, but I think that's going to be the biggest litmus test. Is do you want the crazy scientist on your team, or do you want a guy that actually plays mid? And I'm not sure there's a clear-cut answer here. So I think Lazar needs to step up. It should be a clear answer.
No, but I don't think there is, honestly. Clement, while you're talking as well, I just made sure to do my homework. They've changed the initial burst, but Sivir actually still gives an aura.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, I was like, dude, because it said...
You were shutting me down the entire time. I'm telling you.
The patch notes were hard. Have you read the last 4 patch notes? Dude,
they're like
it's like reading the Bible, you know? It's so hard. It's near impossible. Oh. It's just, yeah, I don't know. But
look, if Sivir only had move speed on herself, do you think that would make a good ultimate? It would be a trash ultimate. What would be the point?
But it's more individual soul carry. I don't know, but
of course the team gets to move with her, and that's why I was hyping up Sivir plus Darius.
Yeah. But you could have shut me down. It's okay. If I was wrong, Clement, you know, you got to tell me I'm wrong.
All right.
None of this broadcast friendly stuff.
Okay. You're wrong. 7-9 have the better comp. There we
go. I know you like it. I know it's a run towards. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just been told there's tech issues, by the way. That's why we're waiting, but we have now resolved them. So CDBC Flying Oyster and 7-9 can get into it with the Darius top. We got Zoe back onto the Rift as well. And Lucian Nami from CDBC Flying Oyster looking to get themselves up with the likes of PSG Talon and Deep Cross Gaming for their game of the day. Our penultimate game of the night as well before we go to DCG and Beyond Gaming to close it out. 7-9 are at the bottom. They're 1-14, but hey, when you see Darius on the Rift, you know that's how you start to create an upset. Let's see if No Name's pick that has been banned against this team. Almost 50% of 7-9's games this split can make waves against CDBC Flying Oyster.
I can't wait. I am so hyped up for this game. This is my dream come true. 7-9 finally get the comp of their dreams. This should be something that they stomp on people in scrims. It should be something that they're familiar with in solo queue. This is the pinnacle of the 7-9 experience.
All I can ask for. Finally, with your, third last game of the split, you bring this out. Singed last time was an absolute hoot, but this Darius should be even better. Ghost taking in the lane, Clement, as we've got Conqueror on the Darius, of course, as well. Unflinching and second wind on the side too, Clement. And Rest is going fleet, and you got to admit that for this it still will be a volatile lane, despite the range advantage and the advantage in general you talked about.
Yeah, whenever you see a Ghost lane, what a lot of Dariuses do is they just actually just go into the brush level 1 and pop Ghost and force summoners from you. Very common Darius solo queue tactic. Of course, it does leave you quite vulnerable to ganks early on, but hey, you can kind of live with that if you're 1-14. So
True.
I want to see how this lane plays out. I want to see if 7-9... I was expecting 7-9 actually to early ward for the top side, but it looks like they're not going to do that. And we're going to get a look at Lazar's lane here. Lazar's been... he likes to play a lot of these tempo champions. He typically does get counter pick. However, he hasn't really been able to make those resources useful in his own laning phase. So I think this is a great chance for him to show us what he's got here on the Zoe.
If Gemini lets him, though, I mean, this is a level 2 gank. Abscond him, ducked, here he goes. Hammer Shock as well as Gemini just walks in, walks out, and Lazar's going to start that lane in a pretty bad spot. As now spotted on topside ward, he's just invading straight off the bat.
Smart move from CFO. I like the pathing here, and the most important thing is they're trying to isolate Darius. If Darius doesn't have, just the threat of the jungle being nearby, it's very hard for him to go in. Because when Darius goes in, he needs to go all in. There's not a lot of half measures for this champion. So I like this move from CFO. It's a really clever move to kind of do a semi-vertical here and just deny Arashi from impacting topside.
Smite's going to come down as well, just in the nick of time. Gemini, okay, gets in, and does he get out? Onto Arashi, the 1v1 begins as this Wukong is stacking up the passive. Gemini is still
Zoe
only level 2. Conqueror's Proctus, Lazar's coming in, the flash burn, and Gemini trying to play, but he's already down. Mission can't help out. 7-9 with first blood.
Darius is also going all in the top side. However, bot lane, Shedudu takes a big chunk.
Classic.
And the flash is gone from top side. He actually wins the trade against Rest.
Oh, we didn't get to see that one on our screen, but you're right. No name didn't burn anything to do it either. What?
He must have landed the E. It had to be.
Oh. Arashi with a great start, Clement, here on this Wukong. Gemini still level 2. Lazar's coming in as well. And this blue buff widely contended as Lazar's making sure that Mission can't get too close either.
Alright, now I probably have to walk back my statements. I feel like Gemini probably got out a little too late on the previous one. While his other 2 lanes weren't exactly moving. So,
and hang on, Lazar almost dead. Hits the trouble bubble as Paddlestar won't be the follow-up play. As Arashi just keeps battering down Gemini, and there goes another resource. He's 2 camps behind, and Arashi is just playing with him at this point.
And is not letting this one go. Lazar also has a TP, so he can choose to back up this Wukong as he goes for more. Gemini's still level 2. So that invade backfired horrendously, and now it could be Rest that needs to pay the price here.
He's still here. At least Gemini gets a smite this time around as the shove is going to get a good stun. The Hammer Shock follow-up as well. But that's the burst out as Arashi continues to get Conqueror. And with red buff as well in the slow. Mission needs to do a lot as Lazar's over the wall. He's going to full commit, but it's on a clone as Lazar won't follow up yet again, just making sure Wukong stays safe as Arashi is the most annoying monkey I've ever seen, Clement, and I just went to the zoo 3 weeks ago.
I will say he did lose that trade overall, though. Like, Gemini still got his camps, Arashi slowed down, on level parity here, Shun going in.
Oh yeah, that's a good trade, just dead! You don't even get a response, dude. My god, that was clean.
A little bit weird. Caspiel didn't try to use the exhaust right there. Just let Shedudu go down there. I think he underestimated the burst for sure, you know?
Well, it doesn't matter what's going in the jungle then, does it? If bot is winning out that hard, that is a new problem for Sem9 that they need to deal with.
Yeah, I would be very sad if that's the only positive trade we get to see from Darius, and they didn't even show it.
True.
I would cry myself to sleep.
I'm
a Sem9 fan.
You're right. It's an apprehend. You're right. Must be an apprehend. Must have been a good one.
So we'll see if No Name tries to go. Ghost
as well. Okay, apprehend comes through. Crippling strike. Follow up. He's got full stacks of hammerage, and as he spins around, the guillotine used. Ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't even 6. I was wrong, but it's still a solo kill from No Name.
Beautiful stuff. That's what I wanted to see from the Darius. The manly Darius player here in No Name, just chopping him down before the steel-plated boots can come out for the extra movement speed. He got great timing right here as well. You know, he walks to the left side and pops a ghost, and there's no rage bar here on Rest, so he doesn't have any ability to access his extra HP and his extra resistances, nor the stun right here. No Name gets such a clean kill underneath the tower, and also denies some CS.
I was like, where's the Noxian Guillotine? Oh, he must have already used it. Wasn't even 6. Wasn't even level 6. It just ordered him down. Half-bound axe picked up as Gemini and Arashi are going to beef it out in the topside jungle yet again. And as Arashi continues to take damage, Wukong in an extended trade, Gemini, I don't think you want a piece of that. Rest is coming in, but now Arashi's a bit too deep.
Though.
Goes over the wall, they know he's there. Smite down, but Arashi, you are just over-ambitious in this version of the trade.
That was a little bit unfortunate because Sem9 actually had priority in the top side. And Arashi was the one to go in by himself. So a little bit of miscommunication there. I don't think they expected to find the bottom right there.
Not again. Please, God, exhaust! Clement! Why take the summoner if you're not going to use it?
Yeah.
Is he dead?
Not sure about that one.
Culling, help me. Wukong, help me. Arashi going to save the day, but this bottom lane is beyond disaster.
We knew it was going to be a rough lane, and no, this is why I say sometimes Shedudu to mid lane and Ashing back on the roster isn't always a bad idea. I'm serious about that. I actually feel like they have what should I say? Because when they run Ashing and Caspiel, they know they can't win a standard lane, so they run something crazy.
True.
And that actually ends up a little bit better sometimes than running, blind pick counter lane.
Just so far, I mean, it's frustrating to look at the second time around. Clement, you called the exhaust in the first one. Second time round is kind of inexcusable. Where Shedudu flashes away, hoping to survive, but 2 kills now onto Shun in this game. The bottom lane of CFO is pretty much leading the gold lead at this point as well. In fact, I know they are. As CFO are also going to get this top side objective. I mean, Darius might have found a solo kill, but the rest of the map is burning.
It's true, but we have to stay faithful to the Sem9 game plan. You're misunderstanding Sivir.
And maybe I'm misunderstanding Zoe as well. Electricity comes through, Arashi flashes, and now needs to get over the wall. Doesn't have his flash available. Koala surviving. Lazar has the flash. Blast code, he's healed up. Get him! Oh, he dodged Koala, no! That hitbox massive in the Aqua Prison, not in time. It's a big chase, but props to Lazar for going all the way. As exhaust is finally used, but Shun's gonna get out.
Right.
Oh my god, it wasn't even Caspiel's exhaust.
He's gonna use it someday, okay? Just
One
hold
day,
on.
dude, one day.
Hold on.
Yeah, okay, I will.
I feel Caspiel, doesn't usually play this champion.
1v2. Culling.
All right.
Go
Good
on,
sidestep by Shedudu. No problem right there. Not even on the hunt burn right now. And it's just Lazar coming back. So I just wanted to say that Sivir, her main use is for Darius to get on top of Lucian.
True.
She's a utility champ. That's the way we should be watching this. Sem9 bot lane, pure utility. All they're there is for movement speed for no name. There you go.
So it's like how we say Ornn losing lane isn't a big deal, except, you don't really have like a gold passive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Clement. Yeah, there you go, except a lot worse, of course.
But Sivir late game. Oh.
True.
Yeah.
But will she get there? I don't know. Ambitious, I will say. CFO getting a dragon could be a problem, as they also picked up the Herald, gave the gold over to Mission in mid lane.
Yeah.
Gold lead now at 2,000. Now, yes, gank the Darius lane. I could not agree more.
So we're taking a look at the gold lead here as things are cooling down. And No Name actually only with a 100 gold lead here into the top lane. It looks like Sem9 are going to try to snowball that one. But CFO just smelled blood in the water here on bot side.
Once he gets the spell shield out of Shedudu, he's up against the wall and they flash. They don't even give him a chance to react. And hey, at least this time, Clement, Caspiel used his summons. Both of them in fact as sleepy time. Shun with a great block. Well done from CFO as they're interested in diving this part 2. There's a flash on Lazar though. Burns it with the heroic shove. Aqua Prison though does connect and Koala tanks up aggro. Well done as that's so to the minor point. Koala lucky to survive, and Caspiel then ults to find the final kill. He won't get anything more as Sem9 at least trading after what was a blood sport for CFO bot.
At the end of the day, the cat does get the fish. So, all is right in the world. Not too disappointed with that.
Culling. He's going to survive until Gemini's still here. Hammer shock and Shun getting the kill. 4-0-1 as he runs for his life, and Arashi over the wall. He'll now be spotted out. Shun is the one left in lane as Lenz will spot him out. Arashi's still going to go for the all-in. Gemini can't help him, but Shun has himself the relentless pursuit. So he's out too, Clement. And what positivity were you going to give me about Sem9?
None, actually.
Okay.
There was a lot to be positive about. So that play started with CFO spotting Arashi in the top side, and they were very happy to just send everyone over and tower dive repeatedly. That was a 3-man tower dive where they got 3 kills consecutively, one after the other. Only lost the support in that one. Beautifully done by CFO. Even numbers in this day and age, that's very hard to accomplish. I don't think I've ever seen a sequence where you see a 3-man get all 3 kills against the tower dive.
That's right. It's like patience from Gemini was really good. And Shun as well has just been playing the solution so well. We've been so impressed with Shun, over Atlan, who CFO tried, and he was... Oh, he's nowhere near as good, Clement. Let's be real. I was trying to pull it delicately, but Shun has had such a good split, and I think his bottom lane of CFO is part of the reason why I'm pretty confident on this team. You look at the rest of the map, and you're like, dude, if their bot is this good, what are we saying about Mission and Rest at the moment?
They were tremendous, I would say. However, not as good as No Name Darius.
That's true, Clement. Well done. Mission of Pain. I want to see more of this Darius top. So far, we've seen that one solo for solo trade. But No Name, this Ghost and Flash Darius has his summoners back up and available. Hasn't actually backed in a while as well. So the Hearthbound Axe he's been sitting on for a while too.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of curious as to what happens more on that top side. But it seems to be a farm fest as we just keep watching Gemini.
And I think the problem here for CFO is that, not the problem, the problem for Sem9 is their bot and mid towers are almost gone by this point. Yeah. There's basically 1 plate worth of HP left on both of these, and that means Darius isn't going to get a fair fight. He wants to dispense justice 1 by 1, but CFO are not going to let him. They're actually going to group up against him and send the bot lane top for the Herald and to shut him down.
We begin on the bottom side, though, at the very least. I love every turn, Clement. We got to talk about the Darius. I agree. You know, the problem is nothing's happening up there. And No Name, every time we come up, Rest is in Meganar. He's playing it passive. Now, he's level 11. I was going to ask you a little bit about your Darius knowledge and test you a bit.
Yeah.
You know, what are some key windows here? Is it like 1 item? Is it, 2 items? Is it Darius at a level? Like, what gives?
I definitely think he's the strongest at 1 item. So the reason for that is he has insane base stats early on. He doesn't really need the tanking his second stat. And he usually has to start building defensive after the first item. So the first item spike is where he is easily snowballed, because this is basically his, I would say it's almost like his damage plateau. He's got the skills there. Apple doesn't give you all that damage. You got the Death Spade, the W, and then you get the 2 damage. So that's enough. You kind of really excel at these first item fights. However, Sem9 have not found themselves a chance to use on the hunt with Darius just yet.
No. Clement, my problem is that they just got 2 turrets for Herald. So first turret Blood over to CFO. They just got inner turret bottom lane as No Name had to watch. Gold's now 5,000. And Sem9 committed so many for second Herald, which, we're not in 12-14. You're not getting the gold bonus. You're not getting the extra HP advantage from Herald spawning either. You're getting maybe your first turret, Clement, but I don't know. The turrets aren't really that low. So Sem9 now massively behind as we have a 2-item Lucian in the bottom lane. Shed Doodoo is struggling to finish off this Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, a really rough time.
He's got a BF sword. Look at Shun. He just got his third item component.
He's got way too many towers in the bot lane. That's bad news for No Name. Real bad news. I feel like Lucian could stand his ground at this point. So
yeah,
I was so tied up.
You 1v1 him.
I feel like he could. I feel like with just like keeping distance and the fact that he does have the cleanse, he's 2 levels down though. So not yet. I don't see like the support ever leaving him really. Okay, No Name. Ooh. This is your chance to shine.
Here we go. Finally a fight. He's got Ghost, he's got Flash onto Gemini. Who's your target? Apprehend starts it off. We're only watching the Darius Clement. I don't want to fight anyone else, but he shoved back. Rest denies the Noxian Guillotine. He runs into Gemini yet again. No Name's Darius didn't get to ult Clement. Oh, that's all we wanted to see.
We didn't get the dunk contest coming in, and you could tell No Name actually survived for such a long time, and CFO, in their desperate attempt, had to scramble everyone across the map to take him down. In the meantime, yeah, Sem9 did not get any towers. They really weren't touched, so you still have to call it as it is. CFO got to win there.
Yeah, like the other plays. Like all the other plays in this game, it is looking one-sided, and we would expect that with a potentially first, second place team versus our current last place team, right? There's a massive gap in the PCS I've noticed since starting to cast it this year, and it feels like CFO are showing us that here with Lazar now under threat. Arashi was spotted out, but CFO just want all these outer turrets, and with Shun's damage, it looks so easy.
Yeah, and Sem9 are not in position to actually contest any of this. They only have a 3-man right here. They have to run away.
He's still stunned. Oh, he's still stunned. Lazar goes back to the portal jump, but the heroic charge does its work. Now CFO get a turret after a kill. What's Darius doing? Let's look there.
Now he's getting his tower. He's getting an objective bounty for the team. So we'll watch this again. It does seem like, oh, Arashi was spotted going down there by Gemini. Gemini got there first, got the vision, and you can tell that No Name actually survived for a very long time right here. Most of the damage was going to Arashi. Of course, he had to flash away.
Oh,
for Rest with such a good find there. Actually denies the Decimate in the meantime too, so No Name doesn't get the HP back.
Dude, Clement, he gets Nox and Guillotine off that as well. You know, Gemini probably dies. We get the dream play from No Name, and then Rest has to come in and muck it up.
You know, we were just about to see the greatest dunker in League just start to work at his job, and then Rest just came in and he had the block, he had the finger wag and all that, sent that ball back to the stands.
The finger wag. The finger wag, like spinning the ball on your finger or what?
Oh my god, you do not watch the NBA, do you?
I don't. I'm Australian. I don't even watch rugby league. Dude, have you seen LPL decided to go 7 days a week?
Yes.
And then PCS is also 3 or 4.
So, what do Australians watch for sport? Do you like race raccoons or something? Not raccoons.
Raccoons.
Kangaroos.
We don't have raccoons here. Yeah, that's one thing. We watch rugby league, so like, you know, it's like Irish English football. I don't know why I said Irish. And then we have AFL, which is Aussie rules. And what else we got? I mean, I used to watch AFL. I used to watch Sydney Swans. You know, Swannies. Not very aggressive, is it?
Yeah,
you know,
that
Swans
doesn't
are
sound
quite
like
majestic.
a rugby team.
But it's different. Rugby league and AFL are very different. You know, AFL you gotta look it up. Like the ball's on the ground a lot. You have things called grubbers. There's 6-pointers and there's 1-pointers. You're gonna have to look it up.
I gotta say, this sounds exactly like Quidditch to me. You know, you got your kind of random names for balls and.
Dude,
yeah, weird.
I had a discussion. I had a discussion with my fiance recently. Not even recently. It's been over a long period of time. We both think Quidditch is the silliest game ever. Love Harry Potter. Quidditch is ridiculous. Quidditch is literally all that effort to put in the quaffer and the bludger, you know?
Yeah.
And then you catch the snitch, the game's over. It's done.
It's so weird,
It's literally done.
You know, there was like this really dark read of like the series that it's just kind of this. Okay, never mind. We gotta watch Shedudu here.
Yeah, he's getting burned by summoners. Shun is just soloing at this point. He's got 3 items versus 1.5. Makes sense.
True.
Clement, do you want to finish that sentence before we progress?
Nah. Actually, you know what? I feel like I'm not that much in tune with the magic of the world anymore. I'm happy to come back to League of Legends.
You should be. I mean, you should be. The Harry Potter game is coming out. I'm just saying. You know, they're bringing out, and the combat looks sick.
Like, what do you do?
Legacy.
You have to like draw spells or stuff.
Oh, I mean, you know, you wave your wand. I don't know. What do you have to do? I don't know. They've only just released it.
Okay. We'll check it out later.
Okay.
You know.
All right. The reason we're you know, throwing the wand around a bit here is because it's 8k gold lead.
Yeah.
Sem9 haven't done too much in this game because I feel like CFO have just bled them dry through the bottom lane. Mission's done well enough, you know, keeping up CS. That's a good spell shield. And Rest has survived the laning phase, and now this Darius is behind in goal. Okay.
The fight.
On the hunt. No Name. Look at the angle. Koala, apprehend. Dunk him down. Okay, well, we still have the Nox and Guillotine, but the problem is No Name is by himself. He's going to ghost out to Narnia. But as the Teemo comes into the sky, flashes.
Oh, he gets the 1,000 gold!
No Name! That was insane! That was a sick play with the flash.
Oh, the great escape, and then he gets the flash out of Shun, and then cuts him down too. We have a game!
All right. Well, Darius comes in red hot, dude. That's great. Clement, we do have a Baron standing up there, but you're right. With the picks off, with Shun now down. Sem9 with some much-needed gold back in.
Yeah, and he finally gets to complete his armor item right here. You know, this is going to allow him to get a little bit closer to Shun. He also burns his summoners. A Ghost is a much faster cooldown on this one. So I expect the next fight, if they can replicate this, you know, just kind of draw out CFO in different directions and somehow get No Name into the backline, they could still very much chop down a team fight. The problem I was talking about with CFO's composition is that if you look at everyone outside of like the Poppy and the Gnar, the rest of them are actually very vulnerable to a Darius. Yep. They're short range, they're not packing any armor. Darius could really just cut through them.
That's what I like to hear. We have been lulling about for quite a while, but the hope of No Name will begin to believe. Dead Man's plate with a Negatron cloak. Those resistances there. And the CFO respawn and start gearing around this neutral. You can see the CFO still want one of those picks, want to utilize Shun here on his 3 items before Share Doodoo is able to match.
And I want to point out that, oh no, Koala did get anti-healing. I want to say that, you know, without that item, then actually very difficult to kill No Name once he gets those tanky stats up. But it's not going to be the case. Good purchase here from Koala.
Let's add other items into the mix, Clement, because CFO are still ahead in gold. We have to remember.
Yep.
2 items on that mid lane, and with Zonya's now picked up for Mission. Always a core item for Silas has picked up Crown as they go over to the Baron Pit, and they've taken the Blast Cone, so that ward, all the wards outside aren't going to spot them.
Yeah, so Sem9 definitely know that this is going on, but they have to walk through Mission at this point, and great find here. Cyclone definitely probably the best one to control the ramp in this case. They have to be careful. For CFO right now, they have to make sure they don't need to retreat through No Name. That is the biggest obstacle to them actually getting any of these objectives. Is yes, they could probably take the objective, but it would be very difficult to walk out afterwards. So they want to keep their formation intact with the Poppy and the Gnar in front of the Lucian, rather than let No Name get these flanks.
Yeah, because if No Name gets what he got last time around, full access with his Ghost almost available, it's going to be rough. As Share Doodoo and Lazar maybe shouldn't be here. Culling to come through, it all hits, and Sean gets himself an assisted solo. CFO now run it down mid, Clement. It doesn't matter if No Name gets access, because CFO just keeps killing this AD carry.
See what I told you? I'm saying the truth. You know, Sivir is just utility in this composition. Like, she's going to be put so far beyond in that bot lane. You knew that from the start without the bans on there. And, you know, I'm trying to picture perfect team fights right here. What I think it needs to entail is you know, No Name stacking up, getting his 5 stacks on the front line, and then using the Decimate Flash to bring it into the back. That's typically the coolest play that Darius can do. Clement. Instant 5 stack.
You know what the saddest thing about this game, though, is it was a Cloud Soul game. It was a Darius game.
Oh, true.
You know, Darius getting that ult movement speed off of Cloud is just insane. And the ability to just run at team members as we look at the pick again, and Share Doodoo just got deleted.
Yeah, I think the only thing to point out that's interesting here is the Imperial Mandate with the Nami combo, tagging for the slowdown there, and you know, the rest of it is just kind of expected. Unfortunately for Sem9, I don't even think they needed to wave clear that far into the lane. Definitely could have waited a bit more for that one. So we have to call it as it is. That was unforced error coming in from the bot lane.
Yep. Been a few of those though, and to be fair, you did say Sivir was a support, so doesn't matter. You know, we come back and 3 item here on No Name. That's the person that matters. Level 16. Because this Dead Man's giving so much movement speed. Awesome Nature Titan as well. It's picking up all the CS while CFO are running down mid. I mean, No Name is still heading top. With the TP, No Name, start coming back, please. They need a bit of help as Rest is in Mega Gnar. And trying to catch him out in the movement down. CFO are gearing up to try and force him into Baron, and Rest, okay, there's the ulti. Doesn't have a cooldown really, but
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, it's going back into minion. Oh,
God. culling again. Arashi almost dead, and Shadudu taking the rest of it. He heads forward, and here we go. Mission on the wing, knocked up. No Name, the one you want to look at. The Darius you want to talk about. The only one left alive with Caspiel, and CFO just too far ahead. Clement, I don't think you're going to get your miracle fight.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen here. No Name and Caspiel, the only two alive against 5 here.
Here we go.
Oh, we got a miracle. This is it.
He's got Flash. No Name. Don't preserve the KDA. We want to see the Flash in the queue. We want to see the Darius play. Rest, there's no way you're getting out of Coach Golden. But Mission has himself the Decimate as well. Excuse me, the Noxing Guillotine. Just to add insult to injury. This is done. There's No Name. Will look to be the final kill, but the Darius not working out. And CWC Flying Oyster just making that look breathless. What's the opposite of breathless? Clement, they took it. They were calm. You know what I mean? Breathless.
Yeah, I know. You were trying to say that they took it in stride, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. That was easy. That was very easy. And I was talking in that game about the difference between the top of the table and the bottom. If there's ever a game to explain it, I feel like it's that individual carry diff, macro diff, Darius diff. You know.
Yeah,
diff.
You know, to be honest about this game, this was just a bot lane bleed out that happened a little bit too early on. We saw the first 2 kills go through without Caspiel even using exhaust. Kind of a weird situation where they just employ the summoner in time. And after that, the 2 kills, we also saw the 3-man tower dive that had all that basically got 3 kills for 1 and the side for CFO. And I think the game was kind of over at that. Because if CFO really wanted to, they could have swapped the Lucian Nami into the top lane, actually, even sooner than they did.
That's true. They decided to give the Darius a fighting chance, right? You know, they took all outer turrets. Inner turret in the bottom side for Shun as well. He was 3 items when on the other side, Shadudu was, what, 1.5? Barely 1. I think this was just Clement. A really good look from CDPC Flying Oyster, a bit of pace built into the comp, and a good showing considering that you did question the lack of identity in this team.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this helps at all? Do you feel like any of the games are giving you an indication?
So I feel like this is a good show that Shun can actually play for super aggressive bot lanes as well. I think in the past, they've played the Aphelios mainly has been Shun's go-to champion and the Kalista. But this time around, you're kind of switching up into the Nami and Lucian. I wouldn't fault Sem9 for not banning that all that much because in the past, CFO has just not played it so often. Yes, Shun is super strong in lane, but they typically still put him into hyper carry positions rather than hard force his lane the way that JT plays. So I feel like Sem9 got an okay read, but CFO flexed on them and went into Shun, you just dominate your lane mode. It worked perfect.
Yeah, and Gemini as well. Like, we had to look at the early jungle. On the other end, Arashi was very aggressive. That first blood came through for the jungler too. And I love watching this mid jungle interact in the first 3-4 levels, but after that it got all quiet, and Shun and Koala just had such a good laning phase. Look at his damage, and we're in a low damage game, Clement. Like, there were pick-offs mainly by this Lucian, and we know he's going to be MVP, right? There's no doubt in my mind. Shun had such a good game, and looking at that, did he do more damage than his whole team combined? 15,000, 20,000? No. But the fact that it's close is kind of crazy.
It definitely is. Lazar's there, just holding up the ceiling for Sem9 in that regard. So I feel like to look over holistically at this, Shun, of course, MVP, 8-1 5,000 gold ahead. He had 3 completed items before 20 minutes. I think it was like 15 minutes or something where we just saw him with the Infinity Edge already because they had massive lead in bot lane, and then there was a Herald for double tower trade that happened as well, which massively accelerated Shun. Definitely not the best of trades for Sem9 on their end, but we got to see some fun stuff with the Lucian. I think we have to remember that this is going to be the secret sauce for everyone going up against the Sivir drafts so far. There's a lot of first round priority or second round priority Sivir drafts, and you have to remember the Lucian can punish you in these situations.
And we talked a lot about how the patch is going to develop as well, right? Where 12-14 as we go towards playoffs, we're going to start looking at very lane related, especially bot lane with the dragon value being insanely overpowered. Like, we're looking at dragons being prioritized at the moment as a huge win con, Clement. Next patch is going to be even worse. So, you know, Lucian Nami might be here to stay, and especially when Shun and Koala piloted so well. It was quite a while there where we didn't see as many successful Lucian Nami lanes, but I feel like now we're at a point where we are getting out some of the more people like, oh yeah, we can play this. It's not as popular anymore, but we can take over. And as you said, against Siviyumi, what can you do, Clement? Maybe take up coaching. Who knows? Sem9, 1-15. All things aside, our last game of the night is Beyond Gaming versus DCG. It's a long night, but well worth the wait as we look at these two powerhouses go head to head.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got the 5-star service. You got the 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your egg shackle. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
Tell me what's this feeling? Tell me why I lost my self-control. Why's my heart still beating? For you, for you, for you. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve it. I don't deserve the hell when you leave me hurting. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve this. Don't deserve you. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Oh my.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS here for the final game of the night. I'm Asterix, joined by Mr. Clement Chu. Quick reminder, by CDBC Bank, we are sponsored, and thank you to Riot, Carrie Live, and Garena for PCS League Operations full production. Final game of the night, DCG versus Beyond Gaming, Clement. And we are, in fact, coming off the back of a Beyond Gaming win. I know you're talking about it a bit before. Smashing down Dooish team with a very different mid laner.
Yeah, they played Senbong in their last game, which allowed them to break out of their losing streak against CFO, PSG, and then Frank Esports. So, Beyond Gaming in the second round, I have to be honest, they did look rather rough. Their games were not that close against the top teams that we saw there, but they did try out a new mid laner versus Dooish, and now they're back to Minji. So what I want to see is perhaps Minji understanding that, hey, if we can just play an Azir in the mid lane, it doesn't have to be an A+ Azir. It could just be a B- C+ Azir, and that would allow us to play different compositions.
Because do you remember that you and I, when we were seeing Senbon, we're like, man, this is the perfect player for the team. Like, Senbon didn't have to do much, but while the rest of the map was taking names, Senbon was just calm and giving that kind of, not threshold, that anchor in the teams felt like what Beyond really needed when we talked about this comp playing side lanes quite a lot in the past and being able to play that split push, right?
Yeah, it has been very different in Beyond Gaming world. They've been trying to get wins through bot lane and these assassination attempts. Meanwhile, in DCG, everything looks quite sunny here. They're still at the top of the roster, still at the top of the standings here, but they're looking to get top 2 this time. They were top 4 last time, but trying to move up with this roster. Big person, of course, is Nesty and his performance. 16.5 KDA in the last week. His Talia is 100%. He's forcing bans. He's got a great Galio. He's got a deadly Swain. They can swap the Seraphine. This is the off-meta heaven that Nesty has been looking for.
I mean, and when we get to 12-14, I can't wait to see what's in store from Deep Cross Gaming as well. So far, you're right. I mean, still been one of the most fun teams to watch, despite the fact that drafts have been a little bit more, directional or more streamlined. That's
they have a very coherent identity. That's what I love about DCG. You know how to play this composition, and you just swap it around based on the enemy picks. Now going over to Megabank Beyond Gaming today, again, they are going to be running with Minji in the mid lane, so you do expect more of those Akalis, those Silases to come out, maybe the Yone. I would like to see something else. I've always said this, but I do want to see more of a Wako late game composition. But I think there are some interesting trends that Megabank could potentially use in their own compositions. And I'm really looking at the Sivir comps. That's a late game hyper carry for Wako that can definitely win the lane. It's also something that allows you to create pick compositions with, which I think Beyond Gaming has done very well, but they haven't ventured all that deep into in terms of just the sort of like Camille Galio compositions of old.
Because I remember that Wako last split, further to that point of him being a big carry, I remember the AP Kaisers, like the late game setup where it was all on Wako, and watching him succeed. 32% of his team's damage is just an insane stat. Even in this meta where I feel like we're at a point where, mid laners, top laners are coming in for a lot of skirmishes. We are seeing a lot of skirmish comps already build up, Clement. But 32% when we're in the meta we're in is just insane. I didn't realize Wako had such a big finger on the pulse of his team.
He's always had very similar numbers throughout his entire career. He's always been sort of like a hyper carry on the teams he's been with. Take a look at the mid laners here. Interesting to kind of compare them out. Taliyah also is one I forgot to mention, big for both of these players. And I would say it's probably the most standard champion that Minji has in his arsenal here. So I actually expect Nesty to sort of, like, it's one of the interesting scenarios where, yes, Taliyah is probably Nesty's best champion, but it's also a champion that forces Minji, if you ban it, forces him onto some pretty weird options.
Which couldn't be a bad thing for us. But is it a bad thing for Beyond Gaming when, you know, you talked about the champion extension, however, something solid in the mid lane, like Senbon played like the Azir, could be a new direction for someone like Minji. As we get into pick ban, our final game of the night, BYG versus DCG. Clement, DCG are on the blue side. Let's start talking big picks. All right, Poppy gone, Yuumi gone. Taliyah we just saw, that's a big one. And I feel like maybe BYG have to ban that?
I think DCG are pretty happy to... The problem here is, like, if you take out the Yuumi, then that means DCG probably are happy to trade Zeri Sivir 1-1. I don't think DCG really care either way. If it was Yuumi Sivir, I think they would blink, but if you take the Yuumi out yourself, I feel like you have to take away... Oh no, they're actually going to leave the Taliyah wide open here. So, a lot of different options in this one for sure. I know some teams have favored the Zeri over the Sivir. For me, I feel like the Sivir has a bit more direction in terms of the draft, and is a little bit more straightforward in execution. While DCG, they do like their Zeri, it typically does come down to more of a sort of like kiting compositions.
As we talked about, look what it gives away, though. The Taliyah looked at for both these mid laners, if it was a series, would go on to talk about how this Taliyah pick would mean a lot. But BYG are going to get it here in this BO1, and yep, you already said it before. Sivir, that is the next obvious option. I truly wonder, though, if Wako would go for something like the Aphelios instead, because we have seen some teams disregard it completely.
I almost feel like it's too difficult to ignore in the first three picks. I definitely expect Sivir to come through later on. You know, Wako could technically play stuff like the Senna and just play more of a topside focus comp with the Taliyah, but that's not really their style. I feel like Beyond Gaming, because their early game solo lanes aren't that strong, they're very reliant on the bot lane to get a solid win, and that's why I see it has to be, you know, I think the AD carries have to come out on the third pick. It's either Sivir, or they could go a little bit further into the Aphelios, but I'm definitely leaning towards the Huntress.
Yeah, you're right on that, Mark. Like, it's still just so good as we get Trundle. All right, Hana on the Trundle. Wukong was stolen away. Remember that it's Husha. And Husha has just been loving this Wukong pick. 7 games played now. For DCG, Hana is someone who has picked up the Trundle a couple times before too. Clement, support here. What do you think? Renata's open.
Renata plus, yeah, I don't think it's that high priority into Zeri. So they're looking at a composition that is, I think it's almost kind of a kitey in a sense that they have a lot of speed obstacles that they can set up in front of the Zeri. It's definitely going to be a bot lane focused comp just by the looks of it. And I'd expect DCG to be actually pretty happy with running just kind of a solo carry composition. I don't think they mind running it, just jamming a Sejuani down into this composition and say, you know, we're just going to hard force bot lane 24/7.
I mean, I see Galio though, and as you said, you know, bot is going to be the first key. Nesty on something that moves, and the ability to match Minji. It's going to be a fun mid lane game. As we start looking at other solo laners now, Camille banned against Leaky, who has been on a tear. Remember that Leaky is someone who we've seen on things like Mordekaiser. He's picked up Gwen, GP there as well, Clement. There's a lot to ban away.
There absolutely is here, and I feel like Gwen's probably the best ban that goes up against Leaky. He plays this quite often as well. For DCG, I actually feel like they're just going to hard force this Sejuani here. And for Beyond Gaming, there aren't a lot of good answers to that. I don't see Leaky as much of a Jax player. You haven't really seen that all that much from him, so I'm very curious on what he plays. The other big kind of counter to this Sejuani would likely be the Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that Likai plays that either, so I don't think DCG are going to ban it. They're probably going to leave that one open for now. And what else is there to ban here? Interesting idea. They could ban a support, something pick-oriented. Oh, they actually banned Sejuani themselves, huh?
Okay. Well, your theory's going to get tested out then, isn't it? As you said, we could just get the support and get the counter pick. Of course, Nyla is not open, so we get Nautilus a bit more added engage into the Beyond Gaming draft. Now we're going to find out what DCG want to blind because Na's not available. You talked about the Sedge, Camille,
I think
Gwen
Gragas
as well.
here would be pretty good.
Gragas? GP.
GP.
If we're focused on bot, I mean, we are all inning on bot a bit, Clement.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I think GP gives them more outs, but it's a champion that I feel like gets run down quite easily as well. So
yeah,
a little bit higher risk, higher reward, in my opinion, for this one.
But how do you round it out? We've already got a support. No, sorry, we don't. We watched Trundle support earlier on.
I think they need a little bit more. Does it engage? Yeah, I feel like they need a little bit more. Actually, against the opponent composition, they probably don't need to engage because they're so short range and they run at you. So, yeah, they're going in a different direction completely, which is hyper carry bot lane. You have two picks that essentially act as utility in mid jungle, and then top lane to just kind of guarantee you kills cross map with the gameplay.
Right. What does Lakai pick? Oh, Fiora.
Whoa.
Okay. Let's take the laning phase. BYG are going to try Lakai out on this, Clement. So, bottom lane for DCG. What do you think about side lane threat for BYG?
BYG, of course, has plenty of side lane threat. It's a very strong matchup for the Fiora into Gangplank. The barrels typically are very telegraphed, so you can always get your riposte in on time. And Gangplank has a hard time running away from Fiora. It doesn't have any of those gap closers to reposition into the wall. And, there's nothing really to cleanse coming in from the Fiora either. So, very strong matchup. And this is a Likai we haven't seen for a while. Likai has had a bit of difficulties just dominating lane. I like that Beyond Gaming are giving him a chance on this red side last week.
Yeah, the Nah, the Sedge, like the Gwen, you're right. It's been very passive, right? Bar one Camille game. So it feels like giving him a chance on this Fiora is a nice thing to see. But we're going to kind of work out if it's going to be useful, Clement, because on the other side, I just quickly want to come back to DCG. Our first place team at the moment. For Deep Cross Gaming, do you think it's a bit of an issue not having like a full-on engage? Or coming back to how this comp operates, do you feel like the Galio's just used as counterpunch on top of the Zeri? Is that what we're looking at here?
I would say that this is more of a kite keep away composition. Like if the Sivir runs in, then she, puts herself in a lot of danger with the barrel chains and just getting stuck on the pillar. So I feel like it's gonna be hard for Beyond Gaming to full on engage. They need to be very careful. If they walk too close to range, then Galio will decimate them with the AoE taunt, the cannon barrage coming down. It's really about how Beyond Gaming can find opportunities where they can catch people out in silence. I think this is what the comp is strongest at. You have Fiora pushing, and then you just have Minji show up in the side lane as well. You get an easy pick, rinse and repeat, or you just run everyone from mid, you shove in mid, and then you run towards the side lane to close off kills. I think that's the best way to pilot this.
Speaking of running, Predator taken by Nesty as well. We know Nesty as a roaming mid laner, that ex-support player as well from all those days ago. Started Boots Clement. So get ready. Predator is going to come through early. And we've seen so many Galios worldwide that don't even wait for 6, that literally try and get shoved early on, and at level 3, just run down to one of the sides.
The trend here is that they're also not bringing teleports anymore, just going straight for the ghost for even more move speed to run people down. But I'm a little bit curious where he's going to go in this situation because neither of his side lanes actually have proc control. So he can join skirmishes, but they will have to be skirmishes that Beyond Gaming themselves can retain.
And there are also lanes that have a counter to shield a Durand. Like, we have Spell Shield, we have Riposte as well, as a little engage there as Wako gets himself lethal tempo procs and actually just ricochets the hell out of Chris Carter and Woody. But yeah, Clement, my point is, it's going to be hard to gank lanes that just press note buttons towards your crowd control itself.
Absolutely. So I feel like this is more skirmish oriented. What they're probably looking for is anchoring the Trundle. I think it's going to be more of a two-man game earlier on from DCG. They do have that just 1v1 power with the Trundle over the Wukong, and Nessie can follow up on that. So it's probably the idea for them. In the meantime, for Beyond Gaming, I also see this as a bit of a post-6 composition. I don't think any of the lanes have a ton of kill power. The bot lane is somewhere that maybe Husha can sneak a kill earlier on, but that's pretty much it. So I actually expect a bit of a slow start here.
Well, it'll be one of our slowest games of today, because I feel like we have had pretty quick games today, Clement, like bloodthirsty, skirmish heavy. It's been nice, because I always remember coming into PCS to cast, and it was much slower than the LPL. It was, you know, paced out a little bit, and today has been quite the opposite. As you know, you said it would be slow, Clement, and you're actually right, because Hana does not spot out Husha.
Probably knows that he's around that corner, but you know, so far, I would say Beyond Gaming actually have a little bit of a lead, just getting to know where Hana is and heading towards the top lane here as well. Meanwhile, checking in into the top side, Lika doing a really good job controlling the wave. He is behind by a little bit in terms of the minions, but if you look at his jungle pathing, Funnel's going towards the bottom side. He's perfectly safe in this situation, and honestly, this isn't really a lane that you can win easily against the Fiora. So if he's just even, it's kind of okay.
They're going to dive this, Clement. You know it's coming. Ward placed down in the nick of time, though. But Leaky, I mean, he's got a Vital against the wall, trying to hold off against that, but Grass comes through. Lakai underneath the turret, flashes, almost dies. Look at that health bar as First Blood goes over to Husha. The minions, Galio, thumbs down, flash over, and done.
I like the Colossal Smash right there. A very, very nice exclamation mark put on that kill in the end. And I don't think it's, you know, I think overall it's too bad for the side of DCG. Yes, they do give up a kill, but it didn't land onto Husha. They got both summoners there, and the kills traded back. So overall, I think DCG are just generally okay with that one.
Yeah. I mean, Nesty got the kill, like the ability to move out of your lane, Clement. Remember when I said we've seen a lot of Galios move out, even before 6?
Yeah.
I know that was the setup from BYG, but still, it's always nice to see Predator just pop. And the first time it brings in a kill, and we've got Lucidity Boots now here for Nesty in the mid lane with a Sapphire Crystal as well. And he's almost level 6, so we are getting to that 6 point for both teams when we start looking at that Weaver's Wall and the Hero's Entrance. But for now, let's look at the bottom side. Husha coming in, good dredge line onto Woody, but unfortunately Husha's already committed to the ward. So they'll back away while, yeah, Clement, we are probably about half away from 6 getting hit.
I do want to point out that Wako, somewhere along the line, actually lost his flash here. So, bot lane all in from DCG becomes a lot easier afterwards. They still need the jungle, I would say, to use the pillar and close off the kill, or else Wako probably has a very easy time at running away from this one. But without the flash, definitely going to be on the cards for DCG.
I'm just watching for level 6. Leaky hits Cannon Barrage as well. Another global element we need to worry about. But I was looking at Lakai, because Lakai shouldn't be too far himself. As Hana's coming up to the top side to help out for that potential all-in. Lakai's now hit level 6 as he's low, but you can tell he wants to take this. However, Hana is now spotted on a ward, so Lakai's just going to have to back off, especially with Husha in the top side, trying to bait in this Trundle and waste his time.
Yeah, you know, Lakai does get the CS lead, but so far Gameplank actually is going to be forcing the TP here. Coming out from Lakai, and we do get our sort of slow run into the mid game coming down here. I'm very curious on
Clement.
Huh?
It's 2 kills. It's 2 kills already. It's slow.
Okay. Okay, it's not that slow.
Yeah, there you go. You go on.
I'm just wondering where Minji is going to find that first kill. I actually feel like both lanes are quite easy for him to execute on at this point. The problem is just that Galio is going to follow with the heroic entrance as well, so both of these champions are going to be moving at the same time, which does mean that the mid lane gank becomes that much more profitable, because you can easily turn a mid lane gank into a side lane gank right after.
True. The ability to be so flexible and move around. Dragon live there, so we'll start talking about the objectives, who goes towards it first, because Husha and Minji have synced up. It's just around blue buff, but there's good vision control right now for BYG over that bottom side Dragon, while Herald is actually going to be syncing up as well, considering it's up in about 20 seconds. However, for DCG, their top side control has been pretty nice with control ward throughout the river and vision in front of the neutral. But for now, BYG, it looks like they are setting up, Clement. As you said, we're going to start moving with Minji threatening in fog of war.
Yep, Beyond Gaming have the shove into the bot side. They're just going to transfer that into the Drake. And because Nesty just went back, doesn't have TP, it should be a free take here. Doesn't look like DCG are even going to try and contest that one.
Things are going down from DCG up in the top side in the meanwhile. Probably thinking that that's going to be their trade-off, but as Husha and Minji walk on up, it looks like they got their eyes set on both of the time being as well. But you look at Woody, Clement. I mean, this Lulu, are you roaming? No. Okay, he's coming back far.
So DCG going to trade away the Herald in this one, and the big question is if Beyond Gaming can find a gank into the bot lane. This is a 3v2 with Nautilus, so all they need to do is deny the Galio, and they should be able to successfully find a kill. Woody with a great ward catches out Husha here.
Yeah, now with the Weaver's Wall in as well. They don't really care though. Husha has himself the ulti, but as Minji comes in, Husha starts up the Krug camp, more focused on zoning rather than getting the kill. And BYG just give priority to Wako and Kino, but with that down, on the other side of the map, Hana's already begun his invade.
Yeah, there's no tools left anymore for the Talia to move in, so a great move there by Woody. Once he gets the ward down, we saw Nesty instantly head towards the bottom side. He knows that as long as he keeps distance away from Minji and gets that heroic entrance in, then Beyond Gaming's dive is not going to work out. So, really smart move by him. Now all he needs to do is not get caught out in the river. Should be fine.
There you go. He's out, he's fine. Herald picked up by Hana as well, by the way. So, this Channel going to have a sizable CS lead in the jungle, while that ward's still placed down and not spotted out. So DCG will be able to track Husha, knowing that he's in this top side. Clement, you were right. I was wrong yet again here tonight. A little bit slower despite that kill, but I'm hoping something happens here as Leaky's been double procced for the vitals. Lakai getting good trades here now, especially with the Sheen and Caulfields picked up. Leaky trying, but Lakai is just getting that Fiora mode as with the Trundle coming in. He just lunged forward. Could be a mistake as Husha's still far away. Pillar, great, but Hana now has to run for his life. Husha is up in this top side, and Lakai is trying to taunt them on.
Yeah, that was a risky lunge from Lekai, but he makes it work straight through the pillar. And now he has to run away from Hana, though. Auto attacks
got the movement speed from the Vital as well, and takes the turret shot in the interim. Woody's up here too, by the way, but Hana's going to stop the play there. So Herald used to get a quick back, while Lakai doesn't have a ward in that rush, but just going to play it safe for the time being. Chris Carter, meanwhile, with that support spot on the top side, they want to dive this, but Chris Carter has enough wave clear, so I guess he's okay.
Yep, and we do have a head start from Nesty over Minji, so they're backing off on that one. I'm a little bit surprised about the plays that DCG are making. I thought that they would try to prioritize the bottom lane, but instead they went top, gave Beyond Gaming another plate, and I don't think the game plank is really the focus here of this composition. Game plank is not supposed to get the side lane control over Fedora anyway.
Timing. Oh, nick of it. Okay, well, are they going to push out bottom and get Herald plating? Maybe there's your focus, Clement.
Yeah.
There's your goal.
This is the play I expected from the start, actually, to go to the bot lane here with the scuttle. I just feel like Beyond Gaming are going to wait on a little while longer. This Talia really needs to get some use. So far, the Talia has been just bundled together with the Galio, and I would say Galio is a little bit stronger when it comes to play.
Hang on. We're going to get an ulti here. Another Vital. There's the Grand Challenge finally issued as Weaver's Wall's going to bring up some reinforcements. Seismic Shove means Leaky doesn't lose that last proc, and Lakai with an added attempt. Minji's Weaver's Wall Part 2 doesn't do too much, but at least they get Leaky's Splash. And now Kino's in trouble. There's Lightning Crash down. Dreadclaw going to get him out, but the depth charge onto Woody. It's not onto Chris Carter. It's Cannon Barrage helping out so much. Kino glad he doesn't go back in there, as he surely would have fallen. It's going to open up the bottom turret, though, Clement, and for DCG, bringing the game into a bit of momentum now with the reverse play.
Yeah, Ninja showing on the map there was a very clear signal for DCG to just go bottom lane. They know that there is no Weaver's Wall there. They have the numbers advantage. The only thing Beyond Gaming can do is actually run, and they were caught out in River. They're honestly ventured way too far forward. So I think Beyond Gaming's game plan so far has not been working out. They've been bleeding out in the bot lane quite hard, despite DCG actually, focusing on top in a couple of instances here. So I just see DCG having a very smooth time going into these objective fights. They have Friscata that does have a bit of a CS lead, not a massive one, but a small lead coming into the bottom side. I would say the game currently DCG favorite.
Look at the replay again, though, Clement, because well timed from Hana and almost getting a full-on trade here on the support.
Yeah, Kino almost goes back to his death. I'm kind of curious about that one. Usually it's the instinct of players to just dodge abilities, but in that case, getting hit wouldn't have been such a bad idea.
Again, a replay because it's only 2 kills in 13 minutes. We saw the dive top side from Nesty, but he's been pretty quiet outside of that. The Weaver's Walls, we said, Minji shows, response from DCG, at least attempting. You said it was DCG favored. I will put the caveat in, Clement, that BYG at least have 2 dragons. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about late game scaling, how this all coincides. Because with the early game being so slow, I just want to know how it progresses with pretty big scaling elements on both teams.
Yeah, I think the big question really is how well Lekai can pilot this Fiora. That is the one that has no answer on the opposing side. It's almost impossible for the game plan to actually win out in this matchup if it goes to full items here. But this is what Beyond Gaming can do. This is why I feel like the game isn't so much hinged on scaling, but how each side plays, because they're really looking for very different things. DCG had the better setup team fight. They have better choke control coming in with the barrels. They have the pillar to make these exits a lot harder to reach, and they also have Criscata, which outranges Sivir. So I feel like DCG do have the better objective setup fight, but Beyond Gaming have the better split push and the better side catch. That's what each side are going to be good at. And I think the game will revolve more and more around how well Lekai can split members from DCG.
I mean, he's doing well in the lane, but still, Leaky's caught up quite a lot when... Remember, early part in, it was about 15 CS lead, but the pressure added in top side here from DCG has meant that Leaky's been able to catch up and even find himself a bit of a CS lead. His second Herald is going to be the fight over now. BYG bringing everyone up, but Clement, you said in a 5v5. For DCG, setting up around a team fight, looking pretty promising.
Yeah, for Beyond Gaming to win, they really need that first kill and to
Weaver's Wall.
get Lekai out.
But no one's hitting the Herald. No one's hitting the Herald. The eye is exposed for now. BYG move on in. Smite comes down and Husha gets it. That wall on the neutral might have just turned it as Nesty pops the ghost, but barrel chains out. Leaky doesn't get anything done as Lakai now moves inside to shove. Absolutely fantastic as Nesty runs on in, but he's got no support for now. Flashes out of the way. Justice punches in to a Cyclone. DCG have just been picked off as Minji runs first forward. Chris Carter with the Electro Sharders. If I can get my words out, I'll tell you that Beyond Gaming just outclassed DCG in that fight.
Beautiful stuff coming right there. The Seismic Shove was the most critical thing right there for Minji to find on top of Nesty. The way Nesty wanted to play that team fight was he wanted to kite for Gameblink and the Zeri, so he was just acting as a cog in front of his carries. Unfortunately, the Seismic Shove found him, took him way out of position, and that also meant the backline from DCG couldn't dish out the damage that they wanted to. The Grand Challenge went over, heal up all of the cloak. Watch that again. Great use of the Weaver's Wall blue shot to just find that alone time with Shelly. Middle river, they get this fight down. And we're going to watch the most critical part of the fight here, which is Nesty being isolated from the rest of the team. The fight was okay until that point. They could have tied it out. They could have waited for a couple more skill rotations. But Minji with the seismic shove, getting Woody, forces Nesty to walk forward. And I don't think he wanted to do that move. With him down, they just easily get the healing back.
Minji being so aggressive on this Talia as well. So a really good Weaver's Wall sets up the success for BYG. Gold is even, and that's saying something considering that they were falling behind in gold, considering this GP side has been going pretty well. And Clement, we've got a Dragon coming up in about 50 seconds as well. They've got a Herald to get one of these lanes, maybe even mid, broken down. For BYG, of course, they've already broken down mid lane turret, so they're going to be looking for the outer down bottom.
Just a straight drop here. This is great lane allocation from Beyond Gaming. They have basically a free lane where Galio can never roam out of against the Fiora. Bot lane, they're already charging down with Shelly right here. Good find here by Leaky, but I don't think they're going to be able to prevent a second charge coming in. So, huge win by Beyond Gaming.
Looking for the Weaver's Wall. At the very least, they're actually going to force them off. So, that Weaver's Wall again, Minji just using for the neutral objectives. That'll give them the gold surcharge, and Beyond Gaming now move to the Dragon here. But, Clement, there is no Weaver's Wall, which is worth mentioning for this fight.
I don't really think they need it so far. Beyond Gaming definitely looking at the ramp control here. The key thing is, of course, Beyond Gaming just need to focus down one target. If they get one, that's good enough for the healing to kind of carry them through the rest, even against a Dragon.
2k, 1k, they're forced off, and Hana now just given the smite as Cannon Barrage to zone them off. Kino taking a chunk of damage as he flashed depth charges here. Hana knocked into the walls. BYG try to build that space again, but DCG walked in, took the Dragon, stopped the stacking, and but Beyond, they were unable to get a trade. As onto the blue buff. Minji sticking around. He's up against the wall. No one walking forward from DCG. Not confident enough, not knowing where the rest of the team are. And with this aggression, Clement, I mean, they're just moving to mid lane. Turret off the back of it.
That was such beautiful use of zone control against Beyond Gaming. They drop the Cannon Barrage, force everyone back, and when the re-engage comes in, the pillar in the middle of that Cannon Barrage range, you force people to walk into barrels as well. That was really nicely done by DCG. You can tell Beyond Gaming didn't have a chance to close in on the Infernal, and they have to hand the third Drake over to DCG, breaking their own soul chain.
All right. Now, in this reasonably slow game, 20 seconds till Baron. Clement, I'm going to ask you about setting up for sides here. Minji's already been doing that quite a lot. He's, in fact, the one splitting on the side. But Beyond Gaming and kind of moving around. And I remember you talking a lot about this pick and playing these lanes. It feels like they've got a pretty good read right now, hovering around one of them with the other three-man core that isn't the Fiora, isn't the Talia.
Yeah, I actually like what they're doing here. They're giving Fiora a lot of space to just farm up on the top side. And the way they're doing it is they're basically getting a 2-for-1 on Leakai's part. If they can match him against either Leaky or Nesty, they can force him back and force a response from someone else to come, or he starts taking chip damage on turret. Especially when they can get Leakai versus Nesty, that's a massive win for them.
Yeah. As you said, a lot of it comes down to the Fiora in the side lane. Leakai is a level behind, with Leaky doing pretty well so far, as whenever the observer zooms in, I think something's about to happen. They do have future vision. They can also see the minimap, as can we all, as the bottom lane was moving down to try and make something happen. The rest of DCG sit on top side, but Husha and Kino now going in pretty aggressive. Waiting. There's a pillar. Okay, a spectator bug comes in as Cyclone as well. Nesty gets a taunt on the Kino, but they've gone deep for this Minji's Weaver's Wall again. Layers off the river. Going golden in the nick of time as Hana's pillars forcing flashes now. BYG taking a hefty chunk, and Trundle with good pillars, Clement. There just isn't anything like it.
Great use of the funnel right there. Minji oversteps his bounds, gets instantly punished. And I think this is the strength of a kiting combo. This is probably one of the best best kind of examples of how you can play zone control and kiting. You make it really difficult for an enemy to escape. You make it hard for them to engage. And the way that Beyond Gaming have to play against this, I think in the late game, is either they catch side lanes with Leakai's lane, or they have Leakai TP in at a flank angle. If the pillar is dropped in one ramp, then Leakai has to come in at a different angle to reach that backline. So we have to see if Beyond Gaming can pull this off. This is what they were known for, especially with Leakai in the Machi days. He was a great flanker in that regard. So we'll see if he can still showcase those abilities.
Gotta love the fact that, you know, we're approaching this 4th dragon, and what we've seen so far is Minji trying to use this Weaver's Wall every which way he can. 2 items on this Talia, 2 items on this Galio. Both these mid laners who have these semi-globals now have ways of, I was going to say delaying the fights. One, delaying the fight Clement here, Nesty, Zonya's, but one also getting more seismic shoves, more rotations here with the ability haze coming from Seraph's Embrace that's fully stacked. So we are getting to the 2-item point across the board pretty much. I didn't even look at Leaky. We're getting a collector third here from this GP. None of that bruiser nonsense from Gangplanks. We're getting the one-shot build.
You gotta love that one. And he has plenty of low armor targets that are gonna walk into barrel range. So I like the build coming out here. The Talia and the Sivir definitely gonna be vulnerable to that one. And DCG are on the objective first this time, which means that Beyond Gaming, they need some creative use of getting Leakai into the back line. So far, he's standing just right on top of a ramp. Very easy to pick off.
But Kino wasn't spotted. Fusha may have been, but this Nautilus just sat there and waited as Leaky with a barrel chain to zone out. Chris Carter's dealing with mid-wave. Is that control ward? Okay, thank you for the 30 gold. And another one placed in front of Dragon. DCG want to start this up, but 3rd Dragon would lead to sole point here for BYG. As Leaky needs a bit of setup here, Clement, as Minji's in the back.
I like what Leakai's doing here. Oh, and he was just a bait with
just watch, flash. Oh, Hana close.
Sivir.
It was secured by Wako, and Nesty flashing in with the shield around. Good cannon barrage. Zone control, he doesn't get the Zonyas. DCG's mid laner dead as they trade off Kino and Lakai. Now out of the fight, but Husha, the Cyclone, brings in the warm weather. And BYG, now it's a sunny day as Woody wants to go back to Andy's house, but he's got to grow up quick, Clement. It's not Toy Story 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's Toy Story 5.
It's the one where they go into the trash melting thing, you know? Like, I think that was the 3rd one. But very tragic end for DCG there. I think there was a couple of problems in that one. It came down to the fact that Beyond Gaming were able to snipe out Nesty that earlier on. There was no one for Nesty to actually use as an anchor, so he had to go in himself on that one. 2 early flashes in from their front line. They get bursted immediately, and the turnaround is just there. So we'll watch this again. Good use of Minji and Leakai there. They really pulled the wool over DCG. We have the flash from Hana that doesn't result in a kill, and then the go button being spun here. Early flash coming in by Nesty, but he gets brought down by the seismic shove. And then Leakai, with such a smart move, he takes so much damage initially, pops over the wall. Husha then goes in, and Leakai comes back in. So a lot of good just in and out teamfight decisions, a lot of good focused fire that make Beyond Gaming's life so much easier.
Look at Minji's damage. I mean, Talia hit everything. Minji has been a really nice return from a player I honestly didn't expect to see when Senbon fit the bill so perfectly. And for BYG, having 007 down there doing his thing, 3-item Sivir now. You look at the rest of the members, you look at how much gold they absorbed from that last fight, Clement, as well as Soul Point thanks to Wako's auto. And BYG now in a very comfortable position in this game against our first place team that I honestly thought had an easier schedule to round out. I guess not when BYG shape up like this. Minji, again, great wall.
Yep, just easy pickoff again and again. And I feel like the problem here is DCG, they don't have any scenarios where they can force team fights where Beyond Gaming have to run into them. What we've seen is that Ninja has been able to preemptively wall off sections of the river, get Beyond Gaming into position, and DCG, they're not a engage comp. They're a composition that relies on kiting, that forces the enemy to engage with them. But right now, you don't have that damage from Cascada to really make Beyond Gaming have to run into them, and they also don't have the engage to keep them there.
You're looking for a pick off the wing, though, as Lakai is still the target. Leaky and Hana grouping up as Seismic Shove doesn't connect, but he almost dies. Leaky lucky to be alive here as Lakai tries to get priority over the wave, but it's cleared out. Baron buff has got 45 seconds, Clement, and even though minions are channeling through the mid-wave, sides right now is where they're going to pick their battle as all 4 members sit top while Lakai just picks another lane.
And this forces DCG, if they want to play it, they have to engage.
And here we go, the shot comes down. Chris Carter going to start poking them down. Depth charge slows him on the hunt, going to give them the movement speed to get out as well. So Chris Carter might have his own ulti, but Wako shares his with friends.
This is so hard to find an engage here. Even the pillar actually gives, allows the passive here to Talia. So I'm just trying to think of how DCG actually want to hold on to these towers. It doesn't seem like they can punish the 4-1 from Beyond Gaming. It almost requires like a wild growth flash for something to keep people down. It's so hard to execute for DCG.
I would like to see this fight in 50 seconds with good setup for DCG, Clement. Nesty's ultimate. How many times have you seen Nesty ulti this game?
None. I don't think I've seen one.
Neither have I. It's because we haven't seen one. We've seen Nesty force his flash, or Ghost, or Predator, or all 3 at once, and get a shielded Duran. That's been the focus. While the rest of DCG try to follow up, but here we go again. Husha setting up over the wall. Hunter with a pillar to catch him on the way out, but as they poke down the members of DCG, this dragon is spawning in 15 seconds, and it's an infernal for a Talia. You cannot give that away.
Absolutely not. DCG have to force their way in. I'm looking at flashes for potential anchor points here. Hana still has his subjugate. Nesty rushing in first.
Okay, well, Nesty first as he goes golden. He's in the middle of everything. Flashes away, but he's ticking down. He's dead. Nesty having an unusually bad game. The DCG are now down a member. They're on this neutral, but the Weaver's Wall zones off, so Hana is by himself, Leaky with a cannon barrage, but Beyond Gaming are on this, and they've got a Sivir in the middle. Wako is ricocheting like there's no tomorrow. He's bending it like Beckham, while Beyond pull out the Infernal Dragon. This is their game now, and DCG are just living in their world.
Absolutely. At no time should Nesby be trying to engage like that. I feel like they needed to coordinate with Hana. It had to be Hana flash into heroic entrance. I think any other way would have been far too risky. Nesty, even with the Zanyas, just dies instantly. Doesn't get the peel for his team. Doesn't get to do much of anything before falling down. And Beyond Gaming, they're just punishing DCG's lack of engage potential to the full extent here. We're going to watch this fight again. Nesty runs in, gets tagged by Kino, and just look at this. It doesn't get Winds of Wards down, has to run away instantly and dies by the ricochet. Like, what actually did Nesty do in that team fight? I don't think he did anything. Like, they need to have smarter.
I mean, Clement, there's been a real mid-diff this game. So easy to say. Minji's first couple of walls were invasive, but not, as reputable. And then, nice engage by Kino. But Minji's walls in these neutral, in front of turrets, have just been on point. Damage as well, great as Nesty didn't even get to hit anyone.
0, wow.
A big fat donut here for the mid laner, and Nesty was our Week 5 MVP. He was our star player from last week. This is a very different game, a very different feeling from that Week 5 MVP.
Yeah, I'm not sure about a pure kite comp Galio. That one seems to be a bit of a red flag to me. Usually you can run this comp if you have something like a Kog'Maw that guarantees you range advantage, but Cascada doesn't really fill that role just yet. Sure, it's 850 range on the burst fire, but it's a skill shot. It's not all that guaranteed. You do need to walk up a little bit closer to find those shots, and I feel like what they need to do is actually just use Hana as an anchor point. Have Hana flash forward, let him be.
Weaver's Wall's coming in from the back. Look, it's zoned off again. Minji, absolute MVP
Wacko.
performances. Leaky's damage over the wall is huge. Nesty wants to go in, but he doesn't have any summons from the last fight. They're burnt down with the burst, and now that they're forced away, Beyond Gaming with the health bars, it's DCG threatening the Baron here for a potential comeback play.
And that's the difference when Beyond Gaming have to run into DCG. They can set up so much more. The barrels, the taunt shields here.
Wacko, all that spell shield. Great timing here. Look at the flank. Minji
going
caught
in.
out. Dead. Nesty jumps on him as now finally it's coming together. Beyond Gaming have to burn their flash in the top lane as Nesty with the just punch shielded around Lakai. Surviving though! Husha! The massive turnaround! And Wacko, you called it, Mr. Clement Chu. He's the father of the fight. Ricochet in a choke. Oh, that's dirty stuff as Lakai TP's in just as it starts looking good for DCG. Beyond Gaming slap our first place team, give them a huge dope, and move up to 9 wins. This is the BYG we've been waiting for.
DCG dethroned in the matter of a split second right there. Nika with a great stopwatch, baits everyone into the funnel, and then Wacko decimates all of them. You know, this fight is, I think it really showcases the difference between what team comps are made to do. Like, this composition cannot run forward and try to engage with people. It's way too clumsy, it's way too slow, gives a lot of reaction time for the enemy to plan things out. Even with Beyond Gaming losing Minji, without doing anything, to be honest, they still win the fight. They still are able to just outrun DCG and then turn it around when they find favorable terrain.
Such a clean performance from Husha. There's a reason people still ban Wukong against him. And I feel like this is it, Clement, is Wacko's timing with the spell shield. I think that makes a difference in the game.
Absolutely right there. If Wacko goes down, then DCG are able to mop up with that fight, come back into Baron. Let's watch this. All 5 members are in this place, and they get knocked up by Husha. The 4-man happens. Wacko comes in. The glaives bouncing all around. Blood, gore, and limbs just flying all over the place.
Oh, God.
Beautiful triple kill.
Oh, Clement, that's gory. It's beautiful, though. You're right. You are right. I mean, Wacko standing in front of his counterpart, right? We talking about Doggo the other day, Clement. We saying, you know, like, Beyond Gaming in the past, we remember some big star carries. Look at Wacko. Again, big damage source for a reason, and we have to look outside of the box this time, though. It's not just about him. I feel like Minji's performance on the Talia, mid-diff completely. Nesty in the last fight, great. Did we see him ult? Never. Husha with the jungle difference, even though Hana had some good pillars too. Like, real star carries out of Beyond Gaming making the difference.
Yeah, I feel like the frontline combo left a lot to be wanting from the DCG draft here. They really needed to cement themselves as more of the long-range option, and they needed a lane to play through where they could actually find themselves on objectives first. I think the bot lane focus from DCG did not work out for them all that well in the early game, or at least it wasn't a big enough advantage. What we saw was Beyond Gaming actually very cleverly with the tempo plays, able to sneak away the first 2 Drakes, and that just meant that they got to a point where they didn't really need to run into objectives. Earlier on, they found the split push with Lekai, and they were able to dictate throughout, I think, most of the mid-game how the fights were actually going to play out. So DCG, they had an idea with the composition. I don't think they played it strong enough into the bot side win condition to then set up objectives. That was the chain that was kind of missing.
Yeah, because Clement, just imagine maybe there's an engage. You know, maybe there's something that enables Galio or enables that GP, the Cannon Barrage to actually do more work. But at the end of the day, all those AoE ultimates weren't utilized as nicely as GP with the most damage. But yeah, Wacko top in the charts. No real big surprise.
Yeah, the huge problem here is I think Zeri also didn't get ahead. This is a composition that is very much reliant on the Zeri to find just gold leads here. That's why I was always favoring just like straight up Sejuani here. It's sure, very low damage composition, but it's almost impossible to touch the Zeri. And you can go forward if you have a Sejuani in this composition. You would have an anchor point, an engage tool to use a bit better here. So I feel like DCG, they drafted themselves a composition that was honestly quite narrow, had a specific win condition and a specific chain of events they needed to set up. Just didn't go as well for them. And on the other side for Beyond Gaming, they had far superior team fights, beautiful multi-angle engages here, a lot of fun stuff from Minji around the objective, denying the smites, forcing a clumsy team like DCG to engage.
Well, they look so clumsy in the face of Husha. Jungle difference here as well. On Wukong, yeah, pretty big, right? We don't care about damage for gold. We care about the kill participation and those ultis, especially towards the end.
Beautiful stuff. Got the 4-man into the blender from Sivir. So this is why I feel like a couple of our PCS junglers still have Wukong on such a high priority. I think for most of the players, Wukong, because of the existence of Poppy, has just dropped off. You know, it doesn't duel well against Trundle. The farm speed is actually a bit late. So you are paying a lot for just getting those double cyclones in team fights, but some people are still able to make it.
I feel like, you know, it's always going to be one of those picks, especially with how it got balanced out, that, you know, is a good kind of response. As we look at what happened in today, Clement, that changed a lot. That last game actually changed a lot because DCG now, with 4 losses, are tied up with CDBC Flying Oyster. PSG Talon are now first. Do have less losses. And I was saying Deep Cross Gaming have an easier schedule. They do, but that loss may have cost them with PSG Talon having the chance to beat J-Team Impunity and CFO. Like, I don't know.
J-Team Impunity, CFO. I would just say it's probably too close to call. I need to check who CFO's remaining matches are here. But that seems to be... I think we're seeing a top 4 race is what we can call it here. It's basically Frank, J-Team, PSG, CFO. We're going to get the actual picture right here. The 12-win club is where everything is really located in. And I would put Taipei J-Team there as well because they're still missing 2 games unplayed here. So I think those 4 are your big teams that are watching. And sorry, Frank, but you're kind of outside of the club because you have 6 losses. Yeah, you done goofed a little bit earlier on, but the top 4 look very competitive.
Yeah, you're right. The six losses hurts them a bit. They can only hit 12. And Meta Falcon team DCG's their last game too. So there is a chance if you know, something goes wrong with Deep Cross Gaming, Frank could be able to catch up, but you're right, that's the top 4 club. Everything else is outside. We do know, though, Frank Esports have locked themselves into top 6, Clement. Beyond Gaming with that win as well should be pretty close, as Impunity Meta Falcon team can't catch them, so absolutely they should be in there. As we look here, all right, tomorrow, PSG Talon, J-Team. Oh, that's good. Clement, there's actually... Oh, wait. There's 2 good J-Team games tomorrow.
Oh, J-Team has such a hard schedule here. Not only do they have to play 2 of their strongest opponents in the top 4, they also have to do so with 4 games in between. I almost think it's easier to get all your prep done and then just play 1 and 3. But playing 1 and 6, oh, that is so draining on your attention span. You know, your players are just lying around and they almost have to watch the rest of the games too. It's not like they can just go off the bed and stuff. So, wow, that's a difficult schedule to manage for J-Team. We'll see if they can do it.
You know, on the last day they're doing the same thing. Impunity at 6 o'clock and then Beyond at 11 o'clock as well. 2 days straight of that, Clement.
They can probably just prep for the Beyond game though, so it makes it
screw Impunity, who cares? Who cares about Impunity? Alright, Clever Chew, okay, well, bring it out your true colours. To be fair, Impunity have struggled a lot, and, you know, we're cementing ourselves up towards the end of the split. 2 days left remaining as well. Do you still think PSG are going to be first? I thought Deep Cross Gaming were going to finish first, but I'm not sure anymore.
It's difficult to see, because I feel like we're seeing PSG. They still have a very strong plan A. They don't have a plan B. And then DCG are like kind of similar. They have a great plan A, and if you force them to move off of that plan, then it looks kind of iffy. So from what I've seen, when DCG have engaged, from Leaky, and when they don't have Engage from Leaky, they look like two completely different teams. They almost don't look like in the same league whatsoever. So if you have Mordekaiser that can engage, you have Sejuani that can engage, they look so strong. They can run at you, they know how to layer their CC. If Leaky can't start their fights, which is a really weird position to start fights these days, I think they're worse than this.
I mean, I just think for Deep Cross Gaming, it was a disappointing game today when this was looking like our best team. Their win streak cut into 0, and CDBC Flying Oyster will be happy about it. PSG Talon will be happy about it, and of course, Beyond Gaming with the win. Thank you very much, Mr. Clementiu, for joining me here on the start of our last week of the PCS Summer Split. We've got all 8 playoff teams locked on in now. It's only the mystery of who finishes in our top 2. Thank you to our English production. As always, it is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow for more PCS 6 game days.